Karl Adelheit, a self-proclaimed ordinary student and former noble, never imagined his life would turn into such a chaotic mess. Starting with an embarrassing confession in his first month at the academy, which ended in public rejection, Karl's impulsive male ego led him down an unpredictable path. Rather than staying to endure the ridicule, he immediately applied for a leave of absence and, in a fit of desperation, enlisted in the military without even informing his family. But it wasn't just any enlistment, it was as a regular soldier, not an officer, earning him both ridicule and suspicion from his peers. His first day in the unit was met with glares and whispers of, "A noble? Here? What's the catch?" And before he even learned the names of his superiors, war broke out. 3 years of grueling battles and rolling through the mud stripped away his noble pride. Fate took a sharp turn when a magical bombardment struck, leaving Karl unconscious and triggering the return of memories from his past life. In that moment of clarity, Karl realized he wasn't just an ordinary soldier in an empire at war, he was living in the setting of a poorly written romance fantasy novel from his previous life on Earth. Worse, he wasn't the hero or even a notable supporting character. He was a minor noble destined to confess to the female lead and suffer a humiliating rejection. After years of hardship, Karl returned to the academy as a Medal of Honor recipient and a sergeant, only to face old acquaintances and the female lead, Selina Ifrit, still attending her final semester. Determined to live a quiet life, Karl just wanted to stay out of trouble. However, the rumors of his battlefield heroics spread like wildfire, earning him more attention than he could handle. As he settles back into academy life, Karl must navigate a world where his past mistakes, newfound military status, and reincarnated memories create chaos at every turn. Will he find a way to rewrite his fate, or is he doomed to remain the side character in someone else's story? One thing's for sure, Karl's life is anything but ordinary. There are always those people who seem to effortlessly fit in social butterflies, the so-called insiders. Sadly, my past self was the complete opposite. Ever since my ill-fated confession and subsequent enlistment, I've carried the unmistakable scent of an outsider. Let's not sugarcoat it, I was a fool. Not many guys take a leave of absence. They're all doing just fine, Senior Marcus casually remarked. Apparently, all my peers were still around, thriving. I thought about reconnecting but decided against it. Their faces and names were hazy in my memory, leaving me feeling even more out of place. Why didn't I build stronger connections back then? Instead, I had vanished without a word, taking a leave of absence and enlisting like a lunatic. Military life was a strange paradox. Despite my noble background, my unit eventually grew to treat me as one of their own. They even handed me the squad leader role without much fuss. Yet here, back at the academy, I felt like I was stepping into a political arena where everyone seemed to know their place except me. And that's when it happened. "Oh, hey, are you Karl?" A vaguely familiar voice called out. I turned to see a male student grinning as he approached. "Yeah, Etienne. Etienne? Man, you still can't remember my name properly," he laughed, shaking his head. Etienne, a familiar face from the eastern part of the empire. Someone I'd been somewhat close to, though not close enough to have kept in touch. "You disappeared without warning, and now you're back," he said, grinning. "What good would it have done to make a scene?" I replied, attempting to brush it off. Etienne gave me a curious look. "Selina. It must have been uncomfortable for her after everything." I winced. There it was, the name I least wanted to hear. "Damn it, Etienne. I confessed to Selina as soon as I got here and got rejected in front of everyone. You were probably there, so stop pretending you don't know." "Wait, you confessed to her? That's the first I'm hearing of it." "What? He didn't know? I just spilled one of my most humiliating secrets for no reason. Anyway, Karl, don't take it so seriously. So, you got rejected, big deal. Plenty of guys have been turned down by Selina, and they're all doing fine." Sure, easy for him to say. For me, the rejection had been a public spectacle, the kind that burned itself into your soul. It wasn't just rejection, it was rejection with an audience. "By the way," Etienne added, "Selina hasn't been with anyone since." "What?" "Yeah, she rejected all the others, too. Wilhelm, Schleifen, Alexander, even Joachim. None of them lasted." This was shocking. Selina, the female lead of this whole romance fantasy world, had rejected all the so-called main characters? Something about this felt wrong, like the story had gone completely off script. "Hey, Karl, you're not still hung up on her, are you?" I shot him a glare. "Shut it. I'm over it." "Really? Then why are you asking so many questions about her?" Damn it. Why was I asking so many questions? Moments later, I found myself in a cafe, seated across from Selina herself. "I heard you're back, Karl," she said. Yeah. Her presence was suffocating. Past me would have blushed furiously just hearing her voice, but now I was drowning in second-hand embarrassment for my former self. "What have you been up to?" she asked. "I enlisted," I replied tersely. "As an officer? That must have been tough." I nodded, unwilling to elaborate that I'd enlisted as a common soldier, a noble playing at being ordinary. Selina sighed, taking a sip of her coffee. "The past left a bitter memory between us. Do you think we can move past it and just be classmates?" I hesitated, the awkwardness of our shared history pressing down on me. "Let's just leave it behind," I finally said. "I'd rather forget that day ever happened." Selina tilted her head, her expression unreadable. "Then why did you confess to me out of the blue back then?" I froze, unable to respond. How could I even begin to explain the impulsive, foolish heart of my past self?
Hello everyone, welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
To be honest, that situation was very uncomfortable. It was so uncomfortable that I felt like I might die from embarrassment. Facing the embarrassing memories from my past has always been an unpleasant experience. But then again, it'd also be awkward to say in person, we shouldn't be seeing each other like this. Let's just end it here. Thinking about it, who was the one who confessed? Me. And who got upset? Selena, who was sitting in front of me. If I were to say it first, she'd be cold to me, and I'd be sulking, apologizing about something I didn't even do. I don't want to be that pathetic guy. Wait, did I really do that? I'm getting a little confused about my past life. It's fortunate that my consciousness seems more aligned with the present rather than the past. Did you greet the others? Just 8 yen. I didn't meet the others. They're all probably busy. Since it's the end of the semester, those who haven't met their credit requirements must be busy too. Come on, guys. The professors warned us to earn credits early and enjoy, didn't they? Human beings are all inevitably like that. They only start working at the last moment. Assignments, exams, and credits. Ultimately, cramming in is the best way, isn't it? But, Karl, you mentioned that you served in the military, right? Huh? Oh, yeah. You also fought in the war against Luzerne, right? Yeah. I practically spent the entire 3 years of my military service there. That's strange. I thought women hated talking about military stuff. I suppose I should be grateful since she was the one to bring it up first. Since Selena allowed it, I casually shared some of my military anecdotes. Though nothing too profound, focusing more on the entertaining stories. Fortunately, her reaction wasn't bad. Look, she wasn't forcing herself to laugh. Karl. Selena, who was chuckling, suddenly outcalled my name. I don't know if it's because you've been in the military, but you seem different. Different? Yeah. How should I say it? It seems like you have become more composed compared to before, and also, if I didn't know about my past life, I would have thought, oh, isn't that a good thing? But as someone who has already experienced the hellish military twice, it was not that impressive. When you mention having served in the military, don't you often hear responses like that? You seem different. You seem more mature. But, in reality I was just a slave. Oh, right. Karl, have you ever met my brother? Your brother? Where did your older brother serve? He was a platoon leader in the 7th Division of the Imperial Army. There are many platoon leaders there, so I'm not sure. I don't think I've met him. Really? That's strange. I thought you said you were an officer. I was not an officer. I was just a soldier. Selena reflexively nodded, I see, to my response. But soon she exclaimed, wait, what did you just say, and became visibly flustered. How many times have I seen that reaction today alone? If I knew it would be like this, I would have definitely enlisted as an officer. You enlisted as a soldier. Yeah, not as an officer? Why? Yeah, why did I enlist as a soldier? I'm curious too. Let's recall how I felt at that time. Right. Let's see. The me back then. Why did you do that? Yes. To forget the pain. Oh, I see. That fucking idiot. No matter what, it's still unbelievable that a noble's son ended up as an ordinary soldier. And to make matters worse, at that time, I ended up going to war, and my family didn't even receive the slightest honor. While all Imperial soldiers were fighting hard, someone quietly retreated to the rear. Once that's revealed, everyone involved will suffer. So, you went to the battlefield as a soldier, not an officer. Yeah. Oh. Selena must have been so shocked that she kept saying oh my god while covering her mouth. Then suddenly, she seemed to gain a significant realization and jumped up from her seat. Wait. It can't be, right? What? Enlisting as a soldier. That wasn't because of me, was it? Huh? Was it because of me? Because I rejected your confession. So, you got hurt. Huh? No, it's not like that. It wasn't because of you. I was just a bit naive back then. At best, I was an idiot. I was a fool who thought that if my body got tired, the pain in my heart would lessen. But Selena didn't even give me a chance to say that. I had no idea, and I've been talking about it so casually all this time. No wonder, it was strange from the start that someone like you, a noble's son, enlisted as a soldier? Karl, I'm truly sorry. Wait, there. Selena, listen to me. I'm asking you to listen. Yes, it was because of you, but there's no need for apologies whatsoever. If anyone should apologize, it's the stupid past me for making such a ridiculous decision. I sighed inwardly and finally decided to bring it up. There was a story being spread around the Department of War News. First, I needed to adjust my posture and lower my voice for sincerity. All right, let's begin. That's not it, Selena. Not a bad start. Surprisingly, Selena was taken aback by my lowered voice. The seniors always said my voice was too high-pitched and a bit weird. They even suggested I deliberately lower my voice, and I guess, they were right. Translator, Angel Dust. Proofreader, Cheese Ink. I just wanted to fulfill my duty as a noble to the Empire. And since I was going to do it, I wanted to see things from a soldier's perspective, rather than being an officer. Really, who in their right mind would enlist as a soldier just because they got rejected? Yeah, who would? Tada, this crazy guy is right here. Well, if that's really the case, I'm relieved. Really, right? That's really the reason. I'm telling you, don't blame yourself. If you keep doing that, my years of sacrifice for the Empire will seem like they were wasted because of some silly reason. Please. Please don't see me as some idiot who enlisted as a soldier just because he got rejected. I've had enough of those who look at me with pity. I don't need any more. Please. Please? After my tearful persuasion, Selena seemed to calm down a little. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. Imagine hearing that the guy you rejected ended up enlisting as a soldier and feeling sorry for him because of it. If someone hears that and thinks, oh, I see. What an idiot, then who would be the real villain here? Wouldn't that be the behavior befitting of a villainous or a tyrannical empress? The reunion with her was the worst. Although nothing happened, it was really fortunate. As soon as I saw her, Selena said, sorry. There's still no place for you in my heart. She might still be like he must still be unable to overcome the horrible things I did to him in the past and he might drop out again. Anyways, welcome back. Karl. Oh, are you a junior now? Yes. I'm just a fledgling freshman. Senior Selena. Good luck with your graduating class. Something about you seems drastically different from back then. Yeah, it's different? I deeply reflected on myself after seeing what life is like in the military. Then Selena bursts into laughter. It seems like my response really struck a chord with her. I mean, I understand. Although I just blabbered out some nonsense. Reflecting on themselves after seeing what life is like in the military? Then that guy must have had it easy in the military. Where in the world would one have the time to reflect on life in the military? There's only time to work your ass off. Usually you're on a mission. You just get caught in a drill and you get screwed. Then when war breaks out, you feel like ending everything but just have to keep living. Then you get to a point where you're simply like, fuck life, and each day just passes by. Sorry. I said something similar to my brother. It seems your brother also had a very difficult experience. That's what he said. It's time for my lecture now. See you later. Why the see you later? Can't we just stop seeing each other after this? I feel damn uncomfortable. More precisely, I feel like I'm going to die thinking about the past. But still, it's fortunate that the past me wasn't some weirdo. Seeing her face to face like this, it was definitely Selena. She wasn't just some heroine. She wasn't just a woman who got confessed by more than 10 guys for no reason. She was extremely beautiful. Maybe if she was someone else, I would have ended up blushing. Of course, to me right now, she's an uncomfortable colleague for a certain reason, nothing more, nothing less. Slurp. After finishing the remaining coffee in the cup, I slowly left the cafe. It hasn't been long since I returned to the academy, so I still don't know what's what. I should walk around a bit and get more familiar with the place, so I don't end up getting lost at the academy. Ugh. Suddenly my body leaned back, and before I could know what happened, I was being dragged away. Wait, what? Kidnapping? In the middle of the academy, of all places? Could this be a spy calling for the Imperial military secrets? Please spare me, don't burn me alive. I brought him. He was talking to Selena just a moment ago. That's right. I saw it with my own eyes. This guy was the first. Unbelievable. Voices from all directions come in different tones. One thing was for sure, they were all dudes. After a moment, I wiggled free and looked around. What the hell? Suddenly, I realized who the ones who brought me here without a warning were. From the right, there were Schleifen, Wilhelm, Alexander, and Joachim, the glorious quartet of male leads. And they were all 4 of the 4 heavenly kings who had been rejected by Selena. Right. How could I not know these guys' names and faces? It was too obvious. Even in another man's eyes, these bastards were annoyingly good looking. When they gathered, not in pairs, or threes, but in 4s, it was almost a guarantee they were the male lead quartet. What's up with you guys? However, no matter whether they were called the quartet of male leads or quartet of male lovers, I'm the one who was rejected first. It's too early for you guys to break my record. Not yet, bastards. Hey guys, weren't you in your graduation class? Weren't your grades lacking? It seemed to me like they might be insufficient. Unlike me, who wasn't yet a slave to his grades, you guys have to butter up the professors, right? The 4 protagonists, or rather, the 4 heavenly kings who were rejected by Selena, were sitting across from me, sipping their coffee. But wait, shouldn't one of you be sitting next to me? If all 4 of you sit over there, the dynamics will become subtle, you morons. It's not like we're having a 4-on-1, and I'm not the heroine. Just because Selena says you guys are like her little siblings doesn't mean this is some future sister-in-law interview. Long time no see, Karl. Yeah, it's been a while. Oh, should I call you senior? Never mind. The enrollment number comes before the grade. Doesn't the grade come first? It's the enrollment number, idiot. I think it's the grade that comes first. It's the enrollment number. Those jerks, why do they have to sit in front and whisper to each other? And with all 4 of them doing that, it feels like Cerberus critiquing itself. Cerberus has 3 heads. Let's call it Hydra then. Anyway, Karl. Schleifen, who insisted on our enrollment number coming first, changed the subject. Don't beat around the bush. Why is the enrollment number more important than the grade, Schleifen? Wilhelm, who was still not convinced by Schleifen's argument. He continued to ramble on and on, making it impossible for the conversation to continue. Meanwhile, Alexander, who was secretly on Schleifen's side, suggested maybe the grade should come first. However, interestingly, even Joachim, who's usually so aloof, got involved. I want to ask the author, why exactly were these jerks the male protagonists of the novel? Yes. That's right. It's because they have handsome faces, isn't it? Yes, I see. Fair enough. But it would have been better if their minds were as attractive as their faces. Guys, can't we get to the point quickly? Unable to bear it any longer, Joachim finally interjected, restraining the rest of the Hydra heads, even though he'd been dreaming of being a judge. Thanks, Joachim. You were still the most useful head. Sorry, Karl. We got a bit carried away. I get it. So, why are the seniors, who value time so much, holding back a freshman like me? It took them only 10 minutes to finally tell me why they had grabbed me. Well, you see, that's the thing. Well, you know, Selena. It's fascinating. And here they go again, each of them blabbering away. Are you guys really a Hydra? For fuck's sake, can't we just have one person speak as the representative without interrupting each other? Damn it, these guys. As soon as the idea of choosing a representative comes up, they immediately start eyeing each other, trying to counteract. The struggle for dominance among the four heads, from 1 to 4, is about to begin. I have to stop them? If I let this go on, I'll surely be stuck here for another hour. Schleifen. I point to head number 1. There's no other reason. He's just on the far left from my perspective. You go ahead. Keep it concise, short and clear. Well, as expected from someone who's been in the military. Why bring up the military? Wait a moment. How did you know I was in the military? I saw the instructor on my way here just now. Anyway, very military-like of you. Short and clear. A very good attitude. Typically, men strive for extreme simplicity within complexity. That's enough. Wilhelm, you go. Head number 1, who kept adding explanations, is out. Now, head number 2. Your turn? Meanwhile, Wilhelm seemed to want to be eliminated, even coughing to distract himself. So we're doing this because we think you're fascinating. Fascinating. Getting rejected by Selena and still casually chatting with her. That last remark really hit hard. Wouldn't it be self-defense if I shoot them here? Why bring up that girl's name at a time like this? You assholes? We haven't even properly greeted Selena yet. If she sees us from afar, she'll turn and run away immediately. Even though it's been almost 2 years since the rejection. It brings back nightmares from that time. Damn. But today, we happen to see you being very comfortable with Selena. That's why we're curious. That's what we want to ask. How is that possible? I seem to know why Selena was still single. It wasn't supposed to be like that. Even though they got rejected, these guys who were supposed to be sticking to her like glue, were trembling like scared puppies. No wonder, even though graduation was right around the corner, they're acting like loafers. I have no idea where, how, or why things got messed up, but it's none of my concern. Just because I babysit these guys with some blunt talk doesn't mean my future is going to change. This isn't a possession story. It's a reincarnation story. If I really delve into it, I would add things I remember from my past life. So, that's why it's fascinating. That's why we're curious and doing this right now. Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. Tell us. Hydras. If I personally point to one head and ask, can at least one of you answer? My head is starting to ache now. Please, the 4 heavenly kings. Can't you comply? Okay, fine. I'll tell you. Get ready to jot it down. Curious? Fascinated? Want to know? Do you want to know so badly you could go crazy? Then I'll tell you. If the protagonists are curious, what power does an extra have? Enlist. Damn it, these guys. It's like they've unified with the same response every time. Enlist. Since you're going to do it anyway, it's better to enlist like me. If you say, I want to serve alongside the hard-working soldiers for the glory of the Empire, they'll just gladly enlist you as an officer. You don't have to worry about that. When you're there, you'll feel like you can do anything in the future. Confidence will grow like a tiger's spirit. And with all kinds of people gathering in one place, it's the best for building social skills. Not to mention, it's a bonus for both your physical and mental health. Take it from an experienced person, you can trust me on that. Hey, join the military? Try it? You can do it. If it's you, enlisting as a soldier is so good that I definitely recommend it. Enlist. That's. I expected them to panic and say, oh, no way, not me, where can I buy some drugs? But seeing them seriously contemplating like this, it seems the shock of being rejected was quite significant. Looking at it that way, maybe it's understandable why I enlisted as a soldier in the past. No, wait. No matter how you look at it, that just can't be the case. It wouldn't be right if that were true. I've told you the way you wanted. Can I go now, Karl? Amidst the collective stunned silence, head number 3, Alexander, raised his head. Could it be that he's snapped out of the state of being the first to confess his love? Does this really make you feel better? At least it did for me. Whether it's because of enlisting, going through hardships, or maybe remembering my past life and feeling deluded because of it. Nothing's certain. Honestly, I don't even know. One thing is clear, though. Enlisting as a soldier alone felt too unfair. I entrust the duty of protecting the nation to you all. Go, become patriots? I hope not for real. I didn't know at the time, but the 4 heavenly kings were probably more rational than I was. It's been over 2 years, or at least over half a year, since they were rejected, so they should have healed by now. Unless they're really crazy, they wouldn't do something like what I did. Have you heard the news? Schleifen's sudden leave of absence. They say Wilhelm is absent too. Alexander and Joachim too. They haven't been seen at the academy since yesterday. Surely these crazy bastards weren't actually trying to enlist, were they? Selina. Brother. What's going on all of a sudden? Calling out of the blue like this. I have something I'm curious about. It felt a bit abrupt to bring up matters out of the blue after so long. However, Selina was in such a hurry that she had no choice but to continue the conversation. Brother. You know, there was the war with Luzerne. You were there too, right? Yeah. Can you tell me a little more about that? Because, one of my classmates who came back this time is similar to you, and I think I need to know a little bit about him in order to talk to him. A moment of hesitation from the man on the other side of the magic communication device. Revisiting unpleasant, unwanted nightmares is always painful. It was just when Selina was about to say, "You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. I don't know about anything else, but I'll tell you this story, Selina. In the midst of the war, our unit was nearly surrounded and faced annihilation. Almost 300 of the Empire's soldiers nearly lost their lives without even engaging in proper combat. But there were those who broke through the encirclement. There was another unit, similar to ours, that was surrounded, and one man was determined to save them. Unbelievable. When the Luzerne bastards realized that they had been breached, they realized that a major counterattack was imminent, and they quickly broke through. Hundreds of comrades were saved. It's astonishing. Especially hearing it directly from the person involved, it's unbelievable. It was a miracle. Do you happen to know who that person is? I don't. Not even their name, nor even their appearance. Everyone was covered in grime at the time to recognize anyone. As if recalling that moment, the eyes of the survivor seemed to glaze over slightly. Right. There's one thing I do know. He was a soldier. The hero who saved hundreds was just an ordinary soldier. To think a soldier saved so many people. Truly an extraordinary person. With that in mind, Selina resolved to ask Karl about it later. Out of a sense of obligation to get closer to the person who enlisted because of her. The four protagonists or the four heavenly kings disappeared, a few days after being dumped by Selina. It was you, right? Marcus, upon seeing Karl in the instructor's office, bluntly asked him. Goodness. I never imagined making a timetable would be this difficult. Why are there so many overlapping classes? Didn't the professors discuss it with each other? They shouldn't compete to see who can get more students into their classes? What did I do in my freshman year? And in my previous life during university? I'm sure I did well back then, but after 2 lifetimes worth of military service, it feels like my brain has reset. And now I have this instinct that says, if I organize my schedule like this, I might die. Normally, asking the seniors for help would be the quickest solution. But in terms of student seniority, my peers have already taken the top spots. Below them are all the juniors I've never met before. I barely know my peers' faces, so it's awkward to ask them anything. Even though my social skills have naturally improved from rolling with the soldiers in the military, I'm not crazy enough to ask my juniors, who I don't even know, how to make a timetable. In the end, I chose the path of least resistance, going to see Assistant Professor Marcus. Maybe as my senior, he would give me advice on the timetable. It was you, right? As soon as I entered the office, Marcus bluntly threw that question at me. At first, I blinked, not understanding what he meant. You're the one who did it. No, I mean, if you keep cutting me off mid-sentences like that. Schleifen, Wilhelm, Alexander, and Joachim. The 4 who disappeared. You mean the whereabouts of the 4 heavenly kings? Well, about that. Do you have any evidence? I don't know. I'll just shamelessly wing it for now. Like, do you have any evidence? Don't you know about the principle of evidence? Evidence? You want evidence? I have evidence. There's the fact that you are constantly denying that you had nothing to do with it, but still wanting to see evidence, is the biggest evidence in itself, you moron. Damn it, I've been caught. But it's okay because I'm really confident. Honestly, what did I do? Did I brandish a knife, point a gun at them? They're the ones who did it as soon as they heard my words. I just said that military life was helpful to me in various ways. Yeah, you crazy bastard. Why are you like this? Honestly speaking, would someone who said they learned a lot in the military be considered crazy? Or would it be those who disappeared after saying they would enlist out of the blue? Both? You punk? Those guys are crazy too, but you're the craziest of them all. Ouch. Why am I the craziest? Seriously? You don't know, do you? You are the first person in the history of the Empire to enlist as a soldier while being the son of a high-ranking noble. And you're trying to send your peers to hell because you find it unfair that you alone experienced military life. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Sending them to hell? Instead, it's rescuing pitiful sentient beings from the cycle of suffering? It's unfair? And it's driving me crazy. But the military being hell is actually true, so I can't really argue against that? Ugh. What on earth did you do as soon as you arrived? What on earth? Why do you keep saying that? They're the ones who decided to bear the sacred duty of national defense. That's not the point. Bitch. The senior who spoke suddenly rummaged for something and then swiftly tossed it towards me. This is the problem. Isn't this a leave of absence form? Take a good look. Wondering why, I carefully examined the 4 leave of absence forms. Schleifen, Wilhelm, Alexander, and Joachim. They had written their full names. They'd also written down why they were taking a leave of absence, so that's fine too. Even though the confirmation stamp hasn't been applied yet, the application has been submitted, so no problem. It's all normal, isn't it? Normal. Yes. Nothing wrong with the names, nothing strange written. If we just process it as is, won't the leave of absence be confirmed automatically? At that, the senior muttered, not the content. Look at it again from the top. At the top, there's the leave of absence form. Oh, it's well written. Applying for a leave of absence. Approved. Below, the form is filled out for medical leave under the leave of absence category for the student below. Huh. What the fuck? Wait. It can't be, right? See, what did those guys write on their leave of absence form? No. Medical leave, even if it's long, is only for 3 months. But isn't military enlistment, as far as I know, at least 24 months? How can they use a medical leave application for that? Guys, you're the protagonists? You fuckers? Even so, why are you putting a leave of absence from military service on your application for medical leave? Did they seriously misunderstood my praise for military service as an excuse for taking medical leave? Even if that's the case, it's not medical leave. Have you guys caught a disease? Is Wuhan pneumonia here too? PR/N, huh? Wuhan? Doesn't this seem bit too familiar? You're the main characters. The Academy's 4 handsome men? But why do you have flowers blooming in your heads? How did you survive until the 4th year? Can't we just change this to another type of leave or something? If it were as easy as you say, would I be in this situation? That's blatant document forgery. Regardless of anything else, a leave of absence application is a very important document that only the individual can fill out. Regardless, you haven't submitted the application, have you? I know, but it's medical leave. It's only for 3 months. The situation is really weird. The ones who caused the accident aren't even here. Instead, it's just me and the senior sitting in the office, tearing our hair out in frustration. Suddenly I'm so annoyed. I only told them out of kindness. And these guys go and use some strange leave of absence form and then fall into this mess? Shit. I'm too busy living my own life, why should I worry about their academy life? Mr. Marcus. Why suddenly dropping the senior honorific? You, stop. I can see what you're going to say. Anyway, I think this is your concern, not mine. Hey. I quickly stood up from my seat and gave him an energetic salute. Good luck. Hey, you little. This is as far as I go, senior. It's unfortunate, but what can I do? Just suck it up? I narrowly escaped the senior's grasp as he tried to grab my collar. Medical leave. Medical leave. Really? The more I think about it, the more ridiculous it gets. They saw it written as medical leave and just assumed it was for soldiers or something. It's driving me crazy. What's the point of being handsome if there's nothing on top? Maybe the protagonists are naturally clueless or they're missing a few screws. Come to think of it, protagonists in novels usually don't have that tendency, do they? Maybe Selena's disdain for you guys has something to do with that. Karl. Speak of the devil. Is it the heroine's turn this time? Selena. Do you have a moment? I'm fine, but are you okay? Weren't you busy because of graduation? I filled up my credits in advance, so I have some free time. Let's have a cup of tea. Or maybe a cup of coffee. I'll go with coffee. My previous life's foundation was built on drinking AHH even if it froze. Honestly, water boiled with some leaves doesn't suit my taste. Selena and I sat down once again at the same cafe table we sat at yesterday. I wonder if she also wants to ask me about the whereabouts of the 4 heavenly kings. I sneaked a look at her face, but I didn't see anything different. Karl. Yeah, the conversation we had a few days ago, about you enlisting as a soldier. It's not really because of me, is it? Actually, it was because of you? So feel guilty. I hope the guy who says that is not in this world anymore. Please. There's no way. No matter how much agony confessing and being rejected might cause, it's not like a nobleman would suddenly enlist as a soldier. Do you really think I'm that strange? Though there is a strange person like that present here. Me, from the past. That's not it, but it just keeps bothering me. In the midst of misfortune, Selena's response was fortunate enough to indicate that I didn't seem like that much of a lunatic. Can you, tell me more about, that military story? What's this? Wasn't talking about the military a topic girls hated more than soccer and gaming? But why is Selena bringing it up? Can I curse and get angry with you? Well, maybe a little, but there's no need to go that far. I was deployed right into war as soon as I enlisted. Some soldiers went through absurdity while I endured a literal hell. It wasn't a war involving the entire empire, but it was still a fierce fight. Considering that 2 regular legions were deployed, it speaks volumes. But if you still want to hear, well, from the first day of the war, I was on duty then, and suddenly, military stories just naturally flow when you were from the military, especially when you've been right in the thick of it on the battlefield. It felt like I just started rambling, but suddenly 30 minutes had passed. I glanced around, wondering if I talked too much, but Selena was just nodding along. She seemed to be going along with my story, so I subtly changed the subject. Yeah, speaking of which, your brother. Did you hear anything from him? He didn't really talk much about it, probably because it was a tough time back then. But if he did, well, yeah, there was one about a soldier who rescued him and his unit. Rescue? Soldier. Selena, Can you elaborate more on your brother's military story? From Selena's mouth comes the story of her brother's life. The War of Luzerne. A fierce battle that erupted between the Empire and radical Elven factions. In the greed of the elders, it's always the youth who are sacrificed. The outcome was the Empire's victory, but the process was filled with blood and wounds. Her brother was among the bloodied and bruised. He almost didn't make it back. A death notice could easily have arrived. His family could have wept before his body, or maybe even without that. He was fortunate. The heavens intervened. The gods sent a savior. The enemies were so frightened by his bravery that they broke their own encirclement. The savior appeared as an ordinary soldier and rescued the members of the unit. And that's how my brother was able to escape from there. Selena continued as she fiddled with her coffee cup in front of her. I'm really grateful. If it weren't for that person, not only my brother but hundreds of Empire's soldiers would have lost their lives. As my brother said, the savior sent by the gods was undoubtedly real. Yeah, that could be true. Karl answered in a slightly uneasy tone. Selena, that soldier. Did your brother not get a good look at who it was? Yeah. At that time, everyone suffered so much that they couldn't even wash properly. Thanks to that, everyone's faces were so grimy that they couldn't even recognize who was who. That soldier was no different, so my brother didn't know exactly who he was. I see. Sip. With a still slightly uneasy demeanor, Karl took a sip of the coffee in front of him. Even after that, he seemed slightly uncomfortable for some reason. It's impossible for Selena, who sat directly in front of him, not to notice. Karl had always listened attentively to her stories until now, but this time, his reaction felt odd. It was as if he was making an effort to listen to something he didn't want to hear. Could he be feeling burdened? Right. That could be it. Come to think of it, Karl was also just a regular Empire soldier like that soldier. It could be uncomfortable for him to have someone exactly like him highlighted in front of him. Even though he hadn't done anything, that person had done such things, he might feel ashamed. With that thought, Selena once again felt sorry for her mistake. He may not have done the same things as the soldier, but he was on the same battlefield as him. With that same fear in his heart, he mustered the courage and fought just the same. He may not be the same man, he's an equally great hero of the Empire. It's okay, Karl. You fought just as hard as that person did. For the Empire. Did I? So, you're as remarkable a person as the soldier who saved my brother. With a cheering smile, Selena added, you got this, to encourage him. That brightened Karl's expression, even if only slightly. He says it wasn't because of me, but I'm sure I had something to do with it, so it's only fair that I do this for him. How hard it must have been for a noble scion to enlist as a soldier, and even go to war. Meanwhile, gulp. Karl pushed the last of his coffee down his throat and thought to himself. No matter how you look at it, this is my story, isn't it? Yes, that seems right. No matter how much I think about it, that seems to be the case. That soldier who rescued Selena's brother. The lunatic who claimed to rescue hundreds of his fellow soldiers. That's me, isn't it? During the War of Luzerne, there was a time when I rambled about rescuing my missing squad members. In the midst of the fucking military life and even during the war, we had grown quite close. I didn't want to look at their bodies, I wanted to curse at the ones that were still alive. Of course, other colleagues and superiors told me I was crazy and tried to stop me. They asked if I wanted to get killed, and said it had been a long time since we were trapped by those damn pointy-eared bastards. Unfortunately, those bastards are dead. They are not of this world, so give up. But at that time, I didn't even listen to their words. And then, dragging my body, I went into a place full of fierce enemies. Fuck. Looking back now, I'm glad they weren't crazy like me. The sneaky bastards showed weakness in the frontal assault, but they were ghosts in encirclement and annihilation. Especially in small-scale unit battles without deploying large forces, they always had the upper hand. Once caught in their encirclement, it was a given that you could never come back alive. But somehow, I got really lucky. I had never once crossed paths with those damned pointy-eared bastards, but now I had run into my squad rand. And I still remember the dim conversation I had with those bastards for the first time. You crazy fucker? Do you know where this is? You fucker? I came all the way here to save you, so what's with the attitude? You crawled in here like you own the place? Are you out of your damn mind, wanting to get caught? It's clear we were all crazy. What were we going to do if they heard us and came over? Maybe we would have suffered the dreadful fate of having their scalps peeled off while being held captive? But the goddess of luck was in my favor this time. Despite making a racket to draw them out, we didn't engage with even a single elf. Thanks to that, my comrades and I sought to escape the forest, supporting each other. Then we came across another group of isolated individuals, just like my squad rand. At first, I thought there were only a few of them. But damn it, that wasn't the case. From a few, they multiplied to dozens. And from dozens, they grew to hundreds. They were more than a single company in size. Like my comrades, they were isolated individuals who missed the withdrawal period and got stuck in enemy territory. They couldn't fight anymore, they couldn't flee, and surrendering was even more impossible for them. To those isolated soldiers, I ended up doing another crazy thing. Let's go together. We can retreat to our main base right now. The enemy hasn't been here until the moment I met my comrades. Whether we die here or die on the way, it's the same, isn't it? Since we're going to die anyway, wouldn't it be better to get a little closer to our homeland and die? Crazy bastard. Truly a crazy bastard. What were we going to do if the enemy really ambushed us? At least the front line was somewhat fortified, so we could have withstood it once or twice. If our allies sent reinforcements, there would have been a higher chance of survival and rescue. But at that time, I was not in my right mind due to excessive adrenaline secretion. And neither were the soldiers there. Even the officers were in a similar situation to me. The intense desire to escape from that hell. It was the instinct for survival. We were lucky n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Yeah, we were lucky. Ridiculously, infinitely lucky. Not once did the enemy attack while hundreds of us were seriously considering retreat. Without a single casualty, we supported each other and kept moving forward. And so, we successfully rejoined our allied main force. At the time, I was too disoriented, so I took my squad members back to our unit. You crazy bastard? Orders? Orders? Why did you join the army if you're not going to follow orders? Arg? Sergeant? My bone? My bone? Bone? You son of a bitch? If you got caught by those ear freaks, your scalp would have been peeled off. And then I got chewed out by the sergeant for not following orders and doing that shit. Of course, I came back alive right after, thanking the squad members for bringing me back. Anyway, that's what happened. That's pretty much the story of that day. For saving some of my squad mates, I was promoted from private to corporal. It also became one of the reasons why I was promoted to sergeant before discharge. Karl? Yeah. Are you listening to me? Yeah, of course. I'm listening. Thanks for saying that. For a moment, I thought about telling Selena. That soldier, it seems like it might be me, the person who saved your brother. It's funny how it turned out that way. No, never mind. Let's not. What's the point of saying it? It wasn't exactly a joyful moment. Movies, games, dramas, various things from memories of my past life. There were moments when I watched war heroes from there and thought, I wish I could be like that, receiving praise from others and shrugging it off as if it were nothing. But when I actually experienced it, it was a time I'd rather forget. It wasn't something to boast about, it was just a bitter memory I wanted to forget. It was hell. A fucking hell where someone had to die for sure. Inside the minister's office at the Imperial War Fortress. Is this certain? Yes, Your Majesty. We have gathered the testimonies of those present at the time to the best of our ability. Additionally, considering the accounts of unit commanders and officers, the probability is almost 97%. Even a 3% chance of it being otherwise is significant. Murmuring thus, the Minister of War once again examined the documents. Very well. Proceed with this and submit it to the royal court. Await His Majesty's decision. Recipient of the Imperial Order of Honor. It's been a week since Karl's arrival at the academy. During that time, no one from Class 22 approached him. Reflecting on my past life, I could see the truth in novels featuring academies. A world similar to college. Close friendships among peers. Fresh feelings with opposite-sex friends. And even the peculiar environment conducive to enjoying cider at intervals. There's a reason for the fun, for the popularity. Maybe I, too, was drawn to that aspect when I applied for re-enrollment. Yeah, I wasn't expecting this. I had forgotten. The protagonists of academy stories were all regular students. They weren't like me, attending classes with juniors who had spent 3 years in the military. Let's begin the lecture. Did we cover up to page 25 yesterday? Professor, the weather seems so nice, don't you think? Yes, it's truly lovely weather. Shall we have a pop quiz then? Just kidding. Hehe. The atmosphere is nice. I like this vibe. Huh? Indeed, academies should be like this for my taste. But here I am, sitting in the far corner, scribbling away. My classmates in class 22 are talking and joking around with each other, but I can't, sigh. It's not that I don't understand. I'm sure it's uncomfortable for them. A senior with nearly a 3-year difference, but still in the same freshman year. It's only natural they would feel that way. Especially since I, a noble, made the crazy decision to enlist as a soldier. Damn it. Now that I think about it, I don't blame myself for not fitting in. Phew. I sighed unintentionally. And it seems like someone noticed. Sorry. Huh? Oh, it's okay. They pushed their chair back, accidentally grazing my desk, and apologized. Did they mistake my sigh for irritation and jump straight to apologizing? No, Junior. I'm not angry. And even though there's a difference in our class years, we're in the same grade, right? Please, I'm begging you, don't be so formal. Just treat me comfortably. Everyone. Let me inform you in advance that this midterm exam will be replaced by a group project. Professor. Why are you all like this? Wouldn't that be better than studying for an exam? You're not freshmen anymore, and by now, you all know each other to some extent, don't you? If you don't like it, we can change it back to an exam. That's not it. Come to think of it, a group project sounds good. Shit. No, I don't think that's it. No, Professor, please, don't do this. Let us take the exam, exam, winknov, L, B / JNN. At that moment, I saw the professor wink as our eyes met. Perhaps, in his mind, he's giving me, a returning student, a chance to bond with class 22. Still, shouldn't you listen to the opinions of the parties involved first? Won't you consider my opinion? I feel like I'm going to die of discomfort. I'll manage to make friends on my own, so please, just stop it. Who on earth wants to be on a team with someone 3 years older? Please, for the love of God, anyone, please step forward and say you don't want the group project? Despite my fervent prayers, it seems that even though I have a past life, there's no such thing as a God. In the end, the first midterm exam after returning to school was replaced by a group project. Damn it. Well then, I'll give you some time to form your groups now. At the professor's words, class 22 students excitedly began to laugh and chatter. To them, using lecture time to organize groups must be a good thing. But not me. Professor, I don't even know their names. I don't even know the names and faces of my classmates. If I knew it would be like this, I'd rather be pounding steaks in the military. No, that's not it. Am I going insane? Senior, would you? We still have some space in our group. Would you like to join us? Oh, as expected, there is a God. Unbelievable, there is. And it's not even some sketchy dude, but a female student who approached me first? That's very nice of you, but are you sure it's okay? Won't your friends feel uncomfortable? No, actually. They're all curious about what kind of person you are. The guys want to hear stories about military enlistment. So, isn't this, like, treating me as a slightly insane person? This would make seniors sad, you know. But oh well. It's better than crying alone because no one picked me, haha. It's better than the professor forcing me in. Thinking positively, I was about to follow the junior to change seats. Thump thump thump. Even amidst the noisy classroom, the knocking sound reverberates distinctly. Where have I heard that before? Where was it? Was it when I barged into the platoon leader's office? Everyone, quiet down for a moment. Who's there? We're from the Ministry of War, sir. I'm truly sorry for interrupting the class, but may I come in? Yes. Please come in. The classroom door opens, and suddenly a group of Imperial Army officers floods in. Behind them, Senior Marcus is struggling, not knowing what to do. But seriously, what the hell is going on that brings officers of the Ministry of War to the Academy? Are there deserters here? No, then it would be the military, not officers. Or perhaps it's a guide for voluntary enlistment in the Imperial Army. But that's strange because the war has ended. I never heard any complaints about a shortage of officers during my 3 years on the front lines. I apologize once again, Professor. This is a serious matter. No, you are the glorious shield that protects the Empire, so naturally, I should accommodate you. But, why did you suddenly come to my class? By any chance, is there a student named Karl Adelheit in this classroom? Who? Karl Adelheit? That's me, isn't it? I can't think of anybody else. But I've already been discharged from the military. I've cut ties with the army for good. So why are they looking for me? Why? Did I do something wrong when I was discharged? Frantically, I rack my brain to recall events before my discharge. I did a few things, like swiping a few military items or scribbling graffiti on my way home. Or maybe gossiping about commanders and making some borderline inappropriate jokes. It wasn't a big deal. If they're coming after me for that, it's ridiculous. If you're talking about Karl Adelheit, the student, is he the one who returned to school in the 19th grade? Seems like that's correct. If it's that student. Oh, there he is. Karl, looks like you have a visitor. At the professor's indication, all the students turn to look at me. At the same time, the officers standing in front also turn their gaze towards me. Sergeant Karl Adelheit. Yes, I was Sergeant Karl Adelheit once. Clack, clack, clack. Damn it, don't march so confidently even inside the classroom. Our fresh-faced freshmen are intimidated, so don't come so close to me. I was starting to get along with our freshmen, but what's all this about? What the hell? What's with the pistol in your waistband? Are you trying to scare the kids? Sergeant Karl Adelheit. Enlisted as a volunteer in the Imperial Army in April of Imperial Year 219. Actively served in the Luzerne's War for 3 years. Promoted to sergeant and discharged from the Army in July of Imperial Year 222. Is this correct? Yes, that's me. But seriously, why are you doing this? I've already been discharged, so I'm not even part of the Army anymore. There's no reason for you to come looking for me like this. I haven't done anything wrong, but it's already terrifying. Officers, and not just regular ones, but high-ranking ones too. I remember when I was a soldier, when people like that came to visit, it usually didn't end well. They'd chew you out, criticize you harshly, and sometimes even tear into your soul. And so on. Suddenly, I feel like I'm experiencing PTSD. Please, just go away quickly. Please. Clack, clack. Suddenly, several officers salute me in unison. Their salutes are so sharp that it feels like they could cut through anything. Sergeant Karl Adelheit. This is to express our respect for your dedication to our empire. We have decided to award you the Medal of Honor to commemorate your services to the Empire. What? Wait a minute. Award me? And to whom? The award ceremony will take place at the Ministry of War's headquarters in a week. A week? Wait, hold on. In a week, it's a weekday. Can't you see I'm a student? Are you telling me to skip classes and go to the Ministry of War headquarters? Excuse me. Yes, go ahead. It's just that the ceremony being on a weekday might be a bit difficult for me. I'm currently a student. The thought of explaining the situation to the professor only occurred to me after I said it. After 3 years of idiotic military life, speaking and acting on my own felt so unfamiliar. So as soon as I said it, I thought, oh, I might have said too much, and tried to correct myself. Understood. I will inform them that you would prefer the award ceremony to be held within the academy. Oh, okay. Once again, we express our gratitude for your hard work and dedication. We will see you on the day of the award ceremony. Clack. No? Instead of saluting, can you listen to people a bit more? A sudden award ceremony for distinguished service? And why the fuck am I saluting along with them in the first place? Seems like I still have a long way to go to shake off my military habits. Looks like I'm far from being free of that soldierly demeanor. Excuse me for interrupting your lecture, Professor. Thank you for your understanding. If you'll excuse me. With the salutations, the officers rush out. As the door closes, the classroom returns to its usual state. A Medal of Honor. The highest honor a military person can achieve. Since the founding of the empire over 200 years ago, fewer than 100 individuals have received this honor. Moreover, more than half of them were posthumously awarded, as they had already passed away and were resting with their comrades in arms. So you could say that receiving the Medal of Honor alive was an incredibly difficult task. No, it's not just difficult, it is considered impossible. Yet, the recipient of such a prestigious medal emerged from the academy. The officers who came from the Ministry of War took the utmost courtesy and even provided guidance for the event. It would be strange if there weren't stories circulating about the hero. However, as rumors often go, most were absurd and baseless. That senior from the 19th grade who returned to school this time. That senior was in the Luzerne War apparently. Cut off elf ears and wore them as decorations, right? How crazy do you have to be to receive an honor medal in your 20s? Maybe single-handedly taking down entire enemy units. Could have been assassinating key figures from behind. Or extracting internal information. It was a very quick turnaround for an ordinary academy student to become a monster, a killing machine if you will. There's Senior Karl. How incredible are your achievements? Please tell us. Did you really fly through the air, firing guns at elves? Crazy bastards. Please stop. None of that happened. What incredible achievements. And I'm not some Gundam, how could I possibly fire a gun in midair? Who's spreading these insane rumors? Are there any Ministry of War Public Affairs people lurking around here? Congratulations on receiving the Medal of Honor, Senior Karl. Oh, thank why. By the way, did the elves really call you Angel of Death? I'd truly appreciate it if you just congratulated me, Junior. But Angel of Death? I don't have such a grotesque nickname. Instead, my comrades often called me an asshole. It's just one word difference, but the gap is huge. If my fellow soldiers saw me now, they'd probably hold their stomachs to stop themselves from laughing. Being called an asshole instead of an angel of death. Ha, those assholes. Suddenly, I miss them again. Senior Karl. Hey, Karl. For God's sake, stop it already. All sorts of attention is being paid to the man who was practically a ghost not too long ago. The problem is that the attention is focused on the military memories that I don't particularly want to bring up. I don't even want to mention it, but people keep coming up to me like this. Indeed, too much attention is suffocating. I would have preferred indifference. Damn it. I don't mind being the center of attention, but I didn't ask for this kind of scrutiny. I just wanted to quietly go about my student life like any other student. I heard the news, Karl. Truly remarkable. To receive an honor at your age, and that too a Medal of Honor. Thank you, Professor. Karl, if you're free, would you like to join me for lunch? If you have any interesting topics you'd like to discuss with my students, I'd be interested in hearing them. Oh, it's an honor. What would you like to know? Of course, I must express my gratitude profusely in front of the professors. Receiving a Medal of Honor is impressive, but this is the academy. These are the people who will be responsible for my precious credits in the future, and I need to earn them. If I'm lucky, they'll give me a point or two, or maybe not. Anyway, since the people from the Ministry of War came, my evaluation has changed a bit. From the strange 19th grade student who enlisted and returned to an elven judge, even though I've never judged elves. When I told them I'd never judged elves, they didn't even pretend to listen. They even said I was modest. These damn people. It's not that I'm modest, I never had a chance to be arrogant. Honestly, I secretly hope to be called a war hero, but even on my deathbed, they won't call me that. Damn it. And what the fuck is an elven judge? It's so fucking lame. Childish? Call me a war hero. A fucking war hero. Why are they treating me like this? I'm not some forgotten war hero from a novel. Kaya, I'll make you regret this. I'll haunt you. Regret this. Haunt you. Oh, here comes our elf slayer. Even Senior Marcus saying that? And I'm not a slayer, I'm a judge. And not even a judge. Well. It's the same thing, isn't it? It's not the same. It's completely different. If you're going to call me something normal. A slayer? Anyone who hears that will think I've been skinning heads. Actually, it's quite impressive. You said you didn't do much in the war. I didn't. Really. Don't talk shit. You're telling me you received an honor for doing nothing? Isn't the Imperial War Academy supposed to be a place for kids playing war games? Just be honest and tell me, what the hell did you actually do? Fuck, I'm not being modest, I really didn't do anything. Marcus shakes his head at my answer. Then what about the rumor of being an elf slayer? No, seriously? I'm not a slayer. And that was exaggerated. Frustrated, I explained to him the most plausible reason. The story of venturing alone into an enemy encirclement and bringing back fellow soldiers. It was a moment when luck was truly on my side, as others were also fortunately rescued at the same time. Yay, I was just lucky. I didn't fight bravely like others. It wasn't a crucial moment in the war, and there weren't any important figures among those rescued. Did I mention that Selena's brother was there? That's good, I guess. I saved her brother. Anyway, do you get it now? I'm not some kind of ruthless slaughterer. Do you think receiving an honor means I'm some kind of war machine? Hey, Karl. What? I snapped, irritated by his nonsensical chatter. The expression on the senior's face was quite interesting. Yeah, that expression, it's the same one he made when I told him about enlistment. Are you really nuts? If you keep talking like that, your junior will be hurt. I could just report you for verbal abuse. Do it then. Crazy bastard. What? You're telling me going in alone and rescuing hundreds of people was nothing? Huh? Doing what no one else could or even thought of doing, and you did it alone. No, it was just sheer luck. I didn't fight bravely, I didn't kill many elves. I didn't have any decisive impact on the battle, did I? I just wanted to save my squad members. I couldn't stand the thought of those bastards, who I've seen in every possible state over the past 2 years, ending up on the corpse pile. They looked like shit even with their heads intact. How much worse would they look without their scalps? Smiling even while being dead. They should at least be alive for me to pity them. That was all. The moment I entered hell wasn't when I received the medal. A looming graduation project. It's kept Selena awake for days and nights. Only after finally winning the battle against the project and catching up on the sleep she had missed did she regain some peace of mind. What's going on? Why is the academy so noisy? The academy seemed oddly chaotic. Everyone seemed busy gathering together and chattering incessantly. At first, she thought someone was confessing their feelings to someone else. Or maybe a couple had broken up, or someone was starting a new relationship. Selena. It was before she received a sudden call from her older brother. Brother? What's going on? Have you heard the news? I just heard about it and called you right away. What news? She had been working on her project for the past few nights and sleeping late. She had no idea what had happened or what the situation was. Then, her brother's voice came through the communicator. Remember what I told you last time, Selena? N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. Is this about the soldier who saved you and your squad? That's right. The unknown hero. We now know who that person is. Really? That's great news. You found the savior. Who is it? Someone who saved countless lives, including her brother's. So, even if he's just a soldier, I should thank him personally. Thinking so, Selena smiled as she waited for her brother to continue speaking. Oh, Selena, it seems you still don't know anything. What? What do you mean? Don't you know there's a medal ceremony at your academy next week? A medal ceremony? Could it be that he's talking about the Medal of Honor? The most prestigious recognition bestowed upon the greatest heroes. A token of sacrifice that everyone in the Empire salutes. Really? Why would they hold such a ceremony at the academy? Because the medal recipient is a student at the academy. The person who saved my life. A student at the academy? Who on earth? As Selena's thoughts wandered, a certain someone popped into her mind. Someone with whom she had shared a drink not too long ago, but before that, their relationship had been rather awkward and uncomfortable due to some embarrassing incidents. Karl. And then, her brother on the other end of the communication device spoke up. Karl Adelheit. Yes, that was definitely the name. So, what's going on here? Karl insists that his enlistment was not at all my fault. But surely, my rejection of his confession must have been one of the reasons. And yet, he saved my brother in the midst of that gruesome war? Goodness, Selena? Selena? Selena. No matter how much her brother called her name through the communication device, Selena was just rolling her eyes in confusion. Oh my god. Oh my god. What have I? 3 years and 6 months ago, when I had just joined the academy, I received all sorts of confessions from my seniors during the freshman welcome party. At first, I politely declined with a smile, not hiding my apologetic tone. But as 1 turned into 2, and 2 turned into 4, she grew tired. My reactions became sharper, and I finally cut them off coldly. That was the case with Karl, who confessed when I was at my coldest. I was so angry at the outpouring of confessions that it was impossible to stay in the academy. It was never about Karl, AF if I was annoyed. I ended up being overly cold-hearted than necessary. Well, sorry. But, can we still be friends? I never saw Karl again at the academy after that day. I was a little worried, so I looked into it and found out that he had taken a leave of absence, but I never heard from him again. Even after Karl disappeared, the confessions continued to come from other students. Among them were students from the same year like Schleifen, Wilhelm, Alexander, and Joachim. Naturally, I rejected all of them, but not as sharply as before. I had grown accustomed to it. And I felt sorry for having been too harsh on Karl. As time passed, on a busy day preparing for graduation in the 2nd semester of my 4th year, Selena, that guy came back to school. Karl. He's back. Unexpected news from Edvin. Karl, who had been missing for over 3 years, had returned. I met him. It was indeed Karl. Something seemed different about him, but regardless, it was him. And then I heard the shocking news right there. He enlisted. He denied it, but the timing was too perfect. His confession was met with a sharper reaction than it needed. And the fact that he immediately took a leave of absence from school, enlisted as a soldier despite being a nobleman, and fought in a war. No matter how I think about it, I'm sure I'm partly to blame for what he's been through. But that wasn't the end of it. He saved my brother in the midst of the war. The overflowing sense of guilt I had been carrying unknowingly came rushing out. Selina, are you listening to me? I quickly got up from my seat and went straight to find Karl. Was he really the unnamed hero who saved my brother? If so, why didn't he tell me directly that it was him when I was talking about it? Was he worried that I would feel guilty or burdened? Idiot. Idiot? You idiot. Not knowing he was such a good person, I vented my accumulated frustration on him. I had to speak up. Apologize. Thank him. It was necessary. But despite searching for him all day, I couldn't find Karl. He's avoiding me. Maybe he thinks I'll feel uncomfortable. That's why he's doing this. It must be. I clenched my fists and banged my head in frustration, blaming myself relentlessly. Meanwhile, no one would find me here. Somewhere in the academy, away from the throng of students, Karl was stuck. His stealth skills as a soldier, all the way up to the rank of sergeant in his later years, are second to none. It was no wonder Selina couldn't find him. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. No one can find me. I am a wall. I am an object. I also became a sergeant. Yes, I am the Dark Knight. Adun Torridas? 3 days have passed since I was confirmed as a recipient of the Medal of Honor. During those 3 days, I hid every day except for attending classes. If someone saw me, they would think I was an escaped convict. That's how thoroughly I hid. It's not like this is a war zone, but what can I do? If I tried to walk normally, people would gather around saying, "Look, there's the elf slayer." My attempts to make them listen to me were futile. Everyone's attention was fixated on the Medal of Honor. But I, the person in question, didn't feel anything special about it. I knew the medal was prestigious, but it seemed like an overreaction. If someone heard about it, they might think I saved a princess or a crown prince. Are they going to send assassins after me because of the rumors? Damn, if that really happened, it would be so unfair. I could count on my fingers how many elves I killed with the shots I fired. My marksmanship was so precise that even an angel would turn into a devil. Shooting 10 shots and hitting 3 was a miracle achieved by this body. I've even squandered the taxes paid by the imperial citizens like crap several times. But what can I do? The guns here are so different from the ones I used. The guns here shot 700 abada kidavras per minute, but not here. I don't know if they made me shoot this or if they wanted me to be better at swordsmanship. I feel like I understand why war is essential for human advancement. Someone with a brilliant idea like, let's make something better to fight with instead of using these crappy things, must have existed at least once. Senior Karl. I'll postpone the group project meeting for now. It's not the right time, is it? I'm going crazy for real. We're in groups, we should at least meet and greet each other. They didn't say hello and said, "Senior," so there was no progress. Meanwhile, the girls were looking at their classmates with disgust. If they were fellow soldiers like me, it would have been somewhat understandable. But these guys were all civilians. No, they weren't even draft candidates, were they? In any case, there was no reason to tell these chicks war stories. Talking about the army is only interesting to those who know. Whether it was PX disease, boiler disease, or barber disease, it didn't matter. There was something only veterans could understand. Otherwise, interesting stories would only make civilians scratch their heads. Thud. Did the trackers manage to follow me here? It seems it's time to leave this place now. This place, with few people inside the building. A place I grew accustomed to. Goodbye, Karl. What's this? Exposed just like that? Even our captain couldn't do this, could he? He only had this level of influence. But that person couldn't possibly be here. Things to do. Let's bail for now. If caught, they'll ask how many elf ears I've cut off. I don't need that. Karl? Wait. Selina. Turning around, I saw Selina, who demonstrated tracking skills of a stalker. Stop right there. Freeze. Hands up. I won't move, so please don't shoot. It was you. I said I won't move, so, The person who saved my brother. The nameless hero. That was you, Karl. As Selina spoke, I suddenly felt intensely embarrassed. I don't know why. It just felt like my secret, which I wanted to keep hidden, had been exposed. I didn't do anything bad. In fact, I did something really good. And yet, I don't know why I felt that way. Sigh. As Selina approached, breathing heavily, she looked at me. LB //JNN. Honestly. Tell me honestly, Karl. Was it really, not because of me? What? No way. Me enlisting as a soldier. Yeah, that. You, a noble, not even an officer, choose to live the life of a soldier. And even being deployed to war, experiencing those difficult times. All of it. I couldn't answer right away. Selina's words were true. Why did I do such a crazy thing? It was to forget the pain and embarrassment of what had happened. It's not something a sane person could do, but in any case, she was the cause. It was impossible to say that there was no connection at all. To be honest, I'm a little hurt. You could have rejected me in a way that didn't hurt so much. I heard that you smiled and rejected other humans, so why did you give me the cold shoulder? I understand everything else, but I'm sad that I was the only one who was treated so coldly. Selina? I told you, Selina. It wasn't because of you? Despite that, I once again gave her a definite answer. It wasn't because of her. Her actions weren't the cause of my unhappiness. My response to Selena wasn't just due to pride. If I admitted it, all my suffering and memories would be reduced to nothing. I thought it was right for me to bear everything because it was ultimately my choice. Really? Are you sure? It was not because of me. I told you. I might seem a bit strange, but I'm not some crazy guy who enlisted just because he got rejected. I just wanted it. It was my decision, my action. That's all. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Until the end. Karl never blamed me. He told me once that it was okay. I told him it was okay to be honest. He always protected me. He smiled at me, just like he did back then. Looking at him like that, I couldn't help but smile vaguely. Why did I reject his confession more adamantly than usual? Was it because I considered the subsequent advances from men unworthy of consideration? Over time, I couldn't forget Karl and kept him in a corner of my heart. It wasn't simply because I felt sorry. It was just because I couldn't forget him, because he kept coming to mind and bothering me. They died for the prosperity and glory of the empire. Here they are buried with their great ancestors. Only God will know their names. Standing in front of the graves of the unknown soldiers, a woman gently stroked the tombstones. They, noble patriots who passed away without even leaving their names behind. From the beginning to the end of the empire, they will shine eternally. Your Highness, it's time to go. Princess Michaela, with a nod, boarded the carriage. The Medal of Honor ceremony. A day when the entire empire pays tribute to one person. Normally, they should be heading to the Ministry of War, but today's destination was different. The Academy. The ivory tower of the empire. That was where today's ceremony was held. Polak. As we moved there, I examined the honoree for this occasion. Karl Adelheit. The eldest son of Count Friedrich. He was truly an unusual figure. The eldest son of a count joining the military was rare indeed. Such cases were rare even in the history of the empire. It was something that only happened when the empire was just established. There had been none since then. If a direct descendant of an influential family became a prisoner, it would be quite troublesome. Yet, this young man Karl enlisted voluntarily while concealing his identity. Later, his identity was revealed, but both the Ministry of War and the Count accepted it. They said if their son truly did it out of loyalty to the empire, they would understand his intentions. However, there were so many worries. Especially from Rika, the eldest daughter of House Adelheit. The next Count Friedrich. Rika Adelheit. Even in front of me, she couldn't hide her anxiety about her younger brother, who was 3 years younger. Ironically, whenever news about Karl came up, she would say, I don't want to hear about that guy. Anyway, Karl, who enlisted like that, fulfilled his duty as an imperial soldier. He trained with his comrades and soon went to the battlefield where he fought the enemies. And in the process, he performed an unbelievable miracle of rescuing hundreds of comrades. It was an incredible feat. He deserves to be hailed as a hero. But the reason he's not recognized until much later is because he kept his identity a secret. Right after the rescue, before anything was known about him, he disappeared. At that time, it was difficult to investigate because the war was still going on. But once the war ended and formal investigations began, testimonies about what happened that day poured in. I, myself, was serving as a captain in the Imperial Army at that time. So I understood very well the significance of rescuing allies, especially hundreds of them, alone. It wasn't just about rescuing hundreds. It was about saving thousands of parents, spouses, and children from misery. It was about saving the few soldiers who survived with lifelong guilt over the deaths of their comrades. The Empire owed a great debt to Karl. Therefore, the Medal of Honor ceremony was only natural. Your Highness. As we arrived at the square designated for the ceremony, personnel from the Imperial Army approached. Seeing them, I reflexively prepared to salute, but soon lowered my hand. During the war, I received orders from them as an Imperial Army captain. But normally, as the Princess of the Empire, I was respected by them. I still wore the insignia of a captain, but that was natural. Meanwhile, the men who had bowed politely continued. The preparations for the ceremony are complete. However, Your Highness, will you really? I've already said it. He's a young man who, by rescuing hundreds alone, eventually saved thousands, even tens of thousands. What's the problem in paying tribute to someone who sacrificed himself for the empire? My determination was firm, and the army personnel did not stop me any further. In fact, it was enough. Because the Medal of Honor was so glorious. Even the servants would have bowed their heads to the emperor paying tribute personally. Who's the hero of today? They're waiting? How much time is left until the ceremony? About 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Just 10 minutes. That should be enough. Well, then, let's have a quick chat with that hero before the ceremony. I was curious. Who exactly was this person? What kind of person could perform such brave actions? By the enemies. And not just any enemies, but surrounded by the elves, the ghost of encirclement. A soldier who willingly threw himself for those who seemed to have no hope. I, myself, filled with a sense of duty towards the empire, was unsure of. Sergeant Karl Adelheit. Thus I finally met the Medal of Honor recipient, Sergeant Karl Adelheit. Sergeant Karl Adelheit? It's an honor to meet you, Your Highness. Oh, yeah, just, don't shout so loudly. He was just, really, an utterly ordinary young man that one could see anywhere. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. In my past life, I once shook hands with a colonel. Yeah, a colonel. 3 stars. Lucky, right? Are you fucking kidding me? It's not luck, it was really fucked. My hands are still shaking. I don't know how many eyes were looking at me in that split second. Each and every one of them had a meaning behind their gaze. If you make a mistake, you die. If anything comes out of the colonel's mouth, you and I are both dead. But today, a buster call from worse than 3 stars came flying to me. Relax. Her Highness the Princess is coming soon. The Princess. The Emperor's daughter. An invincible being who would make the stars look pale in comparison. And such a person has come to personally award me a medal and give a congratulatory speech. She even said she wants to meet me for a moment and is on her way to the waiting room. Please, no. Please, don't come. Damn it, why does it always have to be a soldier's background? Sergeant Karl Adelheit. Sergeant Karl Adelheit? It's an honor to meet you, Your Highness. But this body started as a private and made it to sergeant safely discharged. This much can be easily overcome. I didn't eat my rations through a straw. Oh, yeah. Just, don't shout so loudly. Understood, Your Highness. The first princess, Michaela. I haven't met her before, but I've heard of her. During the war in Luzerne, this woman was also in the Imperial Army like me. To be precise, I was a private and Michaela was an officer. Your physique is more impressive than I expected n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. I apologize. No need to apologize. Just an observation. More importantly, you resemble Rika. Rika? You mean my sister Rika? Excuse me, but I'd like to ask what relationship you have with my sister. Friends. Let's just leave it at that for now. That's strange. I've never heard of my sister being friends with the princess. Did she not say it out of embarrassment, or is it some kind of tacit understanding? I'll say the same thing later, but I just came to express my gratitude. I've just done what I had to do. Indeed. Just did what you had to do. But those who fulfill their duties should rightfully be respected. Without that, which soldier would try to protect the country, and who would try to become a hero? I almost cringed for a moment. Not because my efforts were acknowledged, but because it seemed like my comrades were being recognized. All the things I've experienced so far somehow had meaning, in some way or another. So, you can be proud of yourself. No, you must. Because you're the one who remembers those who've gone before us. That's the best tribute we can offer. There. Rise and shine, it's time for the ceremony. Sergeant. BBE proud of yourself. Those words would probably remain in my mind for quite a long time. *****. Distinguished guests. Let me first offer a prayer to our protector and guide. O light, bless this ceremony with your radiance today. Sergeant Karl Adelheit was a brave soldier and a warm person. As a member of the Imperial Army. Prayers to the gods. And a blessing from the Bishop of the Order of Light. I stood nervously, awaiting the ceremony with all my body. I imagined myself to be more carefree, given that I rescued hundreds. But no. A smile crept onto my face. I think I understand now why Rika was so worried about me. To call me a war hero. It felt a bit thin to say I did such amazing things alone. Of course, there's nothing more foolish than judging a person by their appearance. Next, we'll proceed with the presentation of the medal by the first princess. It's my turn. The most important moment. To express gratitude to the hero on behalf of the Empire and the royal family. After adjusting my clothes, I stood up and cleared my throat before stepping forward. Thank you all for attending today. After some appropriate greetings, I mentioned how powerful the Empire currently is. And in all of this, I made sure to acknowledge everyone's contribution. Sergeant Karl Adelheit. We are truly delighted to honor his heroic deeds today with this prestigious medal. Furthermore, we deeply respect his noble acts. It wasn't just reading off a prepared script. If not for them, at least for me. Those who willingly sacrificed themselves for the Empire and the royal family. Regardless of their status, we must bow our heads to them with infinite respect and admiration. Sergeant Karl Adelheit, I express my gratitude once again for your dedication to the Empire. Next were detailed accounts of his heroic actions. Honestly, it was tough to memorize all of it. It was a lot of work. But, I did it. I couldn't just read off a piece of paper in front of the medal recipient. He performed a miracle by rescuing a total of 267 people. As a result, those who were saved likely number in the thousands. A true hero of the Empire. Now, we are honored to present him with this prestigious medal. The colonel held up the medal next to me, a shining symbol of sacrifice. The esteemed emperor himself, after considering the opinions of the Imperial Council and Ministry of War, has decided to award this medal in recognition of your great spirit, whose bravery and sacrifice, unflinching in the face of all odds, saved countless lives. The medal was placed around Karl's neck. This wasn't something he wanted or asked for. But still, we had to do this. So that we could remember. If you have anything you'd like to say. As usual, I asked the honoree for a word. Karl, who seemed hesitant for a moment, finally spoke up. I was just lucky. After a brief pause, Karl spoke slowly. The real heroes are the comrades who didn't return. Thunderous applause erupted for him. Karl looked sad. I earnestly prayed that the sound would reach his comrades as well. The Medal of Honor recipient is a returning student at the Academy. Not even a graduate, but still an enrolled student? After the award ceremony, the Academy staff were in a state of excitement. To think that such a prestigious medal recipient is here, how wonderful it is. And to have such determination for learning, not just staying in the military but returning to school. In such a situation, if the professors weren't moved, it would be odd indeed. If he received such an honor, it would have been even better if he had stayed in the military and received better treatment. That's true. It seems his determination for learning is exceptional. Truly a commendable student. We should work harder too, don't you agree? Yes, let's work harder to quench that thirst for knowledge, even if it means teaching more. Though the excitement was flowing in a rather peculiar direction. If we give him more assignments, he'll gladly accept, won't he? Ha ha ha. How about suggesting graduate school to him? He can delve deeper into academics. Oh, that's a good idea. I bet Karl would be willing. If Karl overheard this conversation, he might have immediately rushed to the barracks to confiscate a gun. Then he would have rained bullets down on them, saying this is Avada Kedavra. *****. One benefit of the Medal of Honor, the right to respect from anyone in the Empire regardless of status. Second benefit of the Medal of Honor, receiving invitations to any imperial events and being able to attend. Third benefit of the Medal of Honor, being able to request support from the palace's mage corps when magic is needed. There are many other benefits, but let's save listing them for another opportunity. But wait, is there also a benefit of the Medal of Honor called Priority Candidate for Graduate School Recruitment? Karl, my boy, I have a way to satisfy your thirst for knowledge. Have you heard of graduate school? This is truly a beneficial system. It's a great opportunity to learn more alongside our professors and plan your future together. The dragon within me roared. What are these crazy professors saying now? What graduate school? Now that I'm out of the military, they want to tie me down to graduate school? Are they just itching for a taste of bullets? The unexpected outcome truly befuddles the mind. To think that I, who received a Medal of Honor upon enlisting, would be a graduate student at the academy. This sounds like a title straight out of a novel that I wouldn't even bother reading if I were dead or alive. Enlisting once, shedding blood twice, and now ending up with a degree in graduate school. The younger students used to eagerly gather around, asking, please tell us war stories. Now, that's somewhat alleviated. But just when I thought I could let my guard down, now it's the professors who are acting strange. Why? What's wrong with being a graduate student? Try it once and then talk. Senior Marcus. It's not right to say such harsh words carelessly. Hey, I'm also a graduate student. In that case, senior, you lack even conscience. Dragging juniors to hell just because you're in hell yourself. Did you perhaps wrap your conscience in the soup you had for lunch earlier? The time of patience and hardship was enough in the military. At least enlisting was my decision. But being a graduate student was never even a thought. Even if there were grievances, I'd never do it again. Karl, if you mention graduate student one more time, I have this pen here. This time, I'll really jab you with the pen tip on your forehead, so stop it. Senior. Scary. But I wasn't trying to talk about that. Then what is it? What's with the weird atmosphere again? Wasn't it completely over between you and Selena? Not to that extent, we just decided to remain colleagues, as friends. From what I hear lately, it doesn't sound like you're just colleagues or friends. What the hell did he hear to say such things? You're a graduate student, and a teaching assistant, and yet you have time for this? Professor, look here, your slave no, your graduate student is goofing off. I heard a rumor recently. People have seen you several times at the cafe, and as if that weren't enough, they say they've seen you together. Someone who's always in the TA's office, I can't believe a word they say. PR/N, Ta equals teaching assistant. What's that supposed to mean? Being holed up in the TA's office means all the gossip gets collected there. Do you have any idea how much the junior students adore me? This body of mine is so popular. It's not popularity, it's just that I'm so easy, right? TA's office hermit. Wow, that title feels like it packs a punch, like a combat power of about 3. Anyway, answer me. When you returned to school, you said you didn't even want to run into Selena. That's right. Were you not serious back then? Or are you still holding on to feelings? No, I'm not. I just really want to be friends. Really? Yes. We'll be seeing each other for at least another 6 months, and it's kind of weird if we keep avoiding each other since we're in the same year. After going through all the trouble of returning to school, I want to smile and say goodbye. I used to think that way and let it all go. What I learned in past lives and in the military was just that. Holding on to things alone only harms myself. I have to let go. And to do that, it's okay to take the first step instead of just waiting. I'm just saying, confessing again and then getting rejected, it would be difficult to re-enlist. Surely this isn't some grand plan to get into graduate school. Ha ha ha. I immediately grabbed the pen that was lying on the desk. Senior, I'll kill you. *****. You, crazy bastard. You really hit me? You hit me? Arg. Shut up. You're not even bleeding. But it hurts? You bastard. How dare a junior hit a senior? Oh, my goodness. If you want to be treated like a senior, then act like one. Senior Marcus, definitely not a normal human being. Even after I warned him, he still provoked me. Aren't you glad you didn't get shot? No, I might be able to live normally as a graduate student. If that's the reason, I might be able to tolerate it a little. Should I have played along if I knew this was going to happen? No, even so, being a graduate student crossed the line. Sergeant Karl Adelheit. I was planning to return to the dormitory and take a nap. Why do they keep calling me sergeant instead of student? A serious question that has been arising lately. Is this place really an academy, or is it a military base? Why do I hear Sergeant more often than Senior Karl or Karl Appa, let alone Student Karl? Yes. Who is it? Ranchtuk? Imperial Army salute. I am Lieutenant Catfish. I'm from the Ministry of War. Yes. Lieutenant Catfish, nice to meet you. But you don't have a beard. Huh? Oh, yes. I'm still in my 20s. Haha. If this were my past life, I would have cracked a dad joke. But it doesn't seem to fly here. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. So why are you here again? I thought I'd already received the Medal of Honor, and was done with the military. Did you come to return the Medal of Honor? Why would I do that? The Medal of Honor is awarded to those who perform the most honorable and brave actions. It undergoes rigorous scrutiny and selection, so there's absolutely no reason to return it. Doing so would disgrace the Imperial Army. Lieutenant Catfish, you've only been a lieutenant for a short time, right? Weren't you just a corporal until a month ago? It was just a joke, but it's a bit much to take it seriously. Calm down, calm down. It was a joke. I know I'm a former soldier. Yes. I apologize. I didn't mean to disrespect Sergeant Karl Adelheit. No, just stop taking it so seriously. Why did you come? Upon hearing this, Lieutenant Catfish suddenly became serious. Actually, the Personnel Administration Director has requested a meeting. The Personnel Administration Director. Personnel Administration. It's literally managing personnel matters. Why are they suddenly looking for me when I'm not even in the combat field? If I were to ask what's going on, Lieutenant, you wouldn't know exactly either, right? Ahaha. Yes, I only received the order to fetch you. I see. But it might be of some help. From what I've heard, the Personnel Administration Director is tearing their hair out wondering why these random guys suddenly applied for enlistment. Huh? Enlistment? Surely it couldn't be that commoners are enlisting. Then what's going on? Are there idiots like me, who made such a choice amidst the blue bloods? And not just one, but several? The director must be going through a lot. It seems similar to my case. Yes, but the situation is quite different now, so the director sighed deeply, thinking it might be best to discharge those 4. I see. 4 of them. Huh. Wait a minute. Lieutenant. Yes. By any chance, those damn bastards. I mean, those 4. Were they all tall and slightly too good looking to the point of being annoying? Judging by the female officers blushing, that seems to be correct. I grabbed my head. Shit. I momentarily forgot. The 4 heavenly kings. No wonder it's been too quiet. There's no reason to accept noble youths as soldiers when the war is over. And since it wasn't kept secret like me, their families would have found out immediately. It seems their panicked families are asking for those guys to be exempted. Come to think of it, did my father just laugh and say, "Who will stop a man's determination," when he heard that his son had foolishly enlisted as a soldier? Father, why didn't you just grab me and break my leg? That day head of the Personnel Administration Department at the Ministry of War, Baden Ural, was dealing with the aftermath of war and the constant headache of overtime, all while battling progressing hair loss. Why on earth are they coming to me? Schulleifen Rosberg, the eldest son of Count Adria. Wilhelm Fritz, the eldest son of Count Gramstadt. Alexander Eddard, the eldest son of the Baron of Brunn. Joachim Playson, the eldest son of the Duke of Tyrol. Why am I suddenly listing prominent noble families' heirs? These 4 individuals recently appeared out of the blue, declaring their intention to enlist as soldiers. Despite being urged otherwise, they stubbornly made their way even to the rookie training camp. A few years back, the son of Count Friedrich had done the same. However, there was a clear distinction between him and the current 4. Why on earth is our eldest son there? Please send him back immediately. I need to break one of that bastard's arm. Can you tell him that his mother is anxiously looking for him? Tell him that if he doesn't crawl back to the main house right away, I'll kick him out. Indeed, the news of their enlistment had spread throughout the town long before. While Count Friedrich's son had quietly enlisted and completed their training before the news broke, these 4 had already become the talk of the town even before applying for enlistment. Moreover, the situation at the Ministry of War was vastly different then and now. Back then, there was a desperate need to boost the morale of the Imperial Army through propaganda. Amidst this, the sudden enlistment of noble heirs with blue blood was seen as a stroke of luck. It was heavily publicized, resulting in them being decorated with honors, thus a resounding success. However, now, there's no war raging on. The army has already achieved victory, with no need to further bolster their morale. So why should I bother with the troublesome heirs of the nobility and the sons of the imperial high families? All 4 of you are unfit for service. Leave immediately. I attempted to send them away. I didn't particularly care whether the noble families killed or saved them. However, the 4 adamantly refused to leave. We came here at the command of Karl, and we'll leave only at the command of Karl, they declared, with a bizarre mix of determination and reverence for Karl, the very person in question. Thanks to this, the few remaining strands of my hair eventually succumbed heroically. How could I withstand the pressure of his already difficult duties while being pestered by the 2 barons and 2 imperial high family heirs? And yet, the sons showed no intention of leaving willingly. In the end, I decided to resort to the final option. I called for Sergeant Karl Adelheit, a distinguished recipient of the Medal of Honor. Why on earth did those individuals mention his name? Sergeant Karl? A recipient of the Medal of Honor. He saved our soldiers, so he should save me too, right? Please, please, save me. And the next day, a recipient of the Medal of Honor appeared at the Ministry of War headquarters. *****. Damn. This is messed up. Really messed up. There's no sugarcoating it. What happened to being a nobleman? If you were in my shoes, would you be able to go to the Ministry of War and just laugh it off when they send someone saying, "Sir, we have a problem, and we were hoping you could help us solve it. So please come quickly"? Even Jesus, Buddha, and all other deities would be like, this is a bit much. We've arrived. Please step out. Phew. In the end, I came to the Ministry of War, a place that could be considered the headquarters of the Imperial Army. Suddenly, I felt a desperate craving for a cigarette. I hadn't smoked since my past life. The wisdom of our old seniors who used to say, a cigarette after a meal is the real deal. Ranchtuck. The thunderous salute made me momentarily think it was the soldiers. But once again, my expectations were pleasantly defied. Sergeant Karl Adelheit, welcome to the Ministry of War. Thank you. One captain, followed by several officers of higher ranks. They all greeted me enthusiastically with salutes. Although I may be a noble, they are nobles too. We're in the same boat. So, it's not just about treating me well because I'm a noble. The Medal of Honor. Yes, they show such endless respect solely for that. Believing in heroic deeds. Look at those sparkling eyes. When in reality, I just got lucky and saved some people. Ahem. Let's go inside first. I feel uneasy about causing a scene here. Of course. I'll escort you straight to the Personnel Administration. Following the captain's lead, I entered the Ministry of War headquarters. Personnel in military uniforms were bustling around, occasionally exchanging glances with me. Indeed, no matter where you go in the military, it's all the same. This way. As we entered, a man who had been seated at the head suddenly stood up and offered a vigorous salute like the others. Oh my god. It seems that this head of personnel administration has finally succumbed in the battle against stress. His forehead resembles the Pacific Ocean, his gleaming bald head. Is that the pitiful sight of defeat? Suddenly, I think of my father, and my grandfather comes to mind as well. Both of them were old but still had a full head of hair. When I think about it, at least I don't have to worry about going bald. It's an honor to meet you, Sergeant Karl Adelheit. I'm Baden Ural, head of personnel administration. Please don't be so formal. I feel uncomfortable. Director Baden. How else would you expect a Medal of Honor recipient to be treated? If it weren't me, even the minister would salute you first. Don't you know that? With a laugh, Director Baden personally gestures for me to take a seat. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Catfish brings in tea, and the captain prepares refreshments. It's kind of funny when you think about it. I'm just a sergeant, a rank that was only given to me just before I retired. Yet here I am, being treated politely by a major, a captain, and even the director of the Ministry of War. It's a clear demonstration of how thoroughly the Empire respects its Medal of Honor recipients. Doesn't it make you feel excited and proud in such moments? Well, I thought I would feel that way at first, but it just feels burdensome. What should I say? It feels like I'm being treated like this on purpose. At that moment, I had no desires other than wanting to save my comrades. I acted solely with that determination, so receiving such treatment feels rather embarrassing. Is life at the academy enjoyable? Yes, Director. I'm enjoying it. It's completely different from the military. Ha ha ha. That's understandable. It's been about 18 years? 19 years? Since I graduated from the academy, I still vividly remember those days. Oh, yeah, I see. Wait a minute. If that's the case, that guy must be in his 40s now, even if I generously estimate his age. And yet, he's still so vibrant? Director Baden? What kind of life have you lived? Director Baden. It's a pity, but it's your business. So, can we get to the point quickly? The reason you wanted to see me, is it because of those 4 who want to enlist as soldiers? Schleifen, Wilhelm, Alexander, and Joachim. Is that correct? You seem to be well aware. I heard you gave them some advice. Well, that's. Surely you filtered only the positive aspects as an experienced person, so you didn't tell them the bad parts and they misunderstood, leading to this situation in the end. I haven't even said anything, yet he knows everything. But then again, it actually makes sense, so I nod my head in agreement. Yes, that's right. I'm also quite embarrassed by how this turned out. Currently, Sergeant Karl Adelheit is the only one who can persuade those 4 and send them back. As someone who advised them and as a Medal of Honor recipient, you have the qualifications. So, if the reason you wanted to see me is, I hope you will take those 4 to the recruit training camp and make sure to bring them to the academy. It's one hurdle after another. I came to the Ministry of War, and now they want me to go to the recruit training camp. I'm worried it might lead to PTSD, especially since I had a dream of going back to being a recruit yesterday. Is this some kind of premonition? A melodious humming. A pair of slender, white thighs resting on the desk. The ears of the woman were much longer and sharper than those of an ordinary human. Miss Eloise. Huh? Oh, you're here. With a sparkling smile, she gently gestured. Then, a man with pointed ears approached the woman. Report. Yes. According to the latest news from the Empire. The obvious, and therefore uninteresting. In such cases, I'd rather find the answers in those seemingly nonsensical, whimsical musings of the Eastern philosophy or the romantic folk tale. They are much more intriguing. Ah, and also, there's a new Medal of Honor recipient from the Empire's side. Is that so? Furthermore, it's not a posthumous recipient, but a living one. Oh, the woman changes her posture with a sigh of admiration. The curves of her upper body are clearly visible through what could be clothing or scraps of fabric. It was something that could captivate the hearts of many men, but the man before her was visibly tense. Well, he had every reason to be, considering this woman was the monster who didn't hesitate to slit the throats of her own kin. What kind of person is it? It's probably a man, right? Yes. Karl Adelheit. A sergeant in the Imperial Army. An unusual case as he enlisted as a noble. He's crazy, huh, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. And the medal is for rescuing allies. Rescuing allies, huh? Is that it? Nothing more. Yes. That's all. Strange. Even though those Luzerne folks may be a pain, their handling of matters isn't shabby. Running her fingers through her hair, she spoke. Find out more. Honestly, does it make sense that it's just about rescuing allies? Clearly, he must have single-handedly shot at least dozens of those Luzerne soldiers. Quickly. Understood. Lady Eloise. And what did I ask you to look into separately? At her question, the male elf lowers his head with a tense expression. Still, from what I've seen, it seems like it was just a simple coincidence. A coincidence? Oh, I see. A coincidence, huh? It was just a coincidence. A coincidence? The leader of those Mafra bastards who were planning a full-scale assault on the Empire coincidentally got shot, and then, they coincidentally had internal strife. And by some miraculous coincidence, the Empire emerged victorious? Wow, what a coincidence. I apologize. Find him. He's undoubtedly a sharpshooter in the Imperial Army. The war is over, so it's about time to gradually reveal my specialization. In a moment, the man blurts out a question unintentionally. If you find him, what do you intend to do? What am I going to do? The Elven-aligned pigeon faction, the Heisens. The clandestine extermination unit nurtured there. The commander of that unit, Eloise, smiles as she licks her lips with her tongue. He stole from my plate, so I should torment him a little. And then, what should I do next? Maybe I'll make a half-elf with that human. Even the elves are aware of the Empire's intriguing Medal of Honor. Eloise Lonegrand, the commander of the extermination unit, was one of those elves. She had a hobby of gathering information about recipients of the Medal of Honor. Humans who achieved quite remarkable feats together. Paragons of bravery and strength. Strong men. Listening to their stories made one's heart race and excitement overflow. There was a desire to meet them immediately and exchange opinions about strength. However, such individuals were mostly no longer of this world. It was inevitable. To accomplish such deeds and still be alive is miraculous. But this time was different. A survivor received the Medal of Honor. So, there was a slight interest, but it quickly faded upon hearing it was for rescuing allies. Isn't there anything else besides rescuing allies? Like Luzerne. Those scoundrels who used to cut off ears. It's not fun this way. It doesn't make my heart race anymore. I need strong men. I'm no longer interested in fellow malekin who cry like women all the time. Strong human men are the best. Always exhilarating. Always new. Honestly, I had some expectations hearing about the recipient of the Medal of Honor. A sharpshooter from the Imperial Army who unexpectedly targeted Luzerne's leader. Naturally, I thought he would come forward and receive the medal, but he didn't. Could it be that Luzerne sent assassins? If we look at it that way, there's not much difference with this recipient of the Medal of Honor. They supposedly rescued hundreds while being treated like idiots, but isn't that more shameful? I don't know, but I hope that sharpshooter shows up soon. I heard the sound of something rushing quickly, causing my ears to perk up. Knowing what it was, I sighed. A little while later, a cute-looking squirrel came running in. The little creature, which had been scurrying around, soon handed something to me that was strapped to its back. Extermination Unit Commander, Eloise Lowengrand's report. Ugh, here we go again. What nuisance are they bothering me with this time? I need to retire soon. What kind of nonsense is this outside of office hours? Grumbling inwardly, I received the orders and opened my mouth. Roger. Go ahead, speak. As I did, the squirrel's eyes lost focus, and its mouth opened. Detected movements of surviving Luzerne individuals. Oh my, really? Where are they heading? Cliffs? Caves? The Empire? My expression instantly sharpened. Have these guys lost their minds? Their objectives are anticipated to be one of three things. Assassination of Empire's high-ranking officials, terrorism targeting noble families and their offspring, and finally, the assassination of the recent recipient of the Medal of Honor. Wow, have they all gone collectively insane? Every single one of them is acting like a fucking lunatic, aren't they? Could it be they've finally decided to become suicide commandos? Unknown. Hence, we are investigating. Orders are issued, Leopard. Destination, the Empire. Targets, those aiming to disrupt the peace between us elves and the Empire. And the method. As always, reconnaissance and extermination. Over. As the voice faded, life returned to the squirrel's eyes. Then, it dashed away and soon disappeared from sight. Haha. Ho ho. Oh my god. An assignment I never thought I'd have to take. Not this boring forest, but in the Empire. Thank you, Hawk. Thank you, Luzerne. Shall we have a taste of the Empire's water? As a gesture of gratitude for that. No, that's a bit much. I'll kill you a little less painfully. With a seductive smile, Eloise immediately began preparing for the mission. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Leaving home, getting on the train. The day heading to the training camp. Ugh, damn it. Just singing a line makes me feel like a private again. I've been in the military twice, I thought I was immune to this, but apparently not. Why am I suddenly singing a song? The situation doesn't call for it at all. Clank, clank. This world is where swords, magic, and science coexist. So, you can imagine a chaotic scene with both magic and gunpowder on the battlefield. On top of that, there are trains running on steam like this. The recruit training camp is a 40-minute train ride from the city. Everything's prepared on this end, so Sergeant Karl Adelheit, all you need to do is accompany us. Did I really take a whole day off for this? Feeling guilty and miserable. Normally, I'd have slept in, done some exercise, and leisurely strolled around the academy. In my heart, I wanted to demand an audience with the recipient of the Medal of Honor. I've worked hard and retired, did they really have to send me back to a place smelling like the military? But, damn it. When I think about it, it's my fault that the 4 protagonists are behaving like this. Those Hydra guys kept asking, how did you get over the confession? And I was like, yeah, I enlisted in the army, and boom, I'm cured? Hey, join the army. I was spouting nonsense like that. And now, to say oh, I don't know. Figure it out yourself, would mean my conscience is still functioning normally. The square in my heart, which I thought had worn out in the storms, is still sharp. Sergeant Karl, would you like some eggs? They have sparkling water too. Yes, I'll have one, please. Lieutenant Catfish. In the midst of this, the boiled eggs and sparkling water sold on the train are a godsend. The only downside is that the taste of the sparkling water is a bit bland. Well, I'll endure. Without these, it would have been a train terror. Thank you. To think the recipient of the Medal of Honor is going on a mission like this. Even a hero who saved hundreds. I see. So it seems. But Lieutenant, whether you know it's a mission or an order, I don't. It seems like you keep forgetting, but I'm not in the service anymore. Damn it, I've retired? Passengers, the next stop is Nonsen Station. Looks like we're getting there soon. Lieutenant Catfish quickly shoved a boiled egg into his mouth and downed the soda in one shot. He has a big mouth, even for a catfish. There's a lot going in there. Or maybe he still has a soldier's appetite. Did I eat like that when I was in active service? As we disembarked from the train, a group of officers came out to greet Lieutenant Catfish. Ranchtek? Are you Sergeant Karl Adelheit? We've been waiting for you. Yep. I knew this was coming. I'd seen it coming, and now I've decided to embrace it. It's absurd that people ignore someone who's a war hero like in a novel. War isn't child's play, and people tend to go wild for those achievements. But what I don't like is that they only remember the glory. Do they even know how many people died or got injured behind these medals? At least I got this. But how will those who only risked their lives live on? I've heard the recruit training camp is in quite a predicament. Well, yes, that's true. New recruits like Sergeant Karl have come in this time. It's not like it's urgent as the moment I enlisted, is it? Thank you, past me. Why bother with such crap talk and go through all this trouble? What? Unfair? Did I really not expect those bastards to act like that? Okay, I admit it. They're the ones who took medical leave as an excuse for dropping out of school. I should understand that. As I got on the carriage, I listened to the chatter of the officers from the training camp. Mostly about the 4 protagonists. It seems like they've been through quite a lot. Thanks to that, how are we supposed to handle the training intensity? But what's driving me crazy is how all 4 of them are subtly keeping up. It's driving me insane. Superiors are urging for their dismissal, yet the individuals themselves are holding on. The only somewhat positive news is that none of you 4 are getting discharged. I thought there might be some chaos even within the training camp, but apparently not. Are they protesting because they're protagonists or what? Anyway, they're unpredictable. But can you really send those trainees back to their families? Asking that puts me in a difficult position. Even I, those individuals are looking for me, asking for favors. I'll try my best to convince them first. Regardless of the intent, ultimately, it's my responsibility. As the officers responded with the most positive answers they could muster, sunlight poured through the somber atmosphere. They all sincerely hoped the 4 would leave the training camp soon. It's a shame. It wouldn't be so bad to have a few sticking around and suffering quietly. Honestly, it's a bit unfair that I'm the only one rolling in the mud as a soldier. But, there's something. Sergeant Karl Adelheit, the camp commander wanted to ask you something. Yes. After convincing those 4 trainees, could you perhaps give a short lecture during the remaining trainees' discipline training? I'm asking you as seeing a recipient of the Medal of Honor isn't something that happens often. Alright n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Thank you. But I have a condition. A condition? What is it? It's simple. Nothing too difficult. Just let those 4, for a brief moment, be under my control. I've been in the military for 3 years here. Add that to my past life's memories, it's almost 5 years. I deserve at least a little bit of a break. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Trainee number 124, Schleifen. Trainee number 125, Wilhelm. Trainee number 126, Alexander. Trainee number 127, Joachim. The squad of 4 comrades received a sudden order to move from their instructor. Instructor, where are we going? Quiet. Just look ahead. Don't talk. It seemed like there was no intention to answer. So, all 4 of them simply focused on keeping pace. After several instances of being scolded for sloppy marching, this became their top priority. Finally, they arrived at an empty, deserted training ground. All trainees, wait here. The instructor who spoke turned and disappeared into the barracks. Suddenly, everyone began to look around with questioning glances, wondering what was going on. Trainee number 124. Standards. It was a voice they had heard before. For a moment, they all looked around in confusion. But soon, Schleifen reflexively raised his right hand and shouted. Trainee number 124. Standards. Arm's length interval, aligned to the left and right. Arm's length interval, aligned to the left and right. In the training camp, responding loudly and clearly was basic courtesy, as the instructors had instructed. The 4 of them faithfully followed this, but there was one issue. Listen to my voice. Are you ants? Get down. Someone standing on the podium, who had enlisted in the Imperial Army 3 years ago, was a human who had endured a much more terrifying military life than now. Translator, Angel dust the protagonists. Let them retire. Schleifen, the eldest son of the Marquis of Adria, the next head of House Rothenburg. He had an impressive background, but he also had a painful past. Several years ago, he confessed his feelings to Selina, his academy classmate, and that was the beginning of it all. Since then, he couldn't easily face Selina. He kept avoiding her. Why he did that, he still doesn't quite understand. He just wanted to. Every time he recalled how sharply she rejected his confession, his heart would tremble inexplicably. Despite wanting to brush it off casually, it didn't quite work out as intended. Thus, for 2 years, he struggled and agonized internally until one day, enlist as a soldier. That was the advice Karl gave, a colleague who had changed significantly compared to before. He said he had been through the same. After military service, everything became clearer. In Schleifen's eyes, Karl's advice seemed right. Even though he had been harshly rejected by Selina, the atmosphere between them was okay. The incident seemed like a distant memory now, relegated to mere nostalgia. It was then that Schleifen realized, maybe I can be like that after serving in the army. Immediately, he took a leave of absence with other friends and applied for enlistment. Naturally, there was opposition, but he persisted and ended up at the recruit training camp. Recruits? You will become the great soldiers of the Empire? But you must first overcome even this basic training. It was days of hardship in succession. He realized that his life had been too comfortable until then. He came to know how many young people shed sweat to defend the Empire. A new world. A place he had never known before. Maybe that's why Karl gave such advice. Indeed, it seemed quite nice to forget the pain, fear, and embarrassment of that day. It seemed that Wilhelm, Alexander, and Joachim, who enlisted alongside him, felt the same. However, a bolt from the blue struck them all. Trainees 124, 125, 126, 127. You're dismissed. Get ready to leave. Each was ordered to return to their respective households and behave accordingly. There was an atmosphere suggesting, one of these bastards is enough. Though everyone insisted they couldn't all leave, they knew this wasn't the right answer. Even Karl, who had given advice, was used as an excuse, but that wouldn't last forever. So, just as the 4 were brainstorming what to do next. Fall back. Forward march. Sit. Stand sit. Stand sit. Stand up. Who told you to sit down? Get your act together. A demon of a sergeant, fierce enough to strip even the souls of the poor 4 trainees, descended upon them. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Tomorrow is an enjoyable weekend. The weekend. Whether there's an agenda or not, weekends are truly precious. So, it must be finished today. Finished, and those bastards must be taken back to the academy without fail. We can't spend this damn weekend in this cursed recruit training camp. Anger rises as past memories come flooding back. Can't you get it together? What can you achieve with that kind of mentality? Ugh, Schleifen. Get lost. If you're going to be like that, go home. The Lord is looking for you. No, Wilhelm, you too. Are you already giving up? No way. Grah. Repetitive drills? Repetitive drills? Alexander, you keep making the same mistakes. Your comrades are suffering for it. I'm sorry. Do you think I'm not watching, Joachim? You keep dragging your feet. Let's see who comes out on top. 10 more rounds for everyone? Commence. Attention? Commence. No matter how well they adapted in the training camp, there would always be instructors looking out for their backs. It's obvious without saying. How dare they try to slack off as trainees? As long as I'm here, it's not happening. No way. Treat them the same, as I am, no, as the other soldiers. Do you still see me as your fellow classmate, the returnee from the 19th class at the academy? No, sir. Right. No, I am Sergeant Karl Adelheit of the Imperial Army. It means I'm an invaluable talent that won't change even if I load you chicks onto a cart. Actually, no. I wish I could be seen as Karl from the 19th class rather than Sergeant Karl Adelheit. I'd be happy even if they called me a returnee. I want academy life, not military life. Yay. In my eyes, you're still far from it. You came here to grow, to improve, right? But what's with this attitude? It's embarrassing for me, the one who gave you advice. Arg. Give up? Just pack your bags and leave. You're more suited for the academy anyway. Arg. No, kids. I'm not telling you to hold on. I'm really telling you to give up and leave. So, please, for heaven's sake, stop enduring and just give up and pack your bags, okay? Everyone, rise. Rise. Here's the paper. See it? Just sign it. No need to say you're giving up. Then you're free. Honestly, you've worked hard enough. You've done what others wouldn't even think of doing. So, that's it. You've done enough. Stopping here, nobody will say anything. They'll even say you've done well. I'll give you 7 chances now. If not, it's back to running 10 laps around the parade ground. This is the devil's paper that anyone has no choice but to sign. Even those who lived comfortably as members of noble families are signing it without hesitation, right? From Schleifen to Wilhelm, Alexander, and Joachim, without anyone needing to go first, they all dash towards the parade ground. Rolling with the punches, they stride forward while gritting their teeth. It seems like the true stubbornness of the devil's spirit comes out even as they retch. This is fucking insane. Really. Before the afternoon session ended, I had expected to dismiss them. But even after the session ended, even after evening fell and the sun went down, heck, huff, cough, cough, those dem 4 never gave up. They didn't even give a glance toward the instructors. Strange. Are they planning to all become officers later? No way. Aren't they supposed to graduate from the academy, go to parties, and enjoy some attention from the ladies before each returning to their respective families to become lords? I glanced briefly at the edge of the parade ground. There stood the worried-looking instructors. Understandable. They're from esteemed families, so if any issues arise from my handling of them, they won't be able to avoid responsibility. Honestly, I'm worried about that too. I don't want others to suffer because of me. Even though I've completed my service, they have to continue living as officers. If they get a blot on their record because of me, it could result in being passed over for promotions, the worst possible outcome. This can't go on. This method won't send them home. Trainees, assemble. Assemble. The sun had already set. It was dark. Looks like they won't be going home today. Sigh. It seems they're destined to stay in the recruit training camp until Saturday after all. No wonder I had a terrible nightmare about re-enlisting suddenly. From now on, just listen. Don't do roll calls or answer back. Yes. Don't even respond. Where do I begin? How do I say it to return them to where they originally belonged? I've seen enough of your determination. I understand better than anyone how much you've suffered. From an objective standpoint, as someone who has served in the military for 3 years, you guys are quite impressive. Despite the lack of reason, you've shown strength in your choices and decisions, never giving up. Perhaps if you had gone to the battlefield, you might have been even more remarkable than me. This isn't just talk. It's real. Truly, it might have been so. But you know, people ultimately belong where they should be. I didn't know that, and I made many people uncomfortable. I made it hard for myself too. It's good to set an example, but maybe that was just my own idea and not for others. If you guys stay here longer, many people will suffer. It's not a time when propaganda like mine is needed. And those aren't country nobles either. Even if those 4 stayed here and became soldiers, the drawbacks outweigh the benefits. And honestly, haven't you achieved your goal? Did anyone here think of Selena? It's unlikely. They've been rolling and tumbling relentlessly. It'd be strange if they did. The shame of the rejection? The doubts about themselves? All probably erased by now. And now, finally, it's time to use the last resort. All right. Fall back, everyone. Are they trying to roll again? The instructors watching from behind murmur with concern. But no, this is a spell that anyone falls for when they're a trainee. While looking at the sky, while looking at the stars, think about your parents and your family who are waiting for you. Your parents, especially your mother, will be worried sick about you doing something like this without any discussion. Think about her face. Even during the sergeant days, but especially during the trainee days, there's no word stronger than mother. Mom. I remember crying my eyes out back then. I must have been a sight. Karl. Finally, Schleifen spoke, as if he came to his senses. Are we really allowed to go back? If you feel like you've changed yourselves. I'm not sure if we've changed. But now, I don't think it'll hurt to stand in front of Selena anymore. Me too. Same here. Agreed. Damn bastards. I envy them. I think I only realized this towards the end of being a private. I already told the instructors to let you off for a bit because you were feeling unwell. Conveniently, the reason for leave was also sick leave. What are you talking about, Karl? Medical leave is. Damn it, shut up. We'll talk about this later with Senior Marcus. You hear me? Let's not bring up this topic again or they might explode. Let's talk to the senior about it. Anyway, trainees, you're allowed to go back. Understood? Yes. Understood. Listen to your voices. Already faltering. Yes? Understood. Good. It's over. Let's eat now. What a suffering it was because of these guys. As expected, you seem qualified, Karl. I agree. You're the one who should. Have you all gone crazy or something? What are you talking about all of a sudden? Get up already. Let's go have dinner? All I've eaten today is boiled eggs and soda? Confessing to Selena again n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. What? I was thinking of trying again if I got the courage, but it seems like you're the only qualified one, Karl. Stay strong, Karl. Selena will like you for sure. She'd naturally prefer someone much cooler than us. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Trainees, rise. What? Aren't you going to respond to roll call? Rise, you idiots. Trainee Karl disappears, and once again, Sergeant Karl Adelheit returns. The instructors, who were smiling contentedly, rushed over in panic. Yeah, get lost. Just let them roll all night long. Get ready to beg for mercy. After spending about 2 weeks together and receiving training together, the 4 of them are getting out by the end of the week. N/O/vel/B/C/in.C//OM. The news quickly spread to their fellow trainees. Children from noble families and imperial aristocratic households, quite different from themselves. Despite the huge difference in status, they got along surprisingly well. Perhaps it was the camaraderie of being soldiers and the bond forged through shared hardships. They're leaving, the noble ones. That's a shame. I thought we were going to be assigned to the same unit. Well, at least we've got a lifetime supply of drinking buddies now. We're the only ones who've rolled with those immensely noble folks, right? Ha ha ha. We can score a few drinks from this. That's true. I thought nobles would be different, but they're just like us. Haha. Nobles they may be, but at the same time, they're their barracks mates. It's disappointing to hear that they're leaving. They were just starting to become friends. It felt like they were friends just because they shared the same space and suffered together. Of course, that doesn't mean they want to hold on to them. Frankly, it's right for them to go. It's fun now, but it'll be tough later on. My older brother from the neighborhood says if you've got wealthy relatives, the unit gets tougher. The higher UPS just want them to stay high up. It'd be a loss for both of us if they came here and embarrassed themselves. We appreciate them sharing the same hardships, but it's a bit burdensome for us, you know. There are those who can handle it and those who can't. The country noblemen who are used to seeing each other a lot, yes, that's fine. But those 4 are the eldest sons of marquises and the sons of imperial families. Without a jest, if those folks even cough once, the instructors will either swear to kill the cold or swear to kill the instructors who caused the cold. That's why, when Schleifen, Wilhelm, Alexander, and Joachim returned to the dormitory. Ha ha ha, it's been fun, lords. Now that you've had your fun here, please acknowledge how hard we've been working and consider raising our soldiers' pay. It was a pleasure training with you. Thank you for your hard work. They were already watching. From beginning to end. All of them. They stood firm till the end, despite being told to give up. It was impressive to see them persist, even though they didn't have any obligations and simply enlisted. No trainee dared utter the words "it's too hard, so I'm running away." Meanwhile, this is ridiculous. Seriously. By some twist of fate, I found himself spending a day in the recruit training camp against my will. Having even eaten dinner of simple rice and finding myself in need of sleeping in a bed for the night. This feels like I've completely re-enlisted. Was this some kind of premonition? If I knew, I would have at least brought some salt. I silently turned my head to survey my surroundings. A spacious and comfortable area, cleared out by instructors and sergeants from one of the barracks. I was relieved to see that it would be enough to get me through the day. Of course, this was their perspective. From Karl's viewpoint, it would only result in PTSD. If they dared assign me to any guard duty or fire watch, I'd really snap. Karl thought as he spread a blanket on the mattress and lay down. I was wondering what would happen if the blanket was of inferior quality, but fortunately, the instructor had managed to procure a special A-grade one for me. It feels like I just bought a new pair from the clothing store. Perhaps it was because I was a recipient of a Medal of Honor that they took such care. The glittering medal had never felt so precious before. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Tap 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 tap. Even before his mind fully registered the faint bugle call, his body reacted instinctively. Of course, unlike when I was a private, I didn't jump up in a panic and tidy up my bedding. I simply pretended not to hear and waited for someone to wake me up again. Oh, wait. Come to think of it, I don't have any junior soldiers to wake me up since I've been discharged. I sluggishly pushed myself up, rubbing my eyes. Let's just do it roughly. I'm neither a soldier nor on active duty anymore, so it doesn't matter. Then, as I opened my eyes, I realized something unbelievable. Why am I even caught up in the blanket? I clearly said I'd do it roughly. Knock knock. Good morning. Oh, hello, Lieutenant Migi. Did you sleep well? Apparently he slept rough on the couch in the break room. He could have slept here. Why did he do that when there's 20 other people here? No matter how much I persuaded him, he insisted on using the lounge, saying he didn't want to inconvenience a recipient of a Medal of Honor. Actually, I was thankful. It would have been a bit, no, very awkward if he stayed until I fell asleep. As I mentioned yesterday, the morning schedule consists of a lecture for the trainees. After a brief greeting, you can return by train. Oh, those guys, the discharged trainees. Yes, those 4 individuals will conclude their stay after the Sunday religious ceremony. Really? The individuals themselves requested it, and the camp has approved it. Well, whatever. You guys do whatever you want. There's nothing much to do at the academy on weekends anyway. Honestly, there's nothing better than finishing camp life with a religious ceremony. More importantly, is it really okay? Did you hear well? It's Saturday today, the weekend. Isn't it the trainees' rest time? My lecture was originally scheduled for weekdays. This way, the conditions for weekend rest. Oh, that matter has already been settled. Today's scheduled lecture will be replaced by ensuring rest conditions for the soldiers during next week's scheduled lecture. Really, amazing. Huh, impressive. If they put in this much effort, I should probably go through with that darn lecture. I should. Anyway, looking forward to the lecture. Would the lieutenant also? Of course. A lecture given by a recipient of a Medal of Honor. Isn't that amazing? It's astonishing. If anyone hears about this, they'd think I've prepared the lecture in advance. Me giving a lecture? The only thing I'm good at talking about is military anecdotes. What lecture topics could I possibly have in front of trainees? What on earth is there? Oh, I don't know. Shit. It'll be what it is. And during the morning lecture, in front of all the trainees, including the 4 heavenly kings, I confidently wrote on the board in large letters, "Why does the Imperial Army call elves Canfra?" Incidentally, the term Canfra exists in this world too. Perhaps because the original work is a novel. 101 Reasons Not to Trust Canfra. For reference, when I say Canfra, I mean the pro-elf faction, the Luzerne. On the other hand, Hyzens, a dove, is a type that fits the word elf itself. There's a saying, if you know your enemy and fight, you will not be in danger even if you fight 100 times. As you all know, I am a veteran of the Luzerne's war. Therefore, I consider myself well versed in their ways. That's why today's lecture topic is precisely this. The ongoing threat to the Empire's security posed by the Canfra. It's about the aggressive and radical elves, Luzerne. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs might come running, saying the atmosphere towards the elves could get hostile. But what can you do? Honestly, they struck first, didn't they? Isn't the Canfra hostility a result of their own actions? And on top of that, the Heathens don't hesitate to criticize the Luzerne without considering them fellow Luzerne if they're found in Luzerne's territory. During the lecture, I passionately listed reasons why one should not trust the Canfras, even recounting the fierce battles fought with the Luzerne over nearly 3 years. And when the lecture ended, nearing 2 hours, trainees, elves are our allies, but Luzerne are not. So, what should we call them? Canfras. That's right. So what are Canfras to us? Our enemies. Very satisfying. You all seem like excellent soldiers. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It was a sudden deployment task, but it was quite satisfying. To think that a mere lieutenant like me would be moving alongside a recipient of a Medal of Honor. It's an honorable thing. I'll definitely brag about it when I have kids. Definitely. Are you really leaving tomorrow? Why not just go together today? I just want to attend the religious ceremony and say proper goodbyes. Sigh. Fine. Do as you wish. After exchanging greetings with my friends, though Sergeant Karl Adelheit referred to them as enemies, I traveled back to the station with Sergeant Adelheit in a carriage. Apparently, the camp commander had already arranged for us to have first-class seats on the train. Phew. As soon as we sat down, Sergeant Adelheit let out a sigh and leaned back in his seat, appearing quite exhausted. Well, giving a passionate lecture in front of hundreds of trainees would understandably take its toll. I needed to be careful not to disturb him. Oh, Lieutenant Migi. You've also worked hard. At the somewhat unexpected words, I couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Honestly, calling it hard work would be an exaggeration. It was just a deployment task, after all. And I'm an officer, so it's expected of me. But even though Sergeant Adelheit has already been discharged, he's still like this. So, if we're talking about hardship, Sergeant Adelheit has probably endured 10 times more than me. No, Sergeant, you've endured much more. That's true. Well then, let's both take a little rest. Being in that damn barracks makes your mind race, so I couldn't sleep well. What soldier dislikes rest? Indeed, it seems different for a recipient of a Medal of Honor. If he were a senior, he'd probably advise me on what to do after returning and finishing remaining tasks. Well then, let's get about 40 minutes of good sleep. Kwong? Yuirk. What was that? An explosion? Oh, could the train have derailed? Is it a major accident? Am I going to die? I just got promoted to lieutenant. See Sergeant Karl? Are you okay? Damn it. Those damn Canfra bastards. Instantly, without realizing it, I found myself holding my breath. The person I knew as Sergeant Karl had disappeared, and an apparition from hell had taken his place. At the brink of falling into a deep sleep, suddenly a loud noise rang out. The train shook violently, and screams of passengers echoed from behind. Unless there was a hidden camera taking pictures, it was sure to be a serious accident. Ack. Hearing Lieutenant Magi's screams, I quickly assessed the current situation. First, the possibility of a train accident. It's not entirely unlikely, but the Empire's trains are not simple steam engines. They're a fusion of science and magic. Even if a problem arises, magical devices would usually prevent any major accidents. But right now, things didn't look good. It definitely didn't seem like an ordinary occurrence. Not only was there the noise, but there were also no crew members in sight to communicate the situation. So, we move on to the next possibility, a very, very shitty scenario. Terrorism. At present, this is the most probable scenario. Then, who could be behind this terrorism? There are 3 possibilities. 2 are neighboring kingdoms to the Empire, Lasker and Abilisthe. But their motives are too weak. Despite tensions with the Empire, these 2 nations are not typically involved in such antics. Lasker has been famous for its knights since ancient times, and Abilisthe is a place where magic has flourished. This means they're not so devoid of pride as to resort to terrorism. Therefore, the most reasonable conclusion in the current situation is this. Fucking Canfra bastards. The empire, which had been at war until recently and ultimately suffered a major retreat, is in a dismal situation, even facing disdain from the Heisens, their kin. N/O/vel/B//in.C//om. Amidst all this, they somehow need a pretext to divide the empire and the elves. Wherever you look, it's the empire's fault. The elves, those Luzerne bastards, are undoubtedly behind this. And as if confirming my suspicions, another scream is heard from the compartment. Ah! Shut your mouth, you inferior humans. Elves? Elves. I told you to shut your mouth. Everyone shut up. I can kill you all. These bastards bothering innocent civilians. Anyway, these elves have a thing for science. Looking at them, even the truth would probably say, FCK this SHT. Lieutenant Magi. Yes, yes. Do you have a pistol? Get ready. Are we going to fight? Of course. What do you think Empire soldiers are for? They're here to protect Empire citizens in situations like this. That's the reason for our existence. Whether you like it or not, whether it's scary or not, it's what we must do. It's a bit unfair. Not on any other day, but on a weekend, of all times. And not even on duty anymore. But now I have to deal with these damn elves. Ironically, my heart feels lighter than when I was going to escort the 4 protagonists. Damn these elves. These bastards who have devoured the lives of countless members of our battalion. Because of them, those who shouldn't have died have died. Those who shouldn't have been hurt are hurt. It could have been resolved through dialogue. The Pigeon faction, Heisens, were proof of that. Even the Empire sought negotiation rather than shedding meaningless blood. But the Luzerne elves rejected that. They rejected everything and resorted to violence. Lieutenant Magi, do you have any real combat experience? I'm sorry. I don't have. I don't have any. Then just cover me. I'll take care of the elves coming towards us. No need to aim for headshots. Forget about aiming for the head. Just focus on the body, preferably the chest, or even the stomach. Even in my previous life, headshots were a kind of fantasy reserved for games. In reality, hitting the torso accurately was considered impressive, let alone hitting the head with these guns. That's something only a skilled sniper can do. Can I really do well? I don't have experience. You've had shooting training, right? It's the same thing. Just think of them as targets and shoot. Moving targets. But now they make noise. Seeing Lieutenant Magi on the verge of losing it, I feel more pity than frustration. I was probably like that too at first. No, I'm sure I was. Even though I lived a soldier's life in my past life, I've never personally killed anyone with a gun. No one has ever fallen with blood splattering from the bullets I fired. Lieutenant Magi. Ugh. Lieutenant Magi. Yes. Pull yourself together. Do you want to die? If you don't kill, you'll die. Do you have a family? As the lieutenant nodded, I smiled. That's perfect. That lingering attachment is what makes you fight better. You need a reason to live to truly survive. The first ones to fall on the battlefield aren't the ones whining. It's those who forget their fear and recklessly charge ahead who receive the first baptism of bullets. Fear isn't something you forget. It's something you overcome. That's how you survive. And the reason to overcome it. For Lieutenant Magi, it's his family. You have to see your family. You have to live. To live, you have to shoot. Shoot and hit. Every time you hit, you take one step closer to your family. That's all you need to think about. That's enough. Even though he's an officer, explaining it like that seems to have brought him back to his senses to some extent. After nodding my head, I grasped the great sword I always carried with me. It was a gift from the platoon leader, but does it really need to be stained with camphor blood? Damn it. Let's go. It's time to work. ******. The only remaining way to maintain the sanctity of the temple is 1. To reignite the extinguished flames. This time, even bigger, so that no one can extinguish them. You are martyrs, martyrs for the faith. Do not fear, proceed. The forest will nurture you. Listening to the words of the commander, the young elves struggled to hold back their bursting chests filled with tension. The Empire. The detestable Empire. The ones who brought shame to our forest tribe. Instead of fighting against those invaders, our foolish kin are shouting for peace. It was all detestable. Why should we bow our heads? Why? The children of the great forest. We elves, far superior to those inferior humans. Should we acknowledge their superiority just because their numbers are a bit smaller? The old ones easily manipulated the youths who were soaked in defeatism. They whispered that they were the hope, that they could change things. And then, they handed them guns, swords, and magic bombs. Don't look back. Sit down. Right now, among the passengers on the Imperial train, Mvade was one of them screaming. The target is the Imperial train. There is something heading towards the academy nearby. Steal it, and when you reach the academy station, detonate it. Let not only them but also their children know the terror of our forest children. Make them pay with more blood, more screams. If that happens, the Empire will shed its mask. Foolish kin will realize their true nature and repent for the past, and join us again. For the glorious temple. In truth, I didn't care about such things. Convincing my kin, or the temple. I just hated the Empire. With all the empires bashing from all sides, it was natural to hate them. Why I hated them, I didn't know anymore. Whenever I heard Empire, only the word evil came to mind. So, I volunteered. Despite the fear of dying, I forcefully raised my head. Even when I killed a human steward a while ago, I suppressed the guilt that briefly arose with all my might. Everything was just for the sake of my kin, as the commander said. Without even considering whether our kin wanted war or peace. We have to take the front carriage, where the engine is. Move. Keep moving. Among the 20 or so elves, half remained in each cabin, guarding 2 people each, and the rest continued to advance, subduing the stewards and heading towards the engine room. There were a few Imperial soldiers along the way, but they couldn't do anything against the numbers. The engine room? Where is the engine room? Eek. Be beyond the first-class cabins. Please spare me. Spare me. If you want to live, shut up and get down on the floor. Let's go, brothers and sisters. At the leader's command, I hurriedly followed my comrades. And just as I opened the door to the first-class cabin, bang! There was a burst of flames and a gunshot, and the leader fell without even screaming. In front of him was an Imperial soldier holding a gun, tense. Ugh, ugh. Desperately trying to reload, but is it as easy as it sounds? As the elves, who were initially frozen, rushed forward in anger. Thunk! Suddenly, a man fell from the ceiling of the cabin, landing on one of the elves. Another elf reflexively attacked him, but the man effortlessly dodged, grabbed his arm, and stabbed deeply with a sword held under his armpit. AHH. Blood spurted out. Even though he was stabbed just once, the elf couldn't control his body properly. Hose. He was quite close to invade. He fell, bleeding. My eyes rolled back, only harbored thoughts of killing that man. Shooting was difficult in such a confined space. Then, like that man, with a knife. Thud. The man lifted his leg forcefully without a moment's hesitation. Gah. With a sensation of my whole body being torn apart, I fell, holding my groin. In war, there is only one cowardly act. Abandoning your comrades and fleeing. Everything else is not cowardice but tactics and strategy. The one who falls victim to them is the fool. Moreover, targeting the groin alone doesn't even qualify for the cowardice category. In fact, it's rather merciful. Sending them off with one shot must be quite satisfying. The Canfras, the Luzernes, were extremely cruel. It was routine for them to skin the scalps of Imperial soldiers they captured. Compared to such acts, I could consider myself an angel of mercy. Quack, cough. The one constantly spilling blood from his armpit, making gasping sounds as he fades away. The one frothing at the mouth, clutching his bloodied groin, now fallen. They'll all die soon. Or maybe they could have died from shock much earlier. Whatever it was, we didn't torture like the Canfras for hours. A cleaner end than my comrades. For those who are not soldiers but terrorists, it's a merciful treatment. Yes sir. At Magi's shout, I immediately dropped to the ground without bothering to fight the Canfras. Whether they kill me or not doesn't matter. It's better than getting shot by friendly fire in the back of the head. This one's worth 3 points. First shot hit the chest straight away, it must have been a lucky shot. Still, since I grabbed one of his arms, it's much easier from my perspective. Due to the cabin layout, they could only engage in one-on-one combat with us against their will. If this were an open field, they would have been trampled by sheer numbers. Even if you're a great fighter, there's no chance against sheer numbers. In that aspect, the cramped space of the train was fortunate for me. The Canfra was throwing a fit, but judging by his movements, his amateurishness was apparent. Such big movements in such a narrow space would only harm himself more. Why on earth did they send these guys with such thoughts? Thunk. I twisted his arm first and then twisted his neck to indicate that he could stop now. It was a merciful death compared to the deaths I remembered from the war. I thought about giving the Canfras an even more painful end, but I didn't. It would only worsen the PTSD, and there were things to do with Magi right now. Magi, snap out of it. Magi, wake up. It's not over yet. Yes, sir. It seems to be the first time he's shot someone, judging by how pale his face is. He said he just became a lieutenant, so he's been in the army for about a year and a half. Most rookie officers had participated in the Luzerne War, but he didn't seem to be one of them. So, it's understandable that he's lost his soul just by firing a gun like that. Take a deep breath. Good. See those Canfras guns over there? Grab as many as you can. It takes a while to reload after one shot. Instead of that, it's better to have multiple guns. Fire one, discard it, fire another, and change. Anyway, those aren't even Imperial Army supplies, so there's no need to worry about paperwork. Quickly. At my words, Magi diligently picked up the elves' pistols. I thought he might faint at the sight of the corpses, but surprisingly, he remained calm. Maybe he hasn't fully grasped the current situation yet. They may have realized that something is wrong by now. If they ever hold hostages and demand a standoff, just aim the gun and threaten them. Try to keep their attention as much as possible on you, Lieutenant. Understood. Sir, this. Magi handed me one of the pistols the elves were holding. Wouldn't you need one? Damn it. I can't confess here that I was a terrible marksman. In the end, I reluctantly took it, but I just roughly tucked it into my belt. Immediately after, Magi and I opened the cabin door and entered. Hey, what happened to securing the engine room? What are you doing, Lieutenant? They're Canfras? No hostages? Shoot them. Yes. Bang. Once again, it's a hit. And this time, it went straight into the forehead accurately. Whether Magi was lucky or secretly a genius marksman, it's good news for me anyway. A reliable protector is truly a guardian angel. Fuck, Karl, are you an ally or an enemy with that knife? You bastard. I had a hard time protecting you as much as I could, but you're still doing that. What kind of bastard shot me while I was covering him, but ended up getting a bullet right next to me? I forcefully pushed away memories of nearly hitting allies while shooting to protect. What are you guys doing? Well, what can I say? A junior officer and a returning student who happened to be on the train. They're canfras. Thunk. If he were a seasoned soldier, he would have quickly hidden behind the seat. Concealment on the battlefield is not just about saving one's own life, it's also a crucial act to draw out the enemy's futile attacks and find clues for counterattacks. But he didn't do that. Like a fool, he turned the gun towards me, without aiming properly and with poor posture, using only one hand. The longsword had long left my hand. As the longsword plunged into his chest, the terrorist canfra screamed and writhed in pain. He didn't even know what pain was, let alone how to counterattack. In a word, he was a fool. I quickly kicked him down, then cut off his breath with the longsword. He. Everyone, don't worry, I am Magi, a lieutenant of the Imperial Army. Please stay calm and stay in your seats. It's more dangerous to move. I left the passengers to Magi. He'd be better in the army officer's uniform than me. Now, to the next cabin. As I was about to open the door, instinct grabbed my hand. The senses that saved me so many times on the battlefield. They were shouting at me to think again. There's no guarantee that luck will continue. The canfras here so far were just inexperienced rookies. Then, will all the remaining ones be the same? The answer, of course, is I don't know. And in our world, I don't know was just another word for no. I hoisted up the canfra corpse sprawled on the floor with all my strength. Damn, it's disgustingly heavy. Afterward, when I opened the cabin door and pushed out his corpse, gunshots rang out immediately. Bang, bang. Well, there are some who know what they're doing from now on. Of course, they seem to have forgotten that firing like that takes a long time to reload. Eek. I swiftly cleaved the chest of the one who was about to reload. If he hadn't worn armor, a few ribs would have been easy to break with the combat boots I was wearing. Unfortunately, they were just ordinary shoes, so they only made it hard to breathe for a moment. Cough. As expected, I finished with the longsword. And instead of shooting, I threw away the gun I had. By the way, throwing guns is a tactic that's originally in the Imperial Army textbook, not just an improvisation. The gun is quite heavy, so once you hit it, you can temporarily block the opponent's movements. Look at that. He's staggering because he took some shots from the gun. It seems like throwing the gun is new to him. Why you damn human? Shoot, reload, attack when the opportunity arises, dodge when needed, and press on when they falter. That's the basic rule of the battlefield. No veteran soldier or master strategist would disobey it. In that sense, he should have backed off, instead of stubbornly reloading. Whiz, blood, saliva, and a few corn kernels scatter. Normally, I would have confirmed the kill, but not this time. I just turned his body around and pushed it into the next cabin. Bang, bang, oops. As expected. Those who do wrong have no distinction between friend or foe. Damn it, cuss who. When you realize you've shot an ally, your brain shuts down momentarily. I've been there a few times in the past, so I understand it 100 times over. Thankfully, I didn't kill them, but these guys did. Gah, ugh. The clothes I wore were stained crimson with the canfras blood. The screaming passengers were left to Magi as I continued moving. I can't stop. If I give them time, they'll figure out the situation. Full throttle. I have to keep pushing forward until the end. And finish it. They were trying to take over the engine room. There was a big shock earlier. If they fail, these terrorists will wreak havoc from the back of the train. Now, this next cabin is the last. If I tidy up here, the situation will be over. Clack. I step aside and cautiously open the door. No bullets flying. Maybe they're holding hostages. This makes things a lot more complicated. Over there, I know you're hiding. Will you come out? A clear female voice. Anyway, these canfras, regardless of gender, are a nuisance. I hide the gun as much as possible and approach with my arms raised. If there really are hostages, I need to induce as much relaxation as possible. Then, oh my, what's this? A human? Nice to meet you. In sight was a perverted elf wearing something that could be called clothes. And behind her were two canfra corpses lying cold and lifeless. Oh, one of them doesn't seem dead. It's wriggling like half a corpse, but it seems alive. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Luck was on my side. I quickly seized the opportunity. With the terrorists of Luzons out of the way, Alois entered the mission. What's going on with this human? From the looks of it, he seems to have handled this situation alone. Bloodied clothes, a sharp broadsword, and a grim demeanor. Anyway, listen. Don't misunderstand. Are you an elven agent from Hyzines? Yeah. Fortunately, there's no need to explain now. Are you Imperial? I was Imperial. Now I'm a student at the academy. A student? Do students these days carry stuff like that? When I pointed to the broadsword, the student coughed awkwardly. It's a gift from a friend. Weird friend you've got. Anyway, this will make things quicker. I'm from the extermination division. Suddenly, the student drew a pistol from his waist. Even though I was caught off guard, I couldn't react in time. Could it be a trick? Or perhaps a prank by the canfras? How foolish I was to let my guard down just because he looked handsome. Bang, bang. Wait. 2 gunshots. Only after throwing myself to the side did I grasp the situation. The corpse I had kept alive to gather information had drawn a gun and aimed at me, and just before firing, the student had shot him. The bullet that should have been lodged in my body was now rolling on the cabin floor, crushed by another bullet in midair. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. What the? It was an incredible feat of marksmanship. A bullet blocked by a bullet. I've never seen anything like that before. I'd never even heard of it. Staring blankly at the self-proclaimed student, I thought, that man must be a sharpshooter in the Imperial Army. There's no other explanation for this situation. Perhaps he's the man who stole from my plate. I licked my lips with a seductive smile. Meanwhile, wow, this is something else. How did I do that? Karl was doubting his own marksmanship. The perverted elf wearing something between clothes and rags. Fortunately, she's from Hyzines, otherwise I would have swung the great sword. Daring to wear such attire in front of someone who remembers their past life as a Confucian? If I were the type to exclaim wow at such a sight, well, no, it's a misunderstanding. Anyway, I was just about to answer the elf's question. Next to the elf, the guy named Ganf, who I thought was a corpse, suddenly pulled out a gun. The barrel is visible. It's aimed at us. What do you do in such a situation? You shoot to kill. So, I drew my pistol from my waist, aimed at him, and fired. Originally, that perverted elf should have been hit by my bullet, and that Ganf guy should have received my shot. But, hey, are you a sharpshooter? Huh, it's obvious. Let's be honest. I saw everything. No, blocking bullets with bullets? Wow, this is insane. How awesome is that? I think I'm going a bit crazy. As the perverted elf said, my bullet had crushed the bullet aimed at this woman. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to speak so calmly. What on earth is going on? I began to doubt whether the shot I fired was real. By the way, the Kanfra, who I thought was a corpse, was beaten to a pulp by the perverted elf's club. That's really cool. I've never seen anything like this. A human man? What's your name? Karl. Oh, Karl? Nice to meet you. I'm Aloise. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. Aloise. Aloise. The name's difficult. It's probably easier just to call her the perverted elf. So, are you a sharpshooter? What? It's obvious, right? Come on, tell me. We're allies, right? Since I'm from Hyzines, we're on the same side as you guys. It's okay for soldiers from allied nations to reveal their identities when they meet, isn't it? It sounds reasonable. I sighed while glancing at the perverted elf. Where should I look? If you're going to wear clothes, wear them properly. If you're going to undress, then undress. Anyway, oh, Karl? Nice to meet you. I'm Aloise. 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 The name's difficult. It's probably easier just to call her the perverted elf. So, what's your answer? Nothing. You're a sharpshooter, aren't you? Just in case. Did you fight in the War of the Luzerne? I served, but I'm not a sharpshooter. I was a regular soldier. Come on. Tell me. Tell me. Damn it. What's with this perverted elf? She's so out of character. For a moment, I almost swung the great sword in my hand. Let's calm down. This is not canapes. Although she is a pervert without clothes. Whoa. I flopped my ass roughly onto the only chair in the messed up cabin that was still intact. Once I'm sure the situation is under control, my body relaxes. The blood rushing through my veins, the adrenaline pumping through my body, calms down. If we continue like this a little further and get investigated at the next station, it will be over, right? I'm tired. What kind of fuss is this on the weekend? Damn Kanfra bastards. I want to split their heads open and see what the hell they were thinking. Are you sure you're not a sharpshooter or what? Meanwhile, this perverted elf. Aloise keeps calling me a sharpshooter. What kind of sharpshooter fires 10 shots and misses 1 or 2? Huh? I almost got stomped to death by a control officer in target practice. Bastards scattering the bloody taxes of the people of the Empire in the air? No. How many times do I have to tell you? I think you're right. I think you're right, but dash. Can you dig your ears out so I can hear you? You have big ears, why can't you understand me? I deliberately targeted the ears that elves hate. Any elf would be instantly offended by this. Oh, this? Elves do have better hearing than humans, that's for sure. But it's not because our ears are big, it's just that we naturally have good hearing. But for some reason, this perverted elf didn't react at all. She's even immune to taunts, which is a bit of a scam. Anyway, honestly, I'll give you a chance to make a half-elf with me. Are you crazy? I'd rather she said something stupid like that. Jesus. First, Kanfra terrorists, now a perverted elf. This is why I dislike elves. Let the Confucian spirit within me scream. No, forget it. Let's just speak. I'm not interested. What? Why? When a human man is with an elf woman, it's a match made in heaven. Look at me. My chest is this big, and my figure is so good. Aren't I the ultimate beauty by human standards? She's indeed a beauty. Big chest, good figure, perfect proportions, and a pretty face. But here's the problem. A woman parading around like that is actually unattractive. And the second problem. In fact, this is the most crucial. Aloise, how old are you? Huh? Me? I'm 59. Why? Quite old. Very old. Disqualified? The age range I can cover is plus or minus 3 years? Huh? Oh, Is it because of that? But considering that elves have an average lifespan of 200 years, I'm still in my 20s now, aren't I? By human standards, I'm a peak 20s beauty. Let's add a few more things to the perverted elf. Starting with narcissism. ******. When we arrived at the next station, it was already swarming with Imperial soldiers. Those Canfra bastards. What were they thinking, trying to break through this checkpoint? The train had speed restrictions, so they couldn't just push through. As the Imperial soldiers entered, I calmly lowered my sword and raised both hands. Although it was clear that we were allies, my appearance might cause unnecessary suspicion. Demonstrating that I'm not an enemy shows that I have no intention of fighting. Getting shot mistakenly after doing everything else would be more unjust than anything else. Ranchtuk, Sergeant Karl Adelheit, thank you for your hard work. We really appreciate it. No, it's nothing. More importantly, please take care of the passengers, especially the deceased crew members. They resisted and that's all they could do. Fortunately, there were no misunderstandings like in novels where handcuffs were put on behind my back. There were already testimonies from Sergeant Miki and the passengers that I dealt with the Canfra, and being decorated with an honorary medal also helped. Oh, I spared 2 suspects in the middle of the car. Please go and take care of them quickly. They're just barely conscious, so there's no need to subdue them. Yes, understood. Be careful when you move them. They could really die. After kindly guiding them to where those bastards were unconscious, I glanced back briefly. I had done everything I needed to do. I dealt with the Canfras, secured the train, and left some detainees for interrogation. I had already provided identification without being asked and gave sincere testimony about the situation. Oh, by the way, I didn't bother explaining about Eloise. She had already disappeared before the train arrived at the station. Did she jump off the train? As expected, she's a secret agent from Hyzines. Revealing herself so openly wouldn't be wise. If exposed, it could lead to diplomatic problems. So she left on her own, and I didn't mention that part either. Anyway, it'll probably be relayed to the higher UPS through some route or another. I'm sure the Empire's Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Hyzines will coordinate their opinions well. That's not something I need to worry about. What matters now is how to deal with the train's current state. We still have another 20 minutes to go by train, so walking is out of the question. Should I wait for the train, or should I find a carriage? While pondering over such matters, suddenly, several officers rushed over. Why now? The rank insignia at the forefront, a single star, followed by the insignias of junior officers behind. Escaping from the military, yet lately, all I see are military folks. It's driving me crazy. Ranchtuk, Sergeant Karl Adelheit, is it? Yes, that's correct. If you're here to ask me something, I've already said everything. So, we're not here to conduct an investigation. Please come with us for a moment. They're not here to investigate, yet a man with a star insignia approached. This means, oh, I see. They're looking for someone higher up. That's the feeling I'm getting. As I expected, following them into one side of the station. Nice to see you, Sergeant Karl Adelheit. Minister of War, Bossism. A middle-aged man seen through the magical communication device. But why does his introduction sound like that? And why is his name and title like that? Bossism. Is he really a boss? That's the feeling his introduction gives, or am I mistaken? Pleased to meet you, Minister. I commend your brave actions. The Empire is indebted once again. I only did what I could. At that, the minister let out a short chuckle. Why is he laughing? I'm going to cut to the chase, and since you're already out of the military, I'm going to keep this short and sweet. I know. Just don't tell anyone else, and if you do, don't exaggerate or speculate. You've been in the military for 3 years, you should know better than that. I'm glad to hear you know better. Well, the way you put it, it wasn't just a simple train hijacking. There must have been something bigger. I already know everything, so tell me the truth. The minister clears his throat. Since you've already been directly involved in the incident and seem to know about it, it should be fine. Earlier, we received information from the special forces on the Hyzines side. The ultimate goal of the ones who hijacked the train was to reach a station near the academy and cause an explosion. The final goal was to provoke discord between the Empire and the elves. Damn Canfra bastards. Oops. That slipped out unintentionally. But the minister murmured, those damn Canfra bastards, just like I did. As expected of a minister of war. It's natural for an army man to dislike the Canfra. Amen. Well, by the way, Mr. Minister. I'm listening. You can't expect anything more from me here. I'm out of the military. I don't have anything to do with it anymore. I'm just a regular academy student now. I understand. You've already provided all the details you were asked for. You have nothing to worry about. Yes, I understand. That's right. But whenever I solve one case, it seems to lead to more incidents. Minister of War, Bossism, that's his name and title, told me explicitly. There's no need to keep it a secret, but don't go around blabbering about it everywhere. Be discreet, if possible. It would be even better not to mention it at all. Since I also had some military experience, naturally, I agreed to do so. People may praise it as a good deed, but it'll only attract unnecessary attention. All I want right now is a peaceful life at the academy. But both I and the minister had forgotten something at that time. Shock? Bold train hijacking in broad daylight? Hijackers identified as elves. The next day, as the newspaper articles poured in, I couldn't help but be amazed. Oh, right. There's the media. I had forgotten about the important part. Everything else may be controlled, but the eyes, ears, and hands of the reporters are unstoppable. According to witnesses, the elves referred to themselves as leaders of the temple. Despite the brave efforts of the crew, they all fell victim to the hijackers. The first articles contained information that anyone could easily know. I thought it was a decent article for highlighting the bravery of the crew. But then, it started getting serious. Breaking news: the ultimate goal of the hijackers was a station explosion. Recently defeated Luzerne rebels. Once again, they're challenging the Empire. Is there a breach in the Empire's security? Are we safe? Whoa, easy there. Isn't this too sensitive of a topic? Journalists, please. I understand chasing breaking news, but still, maintain some boundaries? People are dying left and right in various departments. Were there heroes besides the brave crew? Lieutenant Magi Cantate, from the Imperial Army, 24 years old. Safely evacuated passengers? Admirable. Our Imperial Army? Fantastic. Our youth? Oh boy, this guy is bound to get promoted soon. Even if he wasn't, he'd still get high marks. Isn't it the duty of a country to promote and nurture officers who put their lives on the line for the people? Of course, promote him vigorously and let him thrive in higher positions? It's quite satisfying to see someone who suffered with me being rewarded. Yeah, that's how it should be. Only when we achieve that can we confidently face any similar situations in the future. Exclusive report? Another unnamed hero saved the Empire's citizens? The one who saved the citizens and eliminated the terrorists has been revealed. Hero, Lieutenant Magi. I am not a hero. The real heroes are elsewhere. Confession? I threw the newspaper aside. Lieutenant Magi, did you really have to do it all by yourself? This poor returning student is already struggling enough as a recipient of the Medal of Honor and being with the four main protagonists? My head was pounding, so I rushed out of the room for a walk n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Once this is revealed, our juniors will be chasing after us again starting tomorrow. They'll definitely accuse us of being elf murderers or judges. It's obvious. You might say becoming famous is a good thing, but the reason for becoming famous isn't so great. From my perspective, my military service wasn't a shining memory I want to recall. I just want to bury it deep and keep it to myself, but it keeps getting dragged out forcibly. Karl. The culprits behind all this turmoil, the Canfras, and the four protagonists. While sitting on the bench and resenting them, I heard a familiar voice from behind. Selena. Mind if I sit for a moment? Huh? Sure. Sit. This bench is for students' use. Why is she even asking for permission? Honestly, I'll tell you the truth. It's really uncomfortable. So uncomfortable it's driving me crazy. Just sitting here brings back memories of what I did back then. Selena on the verge of a confession attack. I was a freshman, and I couldn't even make it through freshman year. And then I, the bastard, made a little public confession right there. Couldn't I have done it when we were alone? Fucking idiot. Why did I do it in front of everyone? Given that, it was natural for Selena to be angry with me. Back then, Selena was quite cold. So, I was even more shocked. You know, when someone who usually smiles suddenly gets serious and angry, that memory sticks with you for a long time. Maybe at that time, I felt even more ashamed than ever. Of course, I don't blame Selena. Not at all, really. It was only natural. When you think about it, I was the one who caused it all. No one asked me to confess. I did it willingly, all by myself. I knew Selena was aware of the situation, yet I burdened her with it. It's not like she dumped me and insulted my character. And fleeing to the military after being rejected was also my doing. I have no reason to be angry with Selena. Karl. Perhaps that's why. Maybe I now truly feel it's okay. Will you forgive me? Sitting beside Selena and saying that out of the blue. Stupidly enough, all I could muster was a huh and a sigh. *****. A few days ago, when I visited the office, Senior Marcus said this. Have you heard the news? Those four. They suddenly tried to enlist as soldiers. What do you mean by those four? Schleifen, Wilhelm, Alexander, and Joachim. Those guys. I heard that those four suddenly disappeared. I knew they took leaves of absence. But the reason being they tried to enlist? As soon as I heard that, it hit me. This must be. Karl, it looks like that bastard cheated. Anyway, he's not in his right mind. Hearing his words, I felt a pang in my heart without realizing it. Back then, in my immature days, the moment I thought being loved was a given. The past when I poured out the negative emotions I received from others onto someone undeserving. Karl was the victim of my actions. He ended up with a big wound. But he smiled and stepped back. He said he understood and even cheered me on. And then he enlisted as a soldier, went to the battlefield, and saved my brother. He must have struggled a lot too. Yet, he thought of others before himself. He was the opposite of who I was back then, thinking of others more than myself. Whether it was a coincidence or something else doesn't matter. What matters now is that the shameful past came back vividly to my mind. And another thing. I realized something new about myself. I suddenly felt uneasy. It was a feeling I had never experienced before. My time at the academy is almost over, not even half a year left. That means graduation. Of course, I might still meet Karl outside. But, it won't be the same pure feeling. Only encounters filled with political and external factors await. I hated it. I wanted to somehow undo the mess I caused. Since Karl approached me first last time, should I approach him this time? I'd apologize for my immaturity, explain my excuses, my situation in the moment. Maybe that would give me a second chance. Was it a coincidence? Or was it a chance given to me by God? Even though it was a weekend, I happened to meet Karl at the academy. Mind if I sit for a moment? When I came to my senses, I was already in the middle of speaking. It occurred to me later that Karl might feel uncomfortable too. So, even though I said it, I couldn't help but feel a slight regret. Sure. Sit. Karl accepted my words nonchalantly. Really, completely nonchalantly. It was just like that time, when I took it all out on him, even though it wasn't him. I'd hurt him so badly, and he just smiled and walked away. Perhaps he enlisted as a soldier after dwelling alone on the embarrassment and pain. He may deny it, but there must have been a reason. It's clear. Because of me. He ended up suffering, even though he didn't have to, because of me. But Karl, even amidst all that, was thinking of others, not just me. And through that, he saved countless people, even my brother. Karl was a hero, but he never boasted about it. Instead, he felt ashamed. I know why. It wasn't to become a hero. It was for someone else. Because that's the kind of man Karl was, the one I knew. Karl. So, I had to say it even more. He needed a moment for himself now. Will you forgive me? Well, you see, unknowingly, I poured out my story in front of Karl. I didn't hate you so much that I was so mean to you. It's just, I received too many confessions and couldn't even enjoy being a freshman properly. I know you did nothing wrong, but I took it out on you so relentlessly. I feel even more stupid now that I say it. I'm making excuses while begging for forgiveness. I felt pathetic, but my words kept coming out regardless of my will. In the midst of it all, Karl, thankfully, not only listened but also supported me quietly, preventing me from feeling embarrassed or awkward. That's why I rejected you so bluntly. That's why I hurt you. I want to apologize for that. And I want to ask for forgiveness for the suffering you endured because of it. Selena, that's not. You said it wasn't because of me. But, it wasn't right. I know. Inevitably, I became a reason, even if just a little. You suffered, you felt pain, because of me. Karl continued to listen quietly, not denying my words this time. It felt relieving to acknowledge that. So, I'm sorry, Karl. It's not for any other reason. Well, there might be other reasons. Anyway, can I ask for your forgiveness? I tense up. My heart races. What will Karl's response be? Of course. As Karl was about to reply, his expression suddenly stiffened. Selena. Yeah, later. With an uneasy expression, he stood up from his seat. Without looking back, he turned and walked away. Oh, tears suddenly welled up. I still can't be forgiven. He's over there? There? Confirm? It's Sergeant Karl Adelheit. Sergeant, you've been featured in the State Gazette. Can we have a word? Do you believe reconciliation between the Empire and the Elves is possible? Please answer. What are your thoughts on national security? We'd like to hear your opinion. Could you give us a brief interview, Sergeant Karl Adelheit? What is this all about? Princess Michaela schemed through the newspaper in her hand. As expected, it was filled with yesterday's train hijacking and attempted terrorism incident. Michaela is a member of the royal family. Receiving news of the Empire's affairs through the newspaper is all for the sake of the royal family. Wouldn't the Crown Prince be embarrassed if he appeared to be interested in the affairs of the Empire for no reason? It's necessary to show no political ambition to avoid unnecessary suspicion. While the Crown Prince may not be that kind of person, it's always better to be cautious. I bet my brother's head is hurting from this incident. At times like these, I felt grateful for not being the firstborn. If I were the Crown Princess, I would be twisting in agony in this confusing situation. I can almost picture my brother, pulling his hair out in frustration. The only silver lining is that things went well thanks to one man. The individual who subdued the train hijackers is Sergeant Karl Adelheit, Medal of Honor recipient. Once again, he saves the people of the Empire? Count Friedrich. Despite his extreme reluctance to speak, he expresses pride in his son. What a great man. From the moment I saw him receiving the medal, I didn't think he was an ordinary person. His modesty and consideration for others before himself left a deep impression on me. And such a person, this time, was active not on the front lines but within the Empire. Your Highness. Oh, you're here. As a polite lady greeted me, I responded to the greeting comfortably. Have you heard the news, Rika? Yes, I have. The woman's expression as she spoke was far from good. It was stiff and hardened. It's certainly not because she's ignoring or feeling uncomfortable around me. I knew better than anyone else why she was like that, being part of the princess's circle. Wasn't she making that face when her brother was in the army? She seems really worried. That's overprotectiveness for you. This woman. The words almost slipped out of my mouth. Enlisting as a soldier, being deployed to the battlefield, and saving not only himself but also hundreds of comrades. He said it was purely luck, but was it really just luck? He clearly possessed remarkable skills. He's the kind of elite soldier who could be sent anywhere. Didn't he single-handedly subdue and neutralize the terrorists in the train hijacking incident? And yet, she's worried like that. It's a bit baffling as a friend who shares the same worries about their brothers. But instead of doing that, I decided to ease my friend's expression with different words. Your brother. He seems quite remarkable. By saving hundreds, he saved thousands of futures. And this time, he prevented significant casualties. It would be nice if all young men in the Empire were like him. Look at that. Just by praising her brother, her lips are trembling with joy. Is it so great that your brother is doing well, Rika? Do you want to worry about him every day and hope he's doing well every day? I'd like to go to the academy. Why now? Because my Karl is, my damn brother hasn't called me, and he's been through this and he's never told me he's okay. I'm going to have to go give him a stinging warning. I'm guessing she's going to be all over him, asking if he's okay and if he's hurt anywhere. Not to mention sobbing all over her brother's body, who's a head taller than her. Maybe it's best not to go. With genuine concern, I tried giving advice as a friend. I've already made arrangements. Of course, it wasn't going to work. Just go and do it in moderation. Okay, your brother, he's all grown up now, he's been in the army, Rika. Don't worry, your highness. I'll give him a proper scolding. No, just make sure it's a gentle scolding. I've been saying this for how many years now? I shook my head and turned my gaze back to the newspaper. *****. Sergeant Karl Adelheit. Please say a word. Geez, they're like zombies? They're chasing after me? If they catch me, my precious Sunday will be completely ruined. They won't give me a break and keep asking all sorts of questions. With crazed eyes, please, for the sake of the Empire's citizens, agree to an interview. Are you really just coincidentally caught up in this incident as a recipient of the Medal of Honor? Or, damn it, what the hell is this? A pursuit at the academy? Even though I'm confident in my physical fitness honed in the military, I ran almost 30 minutes straight, but those people didn't give up. I have nothing to say. Stop chasing me. In addition to receiving a Medal of Honor, you also prevented terrorism. There's no need to ask me. I'm not a soldier anymore, I'm just a civilian, a regular civilian. Stop bothering a normal academy student. I've already had enough trouble because of the 4 protagonists. No matter where I hide or run, the reporters keep following me. Where did those people even come from to enter the academy? Karl. Selina suddenly stuck her head out and gestured towards me. Here, quick. The person I just parted ways with appeared in front of me again. What does this mean? She's found a place to hide, for me, who's being chased. Without a moment's hesitation, I followed Selina's lead and quickly changed direction. Then Selina grabbed my hand and started running. Sergeant Karl Adelheit. Over here? This way? I could still hear the reporters' voices from behind. They're relentless. What if they catch us? What should I say? While worrying about that. How did you caught up? It's obvious. Karl, you've been running towards obvious places to hide. We need to go somewhere difficult for them to follow. I see. We'll just have to hide here for a bit, because those reporters were running straight ahead, and if we go that way, we'll end up in the opposite direction from here. You know the way really well, don't you? Then Selina says, that's right. Then her face suddenly blushes. Why? That's right, of course I do. I've been here at the academy the whole time, Karl, when you were in the army. Really? Since I enrolled and took a leave of absence after a month, knowing the way is strange. I'm glad Selina's here. If she weren't, I would have been chased for hours. Thank you. I owe you one, Selina. Yeah. With a somewhat awkward response, Selina fiddled with her fingers. It seemed like she was waiting for a response to what happened earlier. Selina. Yeah. Karl. You said something earlier. You asked for forgiveness. Her face became noticeably tense. Seeing Selina like that, I suddenly burst into laughter. Why are you apologizing? Why are you asking for forgiveness? You didn't do anything wrong. There's no need for forgiveness or anything like that. If anything, thank you for saying that. My response made Selina blink and stare at me blankly. It might seem strange to her, but it was obvious from my perspective. I was worried that I might make you uncomfortable again. I was afraid we couldn't even be friends or colleagues. Honestly, I kind of pushed you a little too far with my confession, in front of everyone. I didn't put myself in your shoes. So, asking for forgiveness or forgiving each other, that kind of thing was never between us. It was just a bit awkward, and we were all still young and immature back then. If anything, let's think of it as an opportunity for further growth. Selina bowed her head deeply and replied shortly, yeah, thank goodness. We've erased all the awkwardness and apologies between us. It was a bit daunting to think about how to spend the next 6 months, but things have worked out well. But, Karl, I've been wanting to ask since earlier, what's going on right now? This. It looks like reporters from the newspaper. What's going on? It seems Selina doesn't really know the current situation. I've heard that the graduating class is always busy, so maybe that's why. Schleifen, Wilhelm, Alexander and Joachim. So, from now on, let's call them the 4 protagonists. Anyway, those guys were planning to enlist as soldiers, you know. I heard about that. I went to the Imperial Army recruit training camp on Friday to convince them. After half a day of persuasion, we finally succeeded in sending them home. But we spent too much time, so we returned yesterday. On Saturday, Selina, who heard about it, patted my shoulder sympathetically and said I had a hard time. So, are the reporters swarming because of that? Schleifen, Wilhelm, really? Karl, you managed to convince those 4. No way. We returned, but those dem Canfer hijacked the train. Their ultimate goal was to explode the station or something. We handled that, and they're making a fuss. It's nothing. I see. Wait, what did you just say? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I think that's about it. Eloise looked around. Even though we're still on Imperial land, this forest should be enough to shake off any pursuit. Though I've never had a tail, it's always good to be cautious. Thunk. I caught a squirrel that appeared out of nowhere, then after scanning the surroundings, I opened my mouth. Eloise Lonegrand. Awaiting orders. After a moment, the squirrel's eyes glazed over strangely, and another voice came through. Received. Mission accomplished. We've made the train terror incident disappear for now. Survivors. The Empire took them. Exposed. A bit. We were about to start the operation when a strange man had already dealt with everything. Name. Karl. We don't know his last name yet, but he's a veteran of the Luzerne War. Suspected sharpshooter level shooting skills. Top-notch combat abilities. And lastly, very handsome. After a brief silence, the squirrel spoke again. Based on confirmation, the individual known as Karl is presumed to be Karl Adelheit. I see. Oh, hold on a moment. That man, by any chance, recently honored by the Empire with a medal. Heh, I see. Oh, I get it now. No wonder he seemed unusually capable for a returning student. A strange laughter echoed from Eloise's lips, who had been momentarily looking pathetic. The squirrel, which had been watching her with a bit of pity, continued. Get yourself together, Eloise. There's another mission ahead. New mission. Yes. The details are? No. Wait a minute. This isn't right. I just finished a mission, so I need a break, don't I? The squirrel makes a pitiful expression, as if to ask, do you really have to do this, in this situation? Of course, Eloise had no intention of budging. I'm tired. Give me an order to return. I will tell you the details of the mission. Eloise Lonegrand. Regarding this incident. I don't know. I can't work. I won't do it. Let me go home. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has already agreed to the immediate interrogation of the prisoners. I worked all night on overtime to get here. Let me go home. I want to go home. If necessary, you will be given the authority to call in witnesses from your side. Witnesses. Eloise, who had been shouting to go home, suddenly asks back. If you think there's a dangerous glint in her eyes, you're not wrong. Yes. Find out as much information as possible that is necessary for our side and return. Is that really all I have to do? If you make me do anything else, I'm going to go on strike. You're good at talking, even though you won't listen to anything more I say. Tisk, the sound of her clicking her tongue is heard and the squirrel's eyes return to focus. Then, once again, the squirrel disappears into the forest. Eloise sits down on a tree stump and purses her lips in thought. In a corner of the forest, sunlight coming in moderately, a beauty with a dizzying figure sits beneath it. A woman who seems to shake the hearts of many men, and she suddenly claps her hands. Okay, let's do it. I've made up my mind. Since it's come to this, I'll ask that man named Karl to be a witness.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. The moment I saw him, I felt something strange. I want to feel it again. Even if that's not the case, he's a face I want to see again. He's totally my type. Anyway, he's actually involved, and there's nothing wrong with that. Since I've already been given the mission, why not kill two birds with one stone? Eloise thought to herself as she continued to walk. Asterisk. There? Over there? It's Sergeant Karl Adelheit. Get him? We must secure the interview this time. I'm going first? If I don't get it, the team leader said he'd kill me. Same here, you little punk. It wasn't chaos, destruction, or ruin. Well, perhaps it was a scene of extreme chaos. Selena and I reconciled, and by that evening, the foursome had returned to the academy. I thought it was going to be a cheerful and energetic Monday morning after a long time, but it was anything but fun. Inside the academy, reporters were still holding out, some pitching tents, others seemingly just camping out on the pavement. Wait, what's this? Are they really going to sleep outside? It's not even summer yet, won't it be cold at night? Remarkable people. Are some of them veterans who endured the harsh winter more than once in the military? Darn it. If they slept rough even during training, it's common courtesy to reciprocate. I could have run away, but I felt weak and gave up. Watching that sight made me think of my comrades. When you think about it, those people are just working hard too, with compassionate hearts. Sergeant, look over here. Could you please elaborate on the train hijacking and attempted terrorism incident from 2 days ago? Do you believe reconciliation with the elves is possible? We're curious about your opinion. Sergeant Karl Adelheit. Cancel. Fuck your compassionate hearts. Just everyone, get lost. Some say that even though they're enemies, they shouldn't be treated so cruelly. What bullshit is this? The late Hyo-jun would probably rise from his grave to stick a needle in his head. PR/N. Hyo-jun was a Korean physician during the Joseon dynasty in the early 17th century. As it was a matter I couldn't just overlook, I approached the reporter who made such remarks. I'll say this here clearly. The elves who seek reconciliation with the Empire are undoubtedly allies. But those Canfra bastards, the damn sons of bitches, can be treated as such. Swish. I just had a blast. Look at them. Scribbling so much that you can't even see it. I wonder if I'm just adding fuel to the fire, but what's done is done. I'm not exactly tied down to the military anyway, might as well have some more fun. He. What kind of idiotic thing is it to talk in front of those who try to resolve things with violence? Respect comes from fear. I simply taught them how to respect the Empire. That's enough. I've said sufficient. I won't respond any further. Sergeant? Just a bit more. Just a bit. Witnesses say you didn't use your gun, is there a reason for that? That. It's because my shooting skills are useless. Bullets and gunpowder are too precious to waste. The situation was urgent, so I opted for a more certain close combat. Isn't it more tragic if Empire citizens get hit by my gun in such a confined space? Once again, as soon as I give my answer, the reporters scribble something down at the speed of light. I was so curious about what they were writing that I peeked at the notebook of the reporter next to me. Luzerne's elves aren't worth shooting. One great sword is enough. Wait, what's this reporter doing? Alright, everyone. Interviews are all very well and good, but don't you think you shouldn't be grabbing someone who has a morning lecture right now? As Imperial newspaper reporters, please maintain your dignity. Let's go, Karl. We can leave them to those two. No, damn it. Let go. Release me. That darn reporter wrote something weird. These guys, who suddenly volunteered to be my bodyguards and are trying to drag me away, are of course the four protagonists. Behind me are Schleifen and Wilhelm. And beside me are Alexander and Joachim. Oh, it's Schleifen? And next to him is Wilhelm. Really? Those two over there must be Alexander and Joachim. I heard they enlisted as soldiers. How are they here? Did they desert? Shit, that's not it either. You fucking morons. It's because of my tear-jerking sincerity and genuine persuasion. Come on, let's hurry, Karl. We are going to be late for the lecture. Let go. And also, you guys are fourth years, right? You don't even attend the same lectures as me, so why suddenly this? I don't need bodyguards, so please let go for now. Aren't you going to take the general education classes now? General education? Oh, right. But why? Oh, wait. No way. Guys, we're taking that. Now you're just sitting around to fill up general education credits? What have you been doing until now? Oh, that. Actually, I mistook mandatory and general education credits. I ended up taking more mandatory classes and fewer general education ones. Ha ha ha. Joachim, are you the same as Alexander? In response to my question, Joachim quickly avoided eye contact, then blushed and nodded his head. Still, it's good that he feels embarrassed, these guys. Huh, that's really fortunate. Then Schleifen and Wilhelm too. Yeah, we're all the same. The four of us always attended lectures together. Fuck. You guys are seriously messed up. I'm still bummed that you guys were the main characters. Asterisk. The reporters who spent the whole day at the academy finally withdrew. If they had returned empty-handed, they would have been disappointed, but not this time. Let's quickly write articles. This is breaking news. Just writing it will sell out the newspapers. The bonus for this month is mine. It's mine. Within less than a day, various articles began pouring out. The main content naturally revolved around the train hijacking incident and Karl. Especially, the interviews Karl conducted became a big topic. Sergeant Karl Adelheit, revealing the appearance of a recipient of the Medal of Honor. The elf title is a luxury for an elf who disrupts the unity of the Empire? Why did soldiers give the name Canfra to them? Revealing every detail? Bullets were even too precious for them. Concerns about taxpayers of the Empire. As articles about Karl poured out, naturally, interviews with his former comrades also began to emerge. Karl? Oh, my son has made it big. Oh, not really my son, though. He's just my first-year successor, so I call him my son's military number. Don't get it twisted. Don't write weird articles like that. That guy, when he came in as my successor, he complained about why I gave him a nobleman's uniform of all things. Sergeant Karl. Oh, should I call him Sergeant? Anyway, he's a good guy, but sometimes he has odd moments. Like suddenly dancing instead of standing guard at the outpost. When asked why, he said he was trying to warm up because it was too cold. The interviewees were different, and their stories varied. Yet, there was one common theme they all mentioned. Our boy. I remember he couldn't shoot a gun properly. It seems he didn't shoot not because bullets were precious, but because he was afraid of missing. Oh, him? Well, he was remarkably skilled in close combat, but shooting. To sum it up, shooting was a flop. If you fired 10 shots, hitting 2 was considered lucky. Upon hearing this news, Karl had to mutter a curse under his breath. What could he do? It was the truth. In reality, there were numerous instances where he only hit once. I demand they make me a machine gun. Just wait and see. If you miss with 10 shots, shoot 1,000, then you'll hit? This is Avada Kedavra. You barbaric wizards? He was shouting things that would have horrified the Ministry of War, the Ministry of Finance, and the Ministry of Magic. Is this really okay? The Minister of Foreign Affairs, clutching a copy of a newspaper that was spreading rapidly throughout the empire. He pressed his temples together as if he was going to have a headache. Canfra. Canfra. Canfra? Losers? Defeated losers of the miserable forest, losing in regular battles and irregular ones alike. Can peace truly exist? Wouldn't true peace come from an even bigger club? Damn it. The atmosphere is already tense, and the last article is like this again. While stimulating headlines are necessary, isn't this crossing the line too much? Struggling to suppress his throbbing headache, he looked at Bossism, the Minister of War. War isn't easy either. If we continue like this, with each other's sentiments worsening, it'll lead to another war despite the recent one ending. We can't take the train hijacking and attempted terrorism lightly, but if another full-scale war breaks out in this state, our empire could be in serious trouble. At his words, Bossism shrugged. Surely, he, being not just an ordinary soldier, wouldn't be unaware of that. If he lacked that much political sense as a soldier standing at the pinnacle, he would still be in charge of field command. You don't need to worry too much. The newspapers stirring things up like this will not only create a gloomy atmosphere but will also solidify the empire's overwhelming superiority, thereby firmly holding on to the empire's citizens. Are you really sure it will be like that? Even if it is, what about the elves on the other side? In fact, we should be grateful to them. We've seized a great opportunity to thoroughly suppress those hardliners and have gained a perfect pretext for it. After all, there hasn't been an official expression of regret from the elven side flying into the Ministry of Foreign Affairs right away. The Minister of Foreign Affairs had to nod in agreement, as that was true. He had been worried about how he would handle it if the elves found their language too offensive immediately. But they maintained the same attitude, constantly apologizing for the atrocities of those Luzerne's bastards. And that attitude was naturally turning into anger towards the hardliners. Taking advantage of this incident to further solidify internal morale, is this it? As the Minister of Foreign Affairs pondered while stroking his chin. Flip. Bossism, flipping through the newspaper, confirmed that the article he wanted had indeed been well received. Excellent. Very good. With this, the trust in the army, which could have been shaken, has been preserved. Karl had retired long ago, but fortunately, it had only been a few months. Since the ink on his discharge papers hadn't even dried yet, he could proudly shout, "The Imperial Army is magnificent," even if he was already retired. And the prestige of the Imperial Army, while not necessarily rising, certainly didn't decline. I'd like to give him more medals if I could. In fact, this matter had long been under serious discussion with the Ministry of Justice. The merits of preventing terrorism and rescuing the people of the Empire are as great as ever. However, the Imperial Code was silent on whether or not it would be possible to duplicate the Medal of Honor. The possibility of duplicate awards hadn't occurred to anyone. Should it be replaced with the Cross or the Silver Star for military merit? It was a time when Bossism was pondering repeatedly. Oh, have you heard the news? Someone from the Heisens faction has entered the Special Operations Command. Yes, I heard. Is it that woman? Is that true? N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. That's correct. That woman. The commander of the extermination unit. A terrifying elf who even exposed her own kind without hesitation. A considerably dangerous individual had stepped forward to investigate this incident. But do you know why Sergeant Karl Adelheit was called as a witness? This is the first time I'm hearing about it. That's how it turned out. They said they're sending someone by today. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs spoke, Bossism nodded in agreement. Then, suddenly, the conversation he had with Karl a while ago came to mind. You shouldn't expect more from me here. I'm just a regular academy returnee now. Honestly, it seems appropriate to remove ordinary conscientiously. Sergeant Karl. What academy returnee earns a Medal of Honor and suppresses terrorists single-handedly? In my heart, I wanted to subtly suggest re-enlistment. After all, wasn't he discharged as a sergeant? Re-enlistment as a private is impossible, but re-enlistment as a non-commissioned officer is possible. Isn't it a pity to leave such a talent as a mere academy student? Well, it's just wishful thinking, really. I myself am also a former Imperial Army soldier. Therefore, I understand well that recommending re-enlistment would be a foolish move. If it really happened, Karl might end up infiltrating the Ministry of War with a greatsword in hand. *****. You can't expect anything more from me here. I'm just an ordinary academy student now. Yet, that's me shooting myself in the foot. Why did I have to go and set that flag? They say the tongue is the door to calamity and worry, and the body is the axe that ruins itself. Has my Confucianism faded within me? Ranchtuk? Came from Special Operations Command, Student Karl. Due to the recent train hijacking and attempted terrorism case, we would like you to accompany us for a while. Yesterday it was journalists, today it's government officials from the Special Operations Command. Quite the spectacle indeed. But the one thing that I find somewhat appealing is not the title Sergeant Karl Adelheit but rather Student Karl. If you treat them like soldiers, you start to worry about how much these bastards are willing to exploit. But if you see me as an academy student, doesn't that mean I'll do it in moderation and get it done? It won't take long, will it? Yes. We estimate about 1 to 2 hours. Rest assured, there is nothing to worry about since you are just accompanying us as a witness. If they're coming out with that attitude from the Special Operations Command, then it's acceptable. I still have one lecture left, but I trust they'll speak well on behalf of the Special Operations Command. But if they don't, well, I'll just skip the lecture. After all, it's fine up to 3 absences. Karl. As I was about to board the carriage, a familiar voice came from behind. Huh? I quickly turned around to see the expected figure standing there. Sister. Rika Adelheit. 3 years older than me, my older sister. She's the next Countess Friedrich. Someday she'll be my guardian. But, I heard she's quite busy lately. Why is she here? Rika stood silently in front of me with a cold expression on her face. It's unusual for her to act like this. I wondered if something happened at home. Karl. Eek. Suddenly, her expression softened, and she hugged me tightly, crying out in relief. I felt a bit embarrassed since there were Special Operations Command people around, but I couldn't push her away. Knowing my sister's temperament, if I did, she'd be upset for a week. Sis, why are you here? Mean it? Mean it? Mean it? Mean it? How could you never contact me? Huh? You didn't even tell me about receiving the Medal of Honor. You caught terrorists and kept quiet about it? Do you know how worried I was when I heard the news? Well, I was just too busy. I hate you, Karl, I hate you. Even when you went to the military, you kept it a secret. You made me worry every day. No, listen to me first, sis. Sister, don't hang on to my neck like that. Your little brother's dying. Are you hurt anywhere? Huh? Did those Canfra bastards hurt you? I'm not hurt at all. No injuries, sis. Then what's this? This wound here? What is it? Tell me. This? I got carried away on my discharge day and scratched myself on the bed. No way. Tell me the truth. Did those Canfra guys do this? Tell me. I'll go right now and... Whoa, calm down, sis. If you spill the beans, it'll be a big problem. Sniff, sniff. No, why is she crying again? Why are you crying? My Karl is suffering like this, and I didn't know anything. It's natural not to know. I didn't say anything. It's my fault. Even after being discharged, you're still suffering. Look how skinny you've become. If this is skinny, then truly skinny people are chopsticks, sis. Anyway, can you please stop now? People from the Special Operations Command are starting to look at us strangely. Sniff. By the way, where are you going? Aren't there still lectures today? I'm going to the Special Operations Command as a witness. No, wait. How do you know about the remaining lectures? Have you forgotten who I am? Anyway, going to the Special Operations Command. As I nodded my head, my sister grabbed my hand firmly. I want to go too. What? What are you saying, sis? I'm not going out for fun right now. I'm going as a witness. I'm supposed to go tell them how we dealt with those Canfra bastards. The Special Operations personnel seemed equally surprised. One of them, who appeared to be of higher rank, stepped forward. Well, sorry, but since Karl is requested as a witness by the elves, it's not possible to bring additional personnel. Unfortunately, that was the end of his statement. When my sister pushed something into his hands, he stepped back. Is that all? Ranchtuk? Yes? It seems you can come with us. That's right. Then let's go, Karl. My sister quickly climbed into the carriage with a smile. Then she patted the seat next to her with her hand, making it clear that she still sees me as a little kid. Sis, please. I'm a recipient of the Medal of Honor. I've even chopped off Canfra heads. I wanted to say that, but I held back. Actually, maybe it's true that I couldn't say anything. It's natural for my sister to treat me like a kid. Feels good. I keep humming without realizing it. I hope there's nothing weird on my face. Are my clothes okay like this? The so-called returning student, Karl, is supposed to arrive soon. It's about time he agreed when we requested him as a witness. I almost screamed. I wondered how I could meet him again without arousing any suspicion, but things worked out well. Being ex-military, he seemed observant in these matters, so there's nothing to worry about. Alois Lonegrand. As I slightly turned around, several Imperial Special Forces agents entered. We've brought the suspects for interrogation. The witness will arrive shortly. Good. Very good. In that sense, please put this on. What the agents offered was a long coat. Why are they suddenly giving me this? Why? Planning to stuff me in a cold room and interrogate me? No, it's because of your attire. My attire? What's wrong with it? As I gently lifted one leg slightly, the agents frowned. Why are they like that? Not even flustered. Could it be that they're eunuch? This is strange. They say Imperial males drop dead at the sight of a female elf like me. This might be different from other departments, but here, it's the Special Forces. Charms don't work. Well, that's news to me. Haven't all of you experienced real charms? I can't help but laugh. Seems like training and real operations are the same. I've been preying on countless of my kind till now. Even those noble ones are ultimately biologically male, after all. Look at them. They say it doesn't work, yet look at those twitching pupils. The moment they hesitate, a dagger pierces their heart, and a bullet hits their forehead. Does beauty have to involve mixing bodies? In a moment of carelessness, while briefly looking away, it's already over. Disappointing. I expected the Imperial Special Forces guys to be somewhat different. Anyway, please put it on. And please don't wear such revealing clothes outside. What? It's because of the side slit? Oh, it's weaker than I thought. This side slit is a great find, allowing the refreshing forest breeze to embrace my whole body. I don't understand why humans wrap themselves up tightly with all sorts of etiquette. Yes. Thank you for your concern then. Where should I go? Follow me n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. I follow the agents. I wanted to play around, but I restrained myself. Given their nature, if I mess around behind them, they'll pull out guns or knives. Mentioning knives makes me miss Karl. He was really handsome. And he was good at close combat and had excellent marksmanship. There might be some truth to the stories of a prince who rescues in times of crisis. The newspapers said his marksmanship wasn't great, but it must be a disguise. They deliberately downplay it because it's tiring to be too outstanding. I'm sure. Otherwise, where else would you find a monster who blocks bullets with bullets? Hehe. I wonder what that man would say about this outfit. I'm so curious about his reaction. I feel like I'll go crazy with curiosity. What if his face turns red? What should I do then? Just imagining it is adorable. Here comes the witness. Turning my head, oh my, is that really him? Karl? The self-proclaimed returning student. Oh, is he really a returning student? Anyway, ahaha, Karl, ugh, right. I shouldn't act too friendly. We've just met, after all. I lightly pat my cheeks and chuckle, cough, acting, approaching Karl gracefully like an elf, not a canfra. There's a brief sigh, but it's okay, it's all good. The imperial witness I requested has arrived. Sergeant Karl Adelheit, right. Yes, that's correct. And you? Ahaha, I'm Eloise Lonegrand. Nice to meet you for the first time, isn't it? Why yes. Nice to meet you for the first time, Eloise. Hehehe. It's good to see you like this. Hehehe. You're handsome even when you're frowning. But he looked even better when he was holding that pistol and greatsword back then. It's also a little cooler to see you covered in blood like that. I wonder why he left the military? If he had stayed in the military, he would have flourished. Oh, maybe? Could he be an undercover agent disguising his returning student status, secretly operating? That could be possible, right? Ahem. Oh, there was someone next to me. It's a bit annoying that she's a woman, but I should still greet her, right? It wouldn't be right to instill rude elf stereotypes in front of Karl from the start. It's also our first meeting. Nice to meet you. I'm Eloise Lonegrand. Wait a moment. This woman, is she? I think she is. Could you be the Blade Queen? Ugh. Suddenly, a rough hand grabs my lips. When I looked up in surprise, I saw Karl there with a shocked expression on his face. Oh, I've made a mistake, haven't I? I'm in trouble? I'm going to be hated from the start? What can I do? Asterisk. Entering the Special Forces headquarters with my sister, I see a familiar face ahead. I had a rough idea, but it was that perverted elf. Ugh. Even though the army had already investigated, I wondered why they suddenly called me as a witness. Considering the close cooperation between the Ministry of War and the Special Forces, it was quite odd. But if the elves requested me, then the Special Forces had no choice but to call me. I've requested an imperial witness, and he's here. Sergeant Karl Adelheit, right. Look at that. Hehe. Approaching with a smile, then activating the pretend not to know skill. She's clearly saying, we must act like we don't know each other now? Got it. Yes, that's correct. And you? Ahaha. I'm Eloise Lonegrand. Nice to meet you for the first time, isn't it? Yes. Nice to meet you for the first time, Eloise. I should go along. It'll make things less awkward for me too. Ahem. Oops. This is bad. I completely forgot about Rika because of this perverted elf. My sister, even if she just glances at anything resembling a woman next to me, feels uncomfortable. Hey, Eloise. Say hello, quickly. Stop clinging to me like that. It's also our first meeting. Nice to meet you. I'm Eloise Lonegrand. What's wrong with her? Why is she buffering all by herself? Could you be the Blade Queen? Fuck. I found myself grabbing Eloise's lips without even realizing it. Because if she blurted out that word any louder, there might be a snowstorm. I immediately released her lips, but Eloise looked at me with surprised eyes. You're surprised? I'm surprised too. Actually, it's the first time I've heard that term too. Rika, where on earth have you been roaming? My sister, Rika Adelheit, as she's known to the world, is just a nice, talented young lady. Instead of entering the academy, she entered some upper echelon at the age of 16 and handled various tasks. Some say it's degrading work, but they say there's nothing better than learning the flow of money, so those words soon sink in. She's known as a true lady who strives for the family and territory. That's the fact about my sister that people in the world know, but nothing is quite right. Let me introduce her again. My sister, Rika Adelheit, former team leader of the Imperial Special Operations Task Force. Although she retired due to preparations for inheriting the family estate, her connections and abilities are still remarkable. That's because the Special Operations Task Force is directly under the royal family, not a subsidiary of the Ministry of War. Given the status of the position, her career is kept secret. Only our father, mother, and I barely know about it. Even the steward and the maids who dedicated their lives to our family don't know. And yet, I knew that my sister was the head of such a fearsome place. Blade Queen. I've never heard of her holding such an absurd title before. Goodness. Of all things, it had to be Blade Queen. Thankfully, there are no extraterrestrial monsters here. I'm Rika Adelheit, Eloise Lonegrand, commander of the Heisen's extermination unit, right. In the midst of it all, that perverted elf is just as intimidating as my sister. Extermination unit? What the hell? The relationship between the two of you seems quite interesting. So, could you do something about that outfit? If you're going to cover up, do it properly. The perverted elf may have unintentionally exposed your sister's identity. But ironically, my sister seemed more uncomfortable with Eloise's attire than anything else. It's strange. I'm the one who came from a Confucian society, so why is she acting more like this? I'm sorry. The coat I gave earlier. It's here. Eloise quickly puts on the coat. She twirls around once. To tell the truth, there isn't much difference. It seems like it's a coat given by the special forces, but the problem is Eloise's proportions are too good. Although she put it on, it only covered her upper body, leaving nothing covered below. Thanks to that, her slit skirt and the glimpse of her white thighs in between. Ahem, don't look at that, Karl. Look away. How dare you in front of my Karl. Sister, I'm grown up now. I'm at an age where seeing this isn't a big deal. Let's go quickly to where those canfras are. Eloise, could you also behave appropriately? I didn't do anything in particular, but sure. Blade Queen, Rika. As Eloise took the first step and my sister, who was looking at her with disapproval, followed her. I unknowingly grab my sister and say, Sister. Yes, Karl. What? Did that elf bother you? Just say the word. I'll subtly handle it. Just in case. Just don't corrupt or betray me later. Got it? Don't even say, go, Karl. Come on. What's gotten into him all of a sudden? Well, my sister isn't someone who would do that. But I'm also nervous about the weird titles. The two Canfra men being escorted by the Imperial Special Forces. 2 of them, anyway. Their identity, of course, turned out to be the terrorists I rescued and handed over a few days ago. More than anything, I'm amazed at how well they were taken care of and escorted from the scene. Thinking back, they were groaning as if they were about to breathe their last at any moment. Although their condition wasn't great, it seems they were somehow revived. Ultimately, yes. Of course, pouring healing magic until they reached a stage where they could be interrogated almost caused 3 wizards to pass out. The Special Forces agent smiles, saying it was quite thrilling to think back to that time. Don't say anything to me. At that time, I was overflowing with adrenaline. Honestly, keeping them alive was quite an achievement. I was hit with PTSD the moment I saw them. But Eloise Lonegrand. Yes. You brought student Karl as a witness, but why haven't you asked him anything? Well, if you have something to ask it. Actually, the 2 of us were there together. Still, we couldn't afford to be too obvious in front of the Special Forces agents. Facing Eloise, I faithfully recounted the situation at the time as a witness. So, you went to persuade a certain group of 4 at the rookie training camp, but when the explosion occurred on the train, you immediately knew what was happening and subdued all the resisting ones. That's correct, Eloise. During the process, they resisted so fiercely that we had no choice but to eliminate them. They did resist fiercely, but the level was seriously low. It was clear they hadn't received proper training. That's understandable, though. Those kinds of personnel should have been sent to the war long ago. Meanwhile, the Corps Command of Luzernes, who fled claiming they would survive, continued to plot terrorism, intending to reignite the war and start a holy war. Eloise summed up her impression with just one line. As expected, worthy of being called Canfra. Oh my, I never expected to hear such words from an elf's mouth. Luzernes, where on earth have you fallen to? Even your own kind calls you Canfra? I thought there might be something special, but it's the same as what was delivered by the Ministry of War. Is there anything missing or incorrect in my testimony? There shouldn't be. Thank you for your cooperation, Karl Adelheit. Oh, should I call you student Karl? Everyone seems to forget sometimes, but I'm not a sergeant, I'm a returning student. Then, what about those 2 Canfra men? Could you please guide them to where they need to go? Follow me. Oh, student Karl, you can go now that your task is done. Can I go too? I'm a bit curious about what those guys are chatting about. Since I've already missed class and come all the way here, it feels a bit awkward to leave already. Besides, I'm slightly curious about what kind of words might come out of their mouths. Will it be dim bastards, or perhaps spare us? We'll tell you everything. If they were in their right minds, the latter should be the norm. I held a great sword against all of them when they were about to shoot. However, considering their Canfra tendencies, it might not be the case. And, as we entered the interrogation room, my expectations were confirmed. Yes, you scum. The enemies of our comrades. You bastards. I won't forgive you. Arg. Oh, they're still quite spirited despite everything. They were undoubtedly the ones who were about to cross the Han River from my hands. So I thought they would beg for mercy as soon as they saw my face. Yet, they actively express their enmity and shower curses. Whether it's admirable or a bit headstrong. Or maybe they've suffered some head injuries. Or perhaps the one who sent them has brainwashed them very well. Whatever it is, I didn't expect the interrogation to go so smoothly. You're still alive? You've never been interrogated. Eloise also seems to find it odd how lively they are. The Special Forces agent responds with a shrug. They just woke up yesterday after receiving healing magic. It seems they think they miraculously survived, but they'll find out soon why the Empire saved them. Suddenly, a chill runs down my spine. The Special Forces. Quite literally, the department responsible for all the special tasks of the Empire. Among them, naturally, exists the task of extracting information. How they extract it, well, I guess we'll see from now on. They wouldn't skin them alive like Canfras, would they? As the agents entered the interrogation room, we stepped outside and sat down. There's even a semi-transparent mirror here. What a fascinating world. Let's start properly. I'm Dee from the Imperial Special Forces. Nice to meet you, scum of the Empire. The dogs of the Empire. While the agents were politely greeting first, it's quite a sight to see them like this. Glancing to the side, I see Eloise giggling to herself. When I ask why, she says, they're begging for death. Each of your names, ages, and affiliations. We have no names to tell the dogs of the Empire. Who was behind this operation? The forest commanded it. To forever burn you all. How did you infiltrate the Empire? All our comrades who hate the Empire helped us. The Canfras growl menacingly while the agent questions them without a change in expression. It won't take long now. Soon, a method will emerge to get the right answers. Canfras. The Imperial Special Forces are not a place known for preserving human rights. Why specifically a train? Were there other places you considered for the bomb attack? Ha ha ha. The entire Empire is our target? Anywhere humans live. It seems you're blatantly disregarding the treaties you made with the Empire. Those traitors to our kin shamefully made them? They're nothing but traitors who sold out the forest. I suddenly wonder if these guys even understand the concept of war. Those who have truly experienced war do everything in their power to prevent it from happening again, because they know firsthand how terrible and disgusting it was. All this talk about holy wars, but war is never sacred. It's never glorious. That's just bullshit. Delusions from those who haven't experienced war. Act of determining who's right? Don't bullshit me. War is just about who survives. That's all. If you continue to be uncooperative like this, only you will suffer. The Empire is willing to accept you as long as you provide useful information for the Empire. Surrender. Then you can live. We'd rather die than surrender? Kill us. Goddamn. That's a lot of patience on the agent's part. It seems words won't work. The agent sighs. If that's really your intention, then we'll have to resort to a more serious approach. Huh? Too bad. If it weren't for that damn bastard, everything would have gone according to plan. Not even death will be enough. That human? His name is Karl, right? Even in death, I will curse him. Disgusting dogs of the Empire. Enemies who slaughtered our kin? Rot in hell. Sigh. Greenhorns. Already endured hell twice through enlistments, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Bam. Endured. Wait a minute, Rika? Why did she just barge into the interrogation room? She was sitting right next to me just a moment ago? Where did she disappear to? ******. The Agent D was in a state of great confusion. An outsider abruptly entered the interrogation room. They mentioned being Karl's sister, right? But why did the securely locked door open, and what were the other agents outside doing? As he was about to sternly tell her to leave. Get out. Those words were coming from the outsider unrelated to the special forces. What's going on? We're in the middle of an interrogation? Outsiders are. I said get out. For a moment, the agent involuntarily flinched and trembled. What is this? Special Forces agents learn to control themselves even in the face of fear, to make the best decisions and actions in any situation. But why, in the world, is my body stiffening and cold sweat running down in front of that woman? Beep. The ringing of the call bell on the table interrupts. When I glanced over, I saw a superior gesturing from outside the door. It seems like they want me to come out. I'm not sure if this is appropriate. Eventually, the Special Forces agent steps out of the interrogation room. The elves watching the scene laugh, saying what a ridiculous sight it is and how the Empire's standards are worth seeing. Of course, Rika, who entered the room, seemed completely indifferent. Canfra. She opened her mouth with an emotionless voice. It's our first meeting. So, I'll ask 3 times out of courtesy. Who hired you? Huh? That's not even worth answering. It's the forest. The Canfras, who were about to answer, suddenly felt a searing pain in their shoulder. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. What the hell? They looked at the source of the pain and soon found daggers embedded in their shoulders. I'll ask again. Who hired you? What is this? This time, another dagger was embedded in the opposite shoulder. They saw nothing. I have no idea what's happening. Canfra. Then, they soon realized the reason for all this. It was because they saw the 2 daggers clenched in Rika's hands. This is the last time. Next time, it'll be here. Tap, tap. Pointing at their throat, the formidable woman still spoke with a chilling voice. It was impossible not to answer in front of her again. Wait. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Save me. Save me. The one who hired us was. *****. My sister. I think I understand why she was called the Blade Queen. I barely caught a glimpse of it. That moment when she thrust the daggers into them. It wasn't asking 3 times and then thrusting, but rather thrusting each time she asked, and killing on the 3rd. Karl. My brother. My cute little brother, young and old. When I close my eyes, I recall the times when he would come running into my arms, saying sister. He was so full of charm that loved him more than father or mother. As time went on, he grew a head taller than me, but Karl was still Karl. When the news came that he had suddenly enlisted as a soldier, I can't describe how much my heart sank. He shouldn't get hurt. I just wished he would give up and come back home. I felt an overwhelming desire to pull him out of the training camp by any means necessary and keep him by my side. Meanwhile, father just said, son, be strong, without knowing what I was going through. Mother tried to put on a brave face, respecting Karl's decision. And ultimately, Princess Mikela also urged me, please be patient, so I had to endure. At first, I thought I would be okay. But then, immediately after, the war broke out. Hardliners on the Elven side, the Hawks, Luzernes, Those bastards started trouble, and it turned out that Karl was the one sent out in the midst of that disaster. It was a nightmare that haunted me for nearly 3 years before the war ended. Every time I heard Karl calling me sister, I woke up drenched in sweat. Every day was hell, worrying if he was eating well, if he had been seriously injured. As time passed, the war finally ended. And Karl's suffering came to an end too. I no longer had those nightmares. Finally, my brother came back. Then one day, quite unexpectedly, the princess, who had become close to me, gave me some news. Your brother. He's going to be a Medal of Honor recipient. Rika. I was puzzled. What the hell does that mean, and why my Karl? It turns out he had achieved such a remarkable feat but kept it a secret. At first, I felt a little hurt, but soon I understood. Karl must have had his reasons for doing so. All I had to do was embrace my hard-working brother and tell him he had done well. But then, my remarkable brother made another big achievement after receiving the medal. He prevented a train hijacking. It could have been a terrorist attack. He single-handedly subdued the elves of Luzerne and saved countless lives. When Karl's deeds became known, everyone applauded him. It was wonderful. I was happy. I was so pleased to see Karl become such an accomplished person. But I was a little disappointed that he didn't tell us about it. But to my brother, to my Karl, who is the best thing in the world. Even if I chew you up and spit you out, it won't be enough. That guy, Karl, wasn't it? I'll curse him even in death. Disgusting imperial bastard. The enemy who slaughtered our people. Rot in hell. A moment later, when I came to my senses, I found myself arranging flowers for the canfras. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. To cut to the chase, the would-be train hijackers and terrorists spilled everything. Starting from their names, ages, and addresses, to their target selection reasons and the rough outlines of their command structures. They were about to tell us the color of your underwear, too, for a little banter, weren't they? Rika would ask 1 and they would automatically answer 10. They wanted to say more, but they didn't know, so they just squirmed. Is that all? Nothing more. Yes, that's really all. We swear. I'm sorry? Please forgive us? Please spare us. If they had smiled and cooperated when the Special Forces agents were being nice, none of this would have happened. Or at least don't curse me in front of my sister. I feel bad about it. All right. This should suffice. Oh, about those things stuck in your shoulders. Would you like me to remove them? This? Us. When the canfras hesitated and looked to my sister for guidance, they replied with a resounding yes, please, when she gave them a stern look. Then, they self-extracted the knives stuck in their shoulders and presented them to my sister. They were clearly in pain, but they were expressing relief rather than screaming in agony. It was a moment where the saying a kind word and a gun will do more good than just a kind word came to mind. As expected, the Blade Queen. In the midst of it, Eloise seemed to be expressing admiration, muttering to herself. Hey, stop using that title. It bothers me even in another world. And I don't even want to imagine my sister's hair turning into sea anemones. Clack. Karl, sis is here. Here, sis. It was almost a cognitive dissonance, but if I reacted negatively, there would definitely be trouble. Let it go, think positively. Still, I'm glad the canfras aren't completely uncooperative. They're not. Yeah, I've seen some who absolutely won't talk. Sis gave them plenty of chances at first, but the ones who wouldn't talk anyway wouldn't talk if you gave them 100 chances. Maybe the 100 chances I mentioned. I wonder if it's the chance I think it is. I glanced sideways at Eloise next to me, as if asking if my thoughts were correct. Then she closes her eyes, as if she knows my sister better than I do. Nod n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. What I thought was right. You mean she stabbed them 100 times, not just twice as she said earlier? The ridiculous nickname of Blade Queen wasn't just for show. From now on, I should listen to my sister better. I've always listened well, but I should do even better. Whether I get married or not, I'll warn my children to treat their aunt with respect. I want to avoid the hedgehog future, whether I become a parent or not. Ugh. I am alive. Meanwhile, the two canfras were leaving the interrogation room, bleeding profusely from both shoulders. Despite looking terribly hurt, they seem more relieved to be alive. Are you okay, sis? What are you talking about, Karl? Well, you said we were interrogating them, but sticking knives in their shoulders. My sister used to be a member of the Special Operations Execution Division, but she's retired, not active duty. So, you could say it's more like a noble meddling in official duties and interrogating prisoners through torture, in a way. Don't worry. The Ministry of Special Affairs says it was a minor incident caused by excessive aggression on the part of the interrogation subjects during the interrogation. Oh, can they do that? You know where I used to work. People from there and the special operations are familiar with each other, and they've seen each other here since then. Naturally, they have higher ranks. So, they cover for each other. They said they'd take care of it, so there's nothing for my Karl to worry about. But seriously, were you that worried? Geez. Do you like your sister that much? Of course, I like my sister. Where else would you find someone who cares so much about their younger sibling? But, sis, everything's fine, so could you please tone down the affection a bit? I'll be half 50 next week. And I've been through the military. I even got a medal. Karl Adelheit. Just as I was starting to worry that she might hug and kiss me, Eloise, at a suitable moment, calls for my sister and extends her right hand. Thanks to you, it was a big help. I was sure those guys were up to no good, but I never imagined we'd finish them off in less than a day. It saved me the trouble of having to go looking for them. She may look like a weird elf dressed in rags, but she's actually the head of the Heisen's extermination unit. Simply put, she's an elf who used to be in the same position as my sister. It's not hard to see who she's going to be looking for. Well, Eloise Lonegrand. The sooner Heisen can capture the last of the Luzerne, the sooner peace will come to the Empire. Your brother's no pushover either, being a medal recipient. Thanks. You're not a pushover either, so don't feel too bad. Eloise extends her hand, and my sister takes it. The handshake between the Blade Queen and the perverted elf. No, wait. Former and current agents. It started off a bit ambiguous, but now there's something between them. A kind of camaraderie. By any chance, can you give me Karl? Fuck off, you crazy bitch. Ahaha, then how about a half-elf niece? How about I split you in half right here and now? Can't even take a joke? Hehehe. Saying she's got everything she needs and she'll go check things out and then return, Eloise disappears first. It feels like a storm just swept through. Somehow, I feel more exhausted than when I prevented the train incident. As I blankly watch Eloise disappear, my sister calls my name from beside me. Karl. Yeah, sis. You called. Want me to take care of that bitch for you? Huh, that bitch. She's starting to get quite annoying. Just say the word. So, she's suggesting, publicly executing the head of the Heisen's extermination unit, now? Please, sis. Just hold back. If you say so, then there's nothing we can do. Is she not doing it because of diplomatic issues or for her own safety, but because I told her not to? But still, isn't asking for Eloise's head crossing a line? Come on. The professor, who had been deeply engrossed in the lecture, suddenly stops speaking. Then, crossing his arms, he begins to stare intently at where the students are seated. Even the students who were taking notes while listening to the lecture realized that something was amiss. Soon, they too turned their gaze in the direction the professor was looking. With his head propped up, a student sleeping in a rather uncomfortable position is spotted. There he goes again, sleeping. Hey, wake him up. At the urging of the students, another student sitting nearby wakes the dozing student. Startled, the awakened student quickly sits up and tries to act nonchalant. However, by now, the attention of everyone in the classroom is focused on him. Is it because of lack of sleep due to studying? Or is it something else? I am sorry. If you feel sleepy, don't just sit there, stand at the back and listen to the lecture. That's the minimum courtesy for a professor here. I'm sorry. The professor, clearing his throat, refocuses on the lecture. Again. During the early days of the Empire, there were numerous wars, large and small, unlike anything we see today. Emperor Constantine II, for instance, left his mark for eternity through territorial expansion. And the system he personally created back then was the system of honors. The highest honor bestowed upon those who showed heroic deeds on the fiercely contested battlefield. As it was a system created directly by the emperor, it had been strictly adhered to since then. Though not as fervently as in the past, even now, being awarded an honor is a mark of a remarkable individual. Suddenly, as the professor passionately lectures, the students again turn their heads, this time collectively, to somewhere else in the room. 1 by 1, then 10 by 10, in an instant, the attention of the entire classroom shifts. Their gaze is fixed on a male student who was murmuring while taking notes. Why, again. He's undoubtedly a senior student who returned to school less than a month ago, also a classmate from the same year. In less than a month, he has made an enormous presence known, aptly named the storming returnee. Student Karl. Yes, professor. If you've finished taking notes, can you erase what's written here? Sure, thank you. The returning student was now busy adjusting to life at the academy. Asterisk. This is driving me crazy. Seriously, it's driving me insane. Was note-taking always this difficult? I guess I spent too long in the military. That's why my head and hands have stiffened. Otherwise, it shouldn't be this hard to write down the lecture on the board. Professor. Please don't erase there. I haven't finished writing it all yet. Darn it, seriously, this military aftermath is too severe. Even the best of us are said to become ordinary after 2 years in the military. In that regard, I, who was originally just an ordinary person, have become below average. Excuse me, Riley. Yes, senior. You called. Can I see the notes you took a while ago? The notes? Of course. Anytime. Nov. L. B /JNN. Thank you, my junior. I really appreciate it. Thank goodness. In my past life memories, there were those jerks who even restricted this. Those cowardly trash who would push away competitors just to get better scores? Thanks, Riley. I really appreciate it. It's nothing. There can't be any crazy guy who wouldn't listen when a recipient of the Medal of Honor asks, right? There's something about the way you say it that gives off a if you don't help me, I won't let you off. Can't you phrase it more gently? No, don't even mention the Medal of Honor. Just say you want to help the returning student. When I came back to the academy, I thought I could be anything but an idiot who enlisted after getting dumped. The unpopular returning student, the senior I didn't particularly want to get close to. I thought that was safe enough. But the reality is, but senior, Did you really use a great sword on the train because you thought bullets were a waste? There's this knight who keeps saying you weren't good at marksmanship, but it doesn't make sense for a Medal of Honor recipient to be unable to shoot. Especially someone who showed tremendous valor in war. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Bearing a Medal of Honor on the chest, wielding a great sword in one hand, and an elf's head in the other, with a pistol tucked in the waistband, a crazy combatant. That's what the returning student has become. And if you add elf slayer or terrorist murderer to the mix, oh boy, anyone would think he's a villain. Huh? Maybe even a mass murderer? A war hero wielding a greatsword instead of a gun because hostages were at risk. Wow, that sounds really cool. Yeah, thanks. If you've experienced military life even a bit, you wouldn't say such things. Now, I really don't know. Is it better to be the unpopular returning student, the senior I didn't want to get close to, or the returning student with a story, even if it means getting tired and involved everywhere? People say if you receive too much attention, you get addicted without even realizing it. While people naturally seek attention, it doesn't mean I'm an attention seeker. I just wanted to spend my time at the academy like everyone else, but what's with all this chaos? What's even sadder is that this might just be the beginning, not the end. I've tried to reassure myself, saying it won't happen. It won't happen. But I know it will. Probably. There's a really sad song lyric that goes, "Why hasn't a sad premonition ever been wrong?" Hey, you two. Save your chit-chat for later. Focus on the lecture. Yes? Sorry. Meanwhile, my damn body reflexively answered like I was still in the military. It's been over 2 months since my discharge, and I thought I had shed my military aura. I mean, maybe I still smell like army rations a bit, but shouldn't I give off some civilian vibes? Yet here I am, still Sergeant Karl Adelheit of the Imperial Army? After that, the Empire experienced rapid growth, leading to intense conflicts with neighboring kingdoms. Among these conflicts, the biggest was, of course, with the elves. They were in a border dispute with the Empire over the Great Forest. Unlike in my past life, here, borders aren't barricaded from start to finish, with barbed wire fences and all strategies operating around the clock. So, borders are natural obstacles. Basic examples include rivers, lakes, and mountains dividing territories. Among these natural obstacles was the massive forest called the Great Forest, located in the southern part of the Empire. The problem arose when the borders drawn around this forest were perceived differently by the Empire and the elves. The Empire wanted to use the southern part of the Great Forest as the border, while the elves wanted the northern part. In other words, both sides wanted to claim the Great Forest as their territory. This led to accusations of border crossings from both sides, causing chaos. And with the forest as the border, there was no way to draw a clear line and say, cross it and you die. As time passed, instead of easing, the conflict intensified. Eventually, the First Battle of the Great Forest marked the beginning of a long-standing conflict between the Empire and the elves. Subsequently, as the Empire achieved victory after victory, the elves experienced internal divisions between hardliners and moderates. Those advocating for a decisive battle with the Empire were led by Luzernes, while those calling for peace with the Empire were led by Heisens. The next part of the repertoire is always the same. Luzernes provokes, the Empire reacts. Then Heisens try to stop them, only to be outmaneuvered by Luzernes. Oh, just so you know, it's been less than 30 years since Heisens took control. Before that, they were constantly being outmaneuvered, both verbally and physically, by hardliners. It wasn't until after the 8th Great Forest War, in which I participated, that the tide turned. Even though elves inherently look down on humans, and because of that, Heisens initially struggled to gain support and faced numerous crises. But conflicts between groups tend to erupt when one side becomes tired and can no longer fight. And the Luzerne elves were completely overwhelmed by our empire in 2 aspects. The Luzerne's elves were too reliant on their own magic and archery. Even when Heisens actively introduced guns and gunpowder invented by our empire, they ignored it and regarded it as a joke. But what was the result? In the 7th Great Forest War, one division of our empire defeated over 10,000 Luzerne warriors. Highly trained knights are undoubtedly a formidable force. A spellcaster with unimpeded casting is a disaster in itself. Guns don't make one invincible, because the guns of this era are not automatic rifles. But there were definitely more advantages than disadvantages. It was enough to turn the tide of battle. That's the outcome. The Empire and the Heisens soared. Conversely, the Luzernes plummeted. And then, the best they could come up with was to carry out terrorist acts to sow discord between the Empire and the Heisens. Anyway, dem tricky bastards. They need to be dealt with. As it became increasingly difficult for Luzernes to achieve victory against the Empire, they recently changed their tactics. They sought to divert public opinion among the Empire's citizens against the elves through terrorist acts targeting the Empire. I remember there was an incident where they almost succeeded in doing just that. Here we go again. Huh? Here we go again. As soon as they start talking about terrorist acts, my juniors all look at me again. Especially Riley, who was sitting right next to me, who was singing Shebang Shebang with his eyes. PR/N, Shebang Shebang, literally means Twinkle Twinkle, is a song by Korean trot prince, Park Hyun Bin. Let's take a moment to applaud the hero of the Empire who prevented such incidents. At the professor's words, the juniors applauded enthusiastically. The classroom is about to collapse. But professor, if you're already offering applause, couldn't you also offer extra credit? And if that's not possible, could you at least write on the board a bit slower? I'm struggling to keep up with you. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Karl. As the lecture ends, Selena comes running up to me. Seeing her receiving greetings from my juniors and acting all hesitant, something seems to be up. Karl, I'm really sorry, but are you free tomorrow? Tomorrow? When? Late afternoon, or maybe evening. I suppose I could make time then. But why? My brother really wants to see you. Is she talking about the person I rescued on impulse? Should I meet him? That's your decision, Karl, but I'd appreciate it if you could. My brother really feels like he owes you a lot, please. At Selena's words, I instinctively scratched the back of my head. Others may praise me for doing something great, but I just feel embarrassed. All I did was some crazy stunt to save my squad mates, and this is what happened. Every time they mention medals or heroes, it just makes me even more uncomfortable. Sure, I'll meet him. Oh, thank you, Karl. I really appreciate it. The reason I couldn't refuse, despite everything, is because I understand that feeling. Wanting to express gratitude but not having anyone to express it to. Feeling sorry for not being able to. Damn bastards. Why were they in such a rush to go first? They didn't even let me thank them for saving me. William, Thomas, Martin, Frederick, and the other squad mates. Fucking bastards. They were fucking awesome, brother. Do you really have to come? On the other end of the comm, Selena appeared quite worried. Well, you see, Karl didn't exactly look like he wanted to be reminded of that time. Is that so? Dianik bit his lip slightly, looking troubled. Selena's brother. The eldest of the Ifrit lineage, the minor head of the Marquis of Nafplion. In the recent Luzerne War, he was a platoon leader in the 7th Infantry Division, and one of the hundreds of Imperial soldiers saved by Karl. After a moment of contemplation, he cautiously spoke up. Selena. Yes, brother. Still, will you say it just once? All right. The conversation between siblings ended there for now. Dianik disconnected the communication link and buried himself deeper into the back of his chair. Closing his eyes, the past situation vividly replayed in his mind. We're all going to die here or die on the way. Isn't it the same? Since we're going to die anyway, wouldn't it be better to go a little closer to home to die? At the time of receiving the Medal of Honor, Karl had simply said it was just his luck. In reality, some of those who hadn't seen combat in the war would argue that was all there was to it. Nonsense. What luck was, it was when God smiled upon someone. And God doesn't help just anyone. He helps those who deserve it. And in that respect, Karl deserved it. When everyone else gave up, Karl didn't. He persuaded us to turn back. He volunteered to lead from the front. As if entranced by that pull, we were able to escape a place that felt like hell. Karl. We all thought we were as good as dead until you arrived. Those who haven't experienced it wouldn't understand even until the brink of death. When death is right in front of you. When you can't resist at all. When you can only watch those who've shared life and death with you die. How terrifying and bitterly sad the helplessness and self-loathing that come at that moment are. That's when Karl came. He grabbed the hands of those who had given up hope. It didn't matter why he came, whether we could really survive or not. He came to save us. He didn't abandon us. That was more than enough. And he truly did save us. Not a single one of us was left behind. I want to say, thank you. I really want to say it. I have to say it. This isn't just a thank you to the hero named Karl. It's also a tribute to my past self, still floundering in that hell. That's the only way I can hope to find some peace and sleep a little easier. Brother. Time passed, and Selena contacted me again. They said it's okay to come. All right. Thanks, Selena. After a moment's hesitation, Dianik activated the communication link again. A while later, the faces of his comrades appeared on the other side. Sir, what's going on? Gentlemen, take a moment. Let's go meet the man who saved us. Back then, it was so chaotic. I even doubted if we really survived. I couldn't even say hello because I've been hiding my identity ever since. Oh, got it. We must express our gratitude. We must say that it's because of you that we're alive. Being alive, we must show that we've met our families and formed new ones. Because then, we might feel a little less guilty towards our fallen comrades. Even for those who died in our place. We had to express our thanks. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Dianik, my brother, it's not often that he asks me to do him a favor. On the contrary, I myself has asked my brother for more favors. So, I couldn't bring myself to refuse his request this time. Despite thinking that Karl might not like it, I eventually asked him. Fortunately, Karl agreed to my brother's request. But you never said anything like this before, brother. Sorry, Selena. You should be sorry to Karl, not to me. I thought you were coming alone. It was embarrassing. Behind Dianik, near the academy, there were dozens more. What made me even more bewildered was my brother's next words. I tried to keep the numbers as small as possible. No, really. I told you. Karl is uncomfortable recalling those times. It's not just a matter of embarrassment, but he simply doesn't want to remember. Still, I thought it would be okay to ask just my brother. But if you act like this without consulting me in between, what am I even for? With a silent scream inside, Selena grabbed Dianik's hand. If it's going to be like this, just go, brother. And if Karl feels uncomfortable, Selena. Oh no, what should I do? He's already here. Karl. You're here. Oh, the person standing behind. Steps. Dianik passed by Selena and approached Karl. In response, Selena hurriedly followed and stood by Karl's side. Silence. And more silence. Dianik, with Karl before him, remained wordless. He just stared right through him. He didn't even bother to greet him. Oh, brother. What on earth are you doing? It's rude to stare like that. To not even exchange greetings at a formal first meeting? It's like they're inviting a fight from the other side. It's beyond acceptable. As Selena started to feel anxious and was about to intervene. That's right. With a trembling voice, Dianik spoke up. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. He was right. Back then, that person, who came running towards us when everyone else had given up. He said, let's go together, even if we die, let's die a little closer to home. He was really right. Selena saw it. The tears welling in her brother's eyes. The soldier who held them back and extended his right hand. I'm Dianik Ifrit. At that time, I was a platoon leader in the Imperial Army. It's an honor to meet you, Marquis of Nafplion. I'm Sergeant Karl Adelheit. Brief greetings. Hands shaken and withdrawn. Silence fell once again. Dianik purses his lips, unable to say anything more. Selena doesn't know the reason. She can't understand. But Karl, standing before Dianik, another survivor of that war, he understands the reason. Perhaps he's still contemplating the hell of that moment. Sergeant Karl Adelheit. Dianik finally managed to speak again. Thank you for rescuing us from that hell back then. With these words, Dianik gestured, and his comrades who were behind approached. There were junior officers of noble descent and common soldiers among them. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for them to mix like this. But they were all in a special situation, comrades. These are the members of my platoon that you saved. We selected only those who said they'd all come. I'm sure you feel burdened. Just as much as we do. I'm sure it's difficult for you every time you remember that day, Sergeant. I'm sorry. Truly sorry. But I felt like we had to express our gratitude somehow. At those words, Karl looked slowly at the survivors. They were all people who had lived on someone else's life as a guarantee. Those who had returned home instead of those who hadn't come back. Certainly not sinners, but souls who considered themselves sinners. Thank you for saving us. Dianik bowed his head, and his platoon members followed suit. Observing them for a moment, I said, I, too, thank you all. Facing them, I bowed slightly and expressed my gratitude. Sergeant. Confused, Dianik tried to reject the thanks, asking why he was being thanked. But I nodded gently, then smiled softly. I'm grateful to see those I rescued again. Seeing you all, I remember my fallen comrades who saved me. I'm sorry. Truly sorry. No, that's why I'm grateful. Thanks to all of you, I can feel a bit more dignified in front of those fellows. Because of me, those who died. Because of you, I can say that their deaths weren't in vain. This is a gratitude and apology to each other and to our departed comrades. Your sacrifices were not in vain. I've repaid them like this, and I'll live diligently to match it. So, when we meet again someday, won't you be a little less angry? PR/N, the feels. Sometimes I have nightmares. Other fellows I couldn't save come to me. They cry out in pain, and I wake up drenched in cold sweat. At my words, Dianik and his platoon members all nodded subtly. They were all the same. They were all shuddering with guilt. But at least today, I don't think I'll have those nightmares. Because you're all here. Because there's evidence that I didn't fail to save anyone. Having heard this, Dianik took a deep breath and stepped back. Then, assuming a formal posture, he saluted gracefully. His comrades also followed suit, showing respect to their benefactor, their comrade in arm, to the man who saved their lives, and for the other heroes standing behind him. Returning their salute, I smiled and said, let's go. I didn't expect so many of you to come. Dinner might be a bit early, so let's have a cup of coffee or tea before you go. I'll pay. I have a good pension because of the Medal of Honor, you know. If it's a Medal of Honor recipient's treat, I'm sure even plain water would taste good. You are so different from our leader. Our platoon leader, what a fucking bastard he was. Ugh. Even though it was only today that they had truly met for the first time, they were casual with each other, as if they had known each other for a very long time. Selena, watching the scene from a distance, fidgeted with her hands. I want to help him with that bitterness. I want to understand. When he tells me he's struggling, I want to comfort him, even if I don't know him well. I want to care for him with all my might. Academy 4th year students, or the graduating class. They generally fall into two categories. One is relatively relaxed, though relaxed is far from the truth, preparing for graduation. The other is frantically scrambling to graduate, with fire burning under their feet. Among the latter, many are struggling to catch up on lectures they missed in previous years. Some are enjoying their academy life, while others procrastinate, saying, I'll handle it when the time comes. Or perhaps they misunderstand their grades and neglect courses they should have taken. The latter case is particularly pitiful, as they end up taking classes with their juniors. And they become excellent examples, offering advice and lessons to their juniors firsthand. For example, Karl, can I see your notes for a moment? I missed this part. This is ridiculous. Make up your liberal arts points in advance. I went to the army and forgot everything else, but I remember this one. So why did you take the liberal arts credits so lightly? The 4 seniors sit down in the mostly freshman-dominated liberal arts classroom. In order. Schleifen, Wilhelm, Alexander, and Joachim. They all look like they're perfect on the outside. They all come from great families, and their test scores are top of the class. However, the problem is that somewhere, there's a loose screw. I didn't take it lightly, I just forgot. Karl, are you suffering from young onset dementia? Why would those who attend the academy forget that? Well, isn't it like soldiers sometimes losing their guns? In the military, you don't just lose your gun, Alexander. And if by some miracle you do, you will be punished severely until the end of days. From all sides, the returning student caught between the four of them was wailing. It seems more like a comedy wearing the guise of a romance novel, for sure. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Schleifen, Wilhelm, Alexander, and Joachim. The four protagonists of the novel. Of course, the world of fiction is just that. This world itself is not fictitious. It's a role that cannot be fake, as I'm living right here. Recalling past lives doesn't change anything. I'm still Karl Adelheit. For that reason, there was no particular reason to become close to those four. Being around them doesn't make my life bloom, nor am I going back to the original world anyway. So they live their lives, and I'll live mine, that's all. Yet those guys keep sneakily approaching and buzzing around. If I knew this would happen, I should have taken it in my 3rd year. What were you doing back then? I made a club and spent a lot of time there. Suspicious. Really suspicious. Why on earth did they create a club? Did they just throw away their crucial 3rd year before becoming seniors? It wasn't a big deal. Just a meditation club. Meditation club. Strange. When you hear the name, it sounds like a perfectly normal club. Hey, Schleifen. Are you really being honest? A meditation club? What are you talking about, Schleifen? It was a chess club, not a meditation club. Out of nowhere, Wilhelm tackles. Well, one of his specialties is picking on Schleifen for every little thing, so maybe he intended to do that again this time. Hey, Wilhelm. You seem very serious about something. What are you talking about, Karl? I'm speaking sincerely now more than ever. So, you thought it was a meditation club instead of a chess club? What the hell? I always played chess with those guys during club time. Hold on, you guys. No matter how you think about it, this feels chilly. I definitely need to confirm this. Alexander. What, Karl? What did you think the club was? I thought it was a horseback riding club until I graduated from the 3rd year. And Joachim, what about you? I thought it was a ballroom dance club. After hearing that, I finally understood the whole story. It started as a meditation club, but all they did was hang out day by day. No wonder time just slipped away like that. Looking at it this way, it's a miracle that they have made it to the 4th year without failing. They were smart, got good grades in exams, but why couldn't they apply that in their daily lives? Why do these fools always pop up in these corners? Are you really testing me to see if I am going to explode from frustration during exams? My classmates. Let's graduate this semester. The thought of seeing you guys for another semester is so horrible, I think I'm going to die. Oh, what should I do, Karl? It seems like it's going to be like that. What? I've registered for all the classes this semester, but my score is slightly lacking. No. Have you talked to the professors about it? I did, but they couldn't give a definite answer. That's it. Any more and my head would explode. Anyway, Karl. How about Selina? After hearing depressing stories about delaying graduation, now we're onto this as the conversation topic? Don't you have something more innovative, cheerful, and interesting to talk about? Oh, come on. Just curious. Curious. Be quiet. I have nothing to say. Back off. Damn it, back off. You guys. Despite my intense gestures, these guys cling more and more. Their eyes glare, and they let out a soundless shout. Talk to us. Come on, I'm the one who got dumped before you guys. Well, that's true. But Karl, despite being dumped, you've been unusually close recently. That's right. And it's almost to the point of being misunderstood by others. There's also the possibility that Selina's feelings have changed. They usually bicker with each other, but at times like this, they get along so well. How many times do I have to say it? Among the people I saved in the past, there was Selina's older brother, and Selina appreciates that. The reason why we seem so close is because Selina and I recently cleared up a misunderstanding between us. That's all. Look at that. You're not going to believe me, so why are you even asking? I know what answer you're looking for, but I'll never give it. n/o/vel/b/c/in.c//om. Karl. Just for once, hypothetically speaking, what if Selina realized her feelings for you late? What? Alexander, you idiot. Do you have to beat around the bush like this? Hey, Karl. I mean, what if Selina said she liked you? Selina likes me? Why? No, if that were true, why reject the confession? I've already sorted out my feelings in the military. Really? Are you sure? I'm sure. Look into my eyes for a moment. Wilhelm grabs my shoulder and we lock eyes. I'm dying of awkwardness, being face to face with a boy like this. It doesn't seem so. From what I see, Selina is still there. That's probably your perspective, not mine. Aren't you the one still holding on? Holding on. Well, I don't know if it's holding on or wanting to erase a memory. These guys, did they enlist to forget about their confessions and rejections? Hey, you four. Yeah, Come to think of it, they're just like me. It's unfair if I'm the only one targeted. They should experience it too. What will you do if Selina and I actually get along? You all confessed to liking that girl, got rejected coolly. But if I start walking around with Selina by my side, I wonder how you'd all feel. The girl who rejected your confession is dating your colleague. Whether it's discomfort or jealousy, it's obvious that something will change. Can you guys handle it? If I succeed, it'll hurt you guys. I told you, Karl. We'd be okay with it. Yeah, even if others don't know, if you're willing to date her, we'll understand. What's this? Suddenly everyone's grown up. Just because the girl you liked is flirting with another guy. Frankly, Karl, if you're my opponent, I'll have to give up. That's right. No. Is it right to give up so easily? Isn't being clingy essential in romance novels? Seeing you talk like that, it seems like there's something between you two, even though you're pretending not to be. Absolutely not. There is. I said no. There is. Damn it. I said no. Get lost, will you? Huh? Do you want me to twist you around like I did in boot camp? Sorry. Asterisk. Canfra? Losers? Defeated losers of the miserable forest, losing in regular battles and irregular ones alike. Can peace truly exist? Wouldn't true peace come from an even bigger club? Quasic fiercely crumpled the newspaper he was reading. He bit my lip until it bleeds. Like an old man chewing on anger, he rose from his seat and heads off somewhere. At first glance, just an ordinary old man, one you could see anywhere in the Empire. He suddenly enters an empty alley and fumbles for something. A moment later, he pulls a ring and opens a door, then swiftly descends underground. Let's wait and see. Damn imperial bastards. Soon, they'll know the wrath of the forest. The old man moved with a swiftness that was uncharacteristic of an old man. His ears were gradually taking on a pointed shape. Inside a dimly lit cave, beyond flickering torches, a woman is flipping through documents. Rustle. Languid glances, gestures that seem annoyed, even the tapping of her foot appears indifferent. To an outsider, it would seem as though a stunning beauty is being burdened by her tasks. Sigh. What a disappointment. All of you. What is this? Nothing useful. Indeed, she is occupied with her work. She is indeed a stunning beauty. But if one were to glimpse beyond that, into the hellish tableau unfolding, witnessing the scattered corpses behind her, they would quickly abandon such thoughts. This is fake. That's fake too. This one seems real, but it's essentially useless. Having confirmed everything written on the papers, Eloise lets out a long sigh. Based on information obtained from the Imperial Special Forces, she had been relentlessly active for days. As a result, she managed to uncover a few hideouts of the rogues involved in the recent Imperial terrorism. Having found them, there was only one task left befitting the title extermination. Yet, despite dealing with them quite efficiently, they were merely at an intermediate stage. There was no one significant enough to call the shots. Not a single clue pointing to the leadership. It felt like pulling out weeds without extracting the roots. Sighing once again, Eloise stood up from her seat. Her white feet shone brightly. She was indeed barefoot. Originally, she had sandals on, but they fell off during the resistance from the rogues. That was it. That was all the damage they had done to her. Walking slowly, she poked one of the corpses with her white toes. Well, I expected this. It's strange to precisely know the leaders when the ones captured are just foot soldiers. They wouldn't treat individuals of such importance as disposable commodities. Despite this, Eloise's reason for personally taking action was simple. Because she was ordered to. It's a hassle, but what can one do? When ordered, one must comply. Wouldn't it be better to find a man quickly, get pregnant, and retire for childcare? And I'd much rather have a human man than a narrow-minded, self-centered elf. Scratching her flabby belly, Eloise was lost in thought. In the end, we didn't catch any heads. It's not like there hasn't been any harvest. Despite thoroughly combing through, not a single leader emerged. They were all mid-level operatives following orders from above. Even though we've found every possible hiding spot for the remnants of Luzernes within Elven territory, it's not overestimating to say that our extermination unit's search capabilities are exceptional. But despite our thorough efforts, why aren't they showing up? The only conclusion to draw is, so, you lot, aren't quite abundant on our turf, huh? A seductive smile curls on Eloise's lips. It seems another trip to the Empire is in order. A festival. What's with this sudden interruption? Oh, Karl. You didn't know. Hey, Schleifen. You're stating the obvious again. Of course, Karl wouldn't know. He hasn't been at the academy for a while. Are you really suffering from youth dementia, Karl? Right. Sorry, Karl. You've never seen the Autumn Festival. Assholes. Stop hitting me with facts like that. Making fun of me for joining the military a month after entering the academy. Seriously, n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. There's a festival held at the academy every autumn, from freshmen to seniors. It's a day enjoyed by professors and other academy affiliates. It lasts as short as 2 nights and 3 days, or as long as 4 nights and 5 days. In recent years, due to the Luzernes War, we haven't been able to celebrate as grandly as before. Even if it was a bit long, it was only 2 days. We can't be too carefree when there's a war going on in the south. But now that the war is over, this year's festival will be grand again, right? The 4 nodded in agreement to my question. A festival. The Academy's Autumn Festival. It's good. It's a good thing. Even when I try to recall my past life, doesn't the word festival conjure up some decent memories? Given that the Academy serves as the equivalent of a university here, it would be odd if there weren't any. However, there's one issue here. Hey, you guys. Huh. What is it, Karl. I'm a freshman, so I can enjoy the festival without any problems. But you guys in the senior class, shouldn't you be working on graduation assignments even during the festival period? Surely you're not thinking of just goofing off because of the festival. You could be put on academic probation, they say. Yet you seem too nonchalant about it. If it were me, I'd be gnashing my teeth, saying, I absolutely refuse to fail. Ah, damn. Suddenly, a nightmare from boot camp comes to mind. During rifle training, I couldn't hit a single target, and the instructor was really furious. He said I was wasting precious gunpowder and bullets, just scattering them into the air. I get it. I do. Gunpowder isn't cheap, I knew that too. But damn it, how do you do something that doesn't work? I'm sure I aimed and fired. Instructor, I did everything right, the targets were clean and I almost went crazy. Trainee Karl, are you kidding me right now? Why are there more bullet holes in the target next to yours? I'm sorry. How is it that you can't hit a single target? You won't graduate from basic training until you pass the shooting test. You better prepare for academic probation. Even now, I really don't know how I managed to get through rifle training. Was it me shooting, or did a fellow trainee from the adjacent row help out? Come to think of it, the guys on the left and right seemed to miss a few shots more than usual, didn't they? Hey, Karl. What do you think we are? We're doing well on our graduation assignments, and our exam scores aren't bad, right? We're all in the top ranks, Karl. But still, you say we could be put on academic probation. What's that all about? It's just for not getting enough points in your classes. So, even if we study instead of enjoying ourselves during the festival period, it won't make much of a difference. I've never really worried about others while living my life. Worry about yourself instead of others, was the motto of my past life. But right at this moment, I'm worried about the futures of two dukedoms and the future of the empire. I'm not exactly normal either, but, at least I'm not a parasite on society, am I? On the contrary, those guys are all heirs. They're the heirs of noble families. The future lords? Those guys are really something. Dukes. Imperial lords? How could this be? So, here's the thing, Karl. We have something planned. Just don't. Please. Just don't do anything and quietly stay in the library. That's what seniors do. Haha, it's already too late. We've already applied for a place and prepared the tents. Why are they so action-oriented? Don't they ever think before they act? Hehehe. So, what do you want to do? It's nothing special. What we have in mind is this. What they handed me were nothing other than several cookbooks. Wait, are you planning to set up a cooking booth? That's right. It's the heartfelt cooking seniors prepare for their juniors? How about it, Karl? Doesn't just hearing about it warm your heart? I feel like my head is spinning, and once I start eating, the fatal disease, academic probation, might come over me. With a wry smile, I took the cookbook Joachim offered. I roughly looked through its contents. Just a moment. Are you guys really capable of making all of this? We've practiced several times already. Don't worry. No, damn it. Practice isn't the point. Can you make it at a level that people can actually eat? The cookbooks they handed me weren't just recipes for simple snacks. They were full-course meals. It's something you'd expect to eat at a luxurious restaurant. I don't know about anything else, but one thing was certain, it wouldn't be easy to pull off at the festival. At first, I tried to understand. Yeah, those guys were always used to eating delicious food. They're not ordinary nobles, they're from distinguished families recognized by the empire, both dukes and imperial lords. It's not unreasonable for them to engage in such nonsense even in a spirited place like a festival. But still, damn it, you lunatics. Do you even have a brain? Setting up a temporary business by borrowing tents, what's that? And now, you want to do fancy cooking. Why, Karl? We've got to do this much. That's what you guys can afford? You've only practiced cooking a few times, how the hell are you going to do what's in that cookbook over there? Are these bastards really the ones who experienced the Academy's Autumn Festival 3 years before me? Is there some rule about operating such booths at the Academy Festival that I'm unaware of? Unable to bear it any longer, I went straight to see Senior Marcus. The guy who used to say weird things like how busy the teaching assistant duties are, how sad the graduate students are. Although he was a strange senior, soon after my question, he sighed and held his forehead. Karl. Yes, senior. Go and stop those kids. I was planning to do that anyway. If they don't stop, I'll knock them out and hang them on the drying line during the festival to dry them out properly. Don't go that far. The next day, I grabbed the 4 protagonists and went into urgent discussions. Got it? Cancel the fancy cooking. The turnover rate is ridiculous, and considering the ingredients, preparation time, and labor costs, that's settled. Anyway, it's too much of a loss when you consider all those factors. Karl, do we really need to nitpick when our purpose isn't necessarily about making money? It's not about money, Alexander. It's for you juniors, and for my reputation. I don't want to hear people saying that although my classmates look fine on the surface, they're idiots on the inside. And then, I might end up getting that kind of evaluation too. Anyway, those are the items you'll be selling during the festival. We're selling stuff. I handed out roughly scribbled guidebook pamphlets to the guys. The 4 of them, passing the pamphlet back and forth, started scratching their heads. What's this, Karl? It's supposed to be fish, why use flour? What's this round thing? And what's inside, sugar? Can we make this with just that? You mean to tell me that we'll only start after dinner? Oh, you mean we're supposed to enjoy the festivities until then, Karl? Those guys muttering about why it starts in the evening and whether this would attract attention or not. To be honest, I don't know. I'm not interested. Whether you succeed with the food booth or not, this is just me doing it to satisfy myself 100%. During my time in the military, I can't tell you how cold it was during the winter. I thought I was going to die for real. Every time, memories of fish-shaped buns and hot pot from my past life became so vivid that I thought I was going to die. I missed those times when we used to laugh and shout like crazy. So, you guys make it. I'll eat it. Considering how much trouble I've had with these guys lately, it should be okay to indulge legally. Hee. Finally, it's over? Oh yeah, I'm finally free. I looked at the thick stack of paper on the desk while clutching my head. The final gateway to academy graduation. The toughest assignment ever. I almost pulled all-nighters for nearly a week, but I could successfully finish it. Originally, this wasn't the plan. I intended to take it slow, to spend more time on it. But I had to pick up the pace. That's the only way I could meet with Karl sooner. If I didn't make the first move, Karl would never come closer than a certain distance. He must think it's for my sake. He must see it as a way to maintain our relationship. If my feelings hadn't changed, that would have been the answer. I would have wanted that too. But not anymore. This time, I want to express my feelings. Like Karl did once, this time, I want to confess. You're here earlier than I expected, Selena. Yes, Professor. Here it is. As I handed over the assignment, the professor paused his work and glanced at it for a moment. In fact, it was more like a thesis or a formal report than an assignment. That's how difficult and challenging the topic was. I heard that more than half of my classmates hadn't even halfway completed it. I'll need to examine it more closely tonight, but I'm nervous. If he asks me to do it again, it's really going to be a big problem. Thinking about doing it from scratch. There's no worse nightmare than that. Please, Professor? Even though I've only schemed it, it seems you've done quite well. Oh, thank you, Professor. Let's not celebrate yet. I haven't gone through it in detail. Anyway, good job, Selena. I was worried it might have been too early for submission, but even with a brief look, I can see traces of considerable effort. Okay, finally, it's here. I can spend more time with Karl. Wouldn't it be great if Schleifen, Wilhelm, Alexander, and Joachim were as diligent as Selena? What? Oh, aren't all four of them in the same graduation class as Selena? Yes, but why suddenly, Professor? Then the professor said, didn't you know, and shook his head. It seems those four may have to defer graduation. They haven't completed the required core courses I'm teaching, so their graduation scores are insufficient. Is that possible? They claim it was a mistake. Whether it's true or just an excuse, I wonder. The professor clicked his tongue in disapproval. I couldn't help but sigh with sympathy. Goodness, how on earth can graduation be deferred? I'd understand if they messed up an exam or neglected assignments, even if they didn't attend classes diligently, but to lack credits for the lectures? While other classmates would be celebrating at the graduation ceremony, they would just receive congratulations and once again. Wait a minute. Come to think of it, maybe deferring graduation isn't such a bad idea? Staying a bit longer at the academy as a student. If I also defer, I could spend more time at the academy with Karl, couldn't I? Plus, I've already completed everything I need, so I'd have plenty of time. For a moment, my gaze drifted to the assignment the professor was holding. Should I ask for it back and not submit it within the deadline? It's a mandatory assignment for graduation. Then it's definitely a deferment? What should I do? Should I really snatch it back? Should I ask the professor for a favor? Selena, is there a problem? Oh, no, Professor. It's nothing. Then you may go now. In the end, I didn't retrieve the submitted assignment. This shouldn't be happening. If this continues, I'll feel regretful when I finally graduate. Only a little over 3 months left now. Then all the semesters will be over. And then next year, I'll graduate and leave this place, won't I? I never imagined I would desperately wish for a graduation deferment like this. Right now, it feels like even reason is mocking me, saying, are you crazy? But there's nothing I can do. Karl is about to finish his first year. This is the academy. People can develop feelings for each other at any time. If another female student confesses to him while I'm not around, perhaps I should just apply for graduate school like this. No, that's not it. That's not a graduation deferment. No matter how much I can be with Karl, graduate school is absolutely out of the question. Selena, why are you shaking your head like that? Eek. Karl. When did he arrive? What's wrong? Oh, nothing. Absolutely nothing. It's a relief that Karl initiated the greeting first. It means we've dispelled the awkwardness between us, at least for now. I've heard it's difficult for a man and a woman to progress straight from acquaintances to lovers. At first, they're just acquaintances. Then they become acquaintances who chat a bit. From there, they become close friends, and then suddenly, Selena. Yes. Did you call me? How's your graduation preparation going? Going well. Oh, yes, it's going well. Good to hear. You've worked hard. Keep it up, Selena. Is Karl cheering me on now? Oh my goodness. Thank you, Karl. That's so encouraging. But the truth is, I don't want to graduate. I've only just developed feelings now. What should I do? Oh, right. Selena. There's going to be a autumn festival soon. Did you know? Autumn festival? Oh, right. There's that. I momentarily forgot. Wasn't it said to be held grandly again thanks to the end of the Luzerne's War? But why is Karl suddenly talking about the festival in front of me? Selena. I was wondering. If you're free, would you like to be there with me at the festival? Huh. Did I just hear wrong? No, I must have heard wrong. Didn't I? What the hell? No, it can't be. I heard it correctly. Karl just asked me to be with him. Could it be? No way, no way. Could it be that Karl still has some feelings left? Maybe that's why he's asking me to come with him during the festival. Actually, the four of them are running a cooking booth. Somehow, I ended up helping out there too. But I feel a bit uneasy if it's just them. I thought it would be better if you and I took turns helping out. Yet, there was a reason I rejected the confessions from those four. It won't help. You guys are on graduation deferment? And now you're running a cooking booth? It was the first and maybe last time I'd get to be with Karl at the festival? Ugh. If you find it difficult to face them, it's okay to refuse. No, no way. You never know. But still, maybe those four will notice and back off, wouldn't they? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. IILL help. Karl? It's definitely not because of those four. Remember that. Okay, with this, we have a great supervisor added. Why did I invite Selena in the first place? It's because of the four. I can't always guard the cooking booth.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. I'm not a resident inspector and counselor at the academy. And those kids offering me something even slightly better made. Ahem. No, wait. If it's to be sold to the students, I must do my best. And Selena's presence undoubtedly ignites that desire to do my best. I may have been dumped, but it's a man's instinct to look good in front of a woman. Schleifen. You've prepared all the necessary ingredients, right? Oh, yeah, all the ingredients are ready. The framework you showed. That's something Wilhelm said you'd take care of. For your information, the Marquis of Gramstad, where Wilhelm's family has settled, is the land of renowned blacksmiths. When it comes to pouring molten metal and creating something, there's hardly a match to be found. What do you think of the skills of our blacksmiths, Karl? You should have learned long ago. All right. Then, Alexander, you know how to set up a tent, right? Yeah, it's similar to what we did during training at the camp. That's right. It's a very desirable attitude to apply military skills to everyday life. Even though he's only had a little experience in camp life, he seems to have got the hang of it. Lastly, Joachim. Actually, your role is the most important. Can you handle it? Joachim hesitates and stammers in response to my question. Then, Schleifen, Wilhelm, and even Alexander gaze at him. There's an atmosphere of surely, as a man, he won't say he can't do it, filling the air. I can do it. I'll manage. All right. In fact, the most crucial aspect of running a restaurant is the initial hawking. Your duty is heavy, Joachim. I get it. I understand, but, can I not wear that ridiculous costume, Karl? Oh, that's the character of our food booth, Joachim. You must leave an impression on the customers. No? If that's the case, you might as well make a mask with it. And make me wear a weird yellow fish costume with my head exposed? It's too ridiculous. I'm sorry, Joachim, but that's not possible. Anyway, your face is your weapon. If you cover your handsome face, the female students won't flock to you, and then the curious male students will also come, seeing you in a sorry state. It's a sacrifice for double the effect. Sacrifice? As we're earnestly preparing for the festival. Excuse me for a moment, Karl. Once again, an uninvited guest shows up in front of me. Why? What's the matter this time? A guest has arrived. Once again, a special agent from the Special Forces guides me somewhere. Grumbling inwardly, I follow, and there. Perverted elf. It's Eloise. Today, as always, the elf stood there confidently wearing her heavenly rags. What's wrong? Weren't you supposed to return to the homeland? Yeah, but when I got there, I couldn't rest at all and worked through the night. She said she worked through the night, and I could immediately guess what that work was. Even though she looks fine now, I could faintly sense the scent of blood from Eloise's body. After spending 3 years on the battlefield, my nose couldn't ignore it. You must have had a hard time. Ha ha ha. Hard time? Not really. It was just a bit bothersome. More importantly, I came to tell you something. I didn't want to hear it. I really didn't want to hear it, but I felt like I had to. In the end, I had to sigh and ask, what is it? This time, they might be targeting the academy. It's not certain, but the possibility is high. Do you have any events in mind that could be suspicious? I do. The first thing that came to mind right after mentioning the academy. It'll be such a chaotic and crowded event that a terrorist attack could easily go unnoticed for a moment. There's a festival planned. With the Luzerne's War over, the autumn festival will be held again. Then that must be it. Anyway, those guys will mess with anything related to elves. What can't those guys who even carry out train kidnappings do? Eloise. Oh, calling me by name? Okay. Honestly, that pervy elf was a bit much. Enough of that. What makes it more likely? It seems like there's something they're particularly interested in at the academy. Then Eloise and the Special Forces agent glanced at each other alternately. Their eyes seemed to say, can I say it? And it seems like you can. Well, you see, Karl. It seems like some Luzerne's higher UPS might be hiding in the Empire. What? Eloise tells me that she thinks there's a group of Luzerne leaders hiding out in the Empire. My first thought upon hearing that was, what the fuck? Luzernes refers to an extreme faction of elves vehemently opposed to the Empire. Despite suffering repeated defeats in wars, they refused to acknowledge their losses. They even considered the Heisens, who proposed reconciliation with the Empire, as enemies. They hate everything that has to do with the Empire. Why is there suddenly this nonsense about their leaders being in Imperial territory? Filled with doubts, I glanced at the Special Forces agent, signaling for their input in response to Eloise's outcry. The agent lets out a small sigh and then speaks. We are currently conducting thorough investigations, but the possibility seems quite high. Hold it in. Suppress it. There's no point in getting mad at someone who isn't at fault. No, seriously? Are you kidding me right now? Despite knowing it was wrong, my emotions took over, and my mouth moved on its own. Damn it, after 3 years of suffering because of those damn bastards, I had to bury countless comrades in that damned forests. Why the hell are the leaders of those bastards suddenly in the Empire? What the hell did the Special Forces, tasked with dealing with internal threats while the Imperial Army fights external enemies, do? Oh, don't tell me you thought the Great Forest War was just a name, and that mobilizing only 2 legions wasn't a big deal. Speak up, damn it. I knew what I was doing was wrong. I knew this person wasn't at fault. Yeah, I know it all. Even so, I couldn't help but vent my frustration. Otherwise, I felt like grabbing a great sword and going after those damn elves myself. I have no words to offer. Student Karl. No, Sergeant Karl Adelheit. As a member of the Ministry, I would like to apologize once again for all the hardships and sacrifices you have endured. Amidst this, the Special Forces agent sincerely apologized to me. I have nothing to do with this. It's uncomfortable to be accused like this. If he had said that, I might have been able to say, that's just the way it is. But he didn't. He apologized. He's sorry. He said, you've endured so much hardship battling external enemies, yet we failed to detect the internal threats. Then maybe I should apologize too. Eloise. Regardless, it's something overlooked by our side, Heisens. And they're still elves, whether we like it or not. Listening to the conversation between the two, my boiling anger seemed to dissipate slightly. Yeah, let's stay calm. Will getting angry like this solve anything? I need more details. What exactly happened? I'll tell you. You see, according to Eloise, things are not going well for Luzernes right now. It wasn't good to begin with, but it's worsened due to internal strife. So, you're saying that some of them split off and some of them have sneaked into the Empire? Yeah. Our units thoroughly searched all territories, including the Great Forest. Among the discoveries were dozens of hideouts, and more than half of them were occupied by mid-level operatives receiving different orders. But there can't be that many leaders, can there? A command should come from one source. If different orders are given, can they all be considered commands? Listening up to this point, it was evident that the internal division within Luzernes was more severe than anticipated. They're as divided as they can be. They can't even agree on anything. Right. Some are still keen on terrorizing the Empire, others are directing attacks towards Heisens, and some are suggesting giving up altogether and moving to a new place. I can't believe it's gotten so messed up. Years ago, they had built up a massive force capable of overwhelming the Heisens. Though their numbers had dwindled, they had recently engaged in full-scale warfare against the Empire. Now, these same individuals were suddenly squabbling among themselves? Unable to comprehend, I found myself looking at Eloise. She likely knew more about Luzernes and had been on the ground for a long time. It's only natural. The assassination of a key Luzernes leader was a significant blow. So, that wasn't just a baseless rumor. In truth, I'd heard such talk before. The Luzernes war that I was involved in. The front lines were tightly held for over 2 years. Then suddenly, their defenses started crumbling, and the Imperial Army routed the enemy. Naturally, I thought Luzernes lost due to being outnumbered and outgunned. Look at this guy. I asked if you were a sharpshooter, didn't I? Did I ask for nothing? It's almost certain that a sharpshooter from the Imperial Army killed their leader. The fact that they've never shown up in official gatherings adds to it. If internal divisions are deepening, the most convincing explanation would be that their leader is dead. I told you, I can't shoot. I don't know how many times I've said this. Miraculously firing 0 shots in shooting practice? Overturning the stigma of being a tax thief. I almost got held back in boot camp because of shooting? That's me, Karl. But what sharpshooter? I'd understand if they called me a sword master instead. Okay, I get it. I'll let it go. Though I'm not sure I'll be able to convince my eyes, which have seen you stop bullets with bullets, to understand. No, never mind. Even if they call it luck, I'd never accept it. Honestly, even I found it a bit absurd. Who'd believe someone who claims to block bullets with bullets and then goes, I can't shoot? Wah. Mom. Our special forces also lean towards the theory that the Luzernes leader was assassinated. Otherwise, it's impossible to explain their rapid collapse. However, we don't know exactly who, where, or how it happened. Oh, I'm pretty sure it was this guy. It's Karl? It's definitely Karl. Please refrain from making such assertions based on speculation. Look, Eloise Lonegrand. Can't you see that student Karl is feeling awkward? Well said, Agent. This is so ridiculous. I don't know why she's acting like this when all I did was stop 1 bullet with my luck. Then, why the hell did the story go this far? Well, it seems that after the death of their leader, many of the remaining members of their organization have gone into hiding in the Empire. Ah, right. Thank you, Eloise. According to the continued explanation from the Special Forces agent, it all comes down to one thing. If you want to hide a tree, you hide it in the forest. If you want to hide a person, you hide them among people. And those who order terror tend to hide near their target. It's not entirely unconvincing. In fact, it's quite plausible. From the Empire's perspective, having been subjected to such actions, it's only natural to thoroughly search the Great Forest and Elven territories. Since the Hyzens are also cooperating, it might be the most dangerous place, all things considered. On the other hand, the Empire's territory becomes less of a concern. Who would imagine that the leadership of a terrorist organization would be within the target country? They might be targeting the Academy. It's the most noticeable move. Now that the war's passive phase due to the recent victory, won't they hold celebrations again? And splashing cold water on such festivities would have the greatest impact, wouldn't it? That's exactly it. Ugh, these damn Canfra bastards. How could something so insignificant affect my life? You bastards. This is my first festival since joining the Academy. What the hell is wrong with them? We suspect that it might be due to a succession struggle. What does a succession struggle have to do with terrorism? Our special forces also see it that way. There's undoubtedly hostility towards the Empire, but we can't ignore that aspect. They're really going overboard. I look back at the Academy for a moment. A place so different from the hellish battlefield. Beyond it, the sounds of students laughing and chattering mingle in the distance. I suffered through that hell to grasp that peace again, but I can't tolerate turning that peace into the same kind of hell as the battlefield. I didn't fight like a madman just to see something like that. I'm truly sorry, Student Karl. I understand that it's incredibly disrespectful to say this to someone who's already left the military and even received an honor. But, enough. What do you need me to do? You brought Eloise here for a reason, didn't you? And on top of that, the target they're aiming for is the Autumn Festival at the Academy. Thank you for understanding. Let's move on to the main point then. Actually, wait, before that. We need to address the most important thing. I almost forgot about this. It's actually the most critical thing. Make sure to keep this a secret from my sister. The moment she finds out, she'll come charging over, disregarding everything. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A red-haired sergeant in an office uniform steps forward. A silver medal glimmers on her chest. Sergeant Lavrenti has received orders for retirement as of September 17, Imperial Year 222. Thank you for your service. The superior officer shaking hands quietly addresses her. The seat will always be kept for you. If you ever change your mind, come back. The military needs capable individuals like you. Thank you, but my decision won't change, I'm sure. Anyway, Sergeant Lavrenti, you've worked hard all this time. Your efforts will be remembered by the Empire. A salute from the Imperial Army Sergeant. No, now a civilian, Lavrenti. White Feather. The sniper who shot down 93, official records only, elves during the Luzerne's War, awarded the Silver Medal of Honor. After being asked to stay on as an instructor, she chose retirement. Everyone was disappointed. It would have been great if she became a sniper instructor. But what could they do? They couldn't hold her back if she didn't want to stay. Finally, the time has come to meet him. He was suddenly discharged from the army. I had already heard all about him. He was so famous that it was hard not to know him. I'll meet you soon. With determined steps, the red-haired beauty smiles.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Master. As time passed, the first day of the Academy's Autumn Festival finally arrived. Since yesterday, the Academy was filled with all sorts of booths and unfamiliar sights. What was already lively had now reached its peak, almost on the brink of exploding. The baking club booth is selling freshly baked bread. The shooting booth is starting a shooting score competition. The reward is a cute doll that both winners and losers will die for. Hey there, student. Want to get a free portrait? Expecting something grand for the Academy Festival, I was pleasantly surprised to find it similar to a regular university festival. And that's what made it even better. Festivals should be like this. I'd rather avoid the formal atmosphere. Nov.l.b//jnn. Though someday I may become a noble and part of the political elite, for now, I'm just a regular student. And amidst all that youthful energy, their passion and fervor shine through. And that fervor further stirred the hearts of the four protagonists. Oh, Karl, look at this. The atmosphere is amazing. Why did we change our booth to something else when our luxury cuisine booth could have shined in this kind of atmosphere? What's this guy saying now? If you have a conscience, you shouldn't say such things. It sounds like a luxurious dish, but when you taste it, it's actually a bomb. Schleifen. A bomb, that's too much, really. Admit it, Schleifen. Your food is the worst, and you should be grateful that Karl has tamed it down. You too, Wilhelm. Ahem. These idiots. I didn't just choose Bunjapang and Hatiak for nothing. I've already checked them out. I checked to see if they could do it right. Could they pull off something that only skilled chefs can do in a makeshift booth? And the result was, well, as expected, it turned out to be a horrible biochemical weapon. This is cooking. Okay, what should the name be? Twisted demonic vomit of the twilight. That's too much, Karl. Your cooking is even worse, Schleifen. Next. Even though they insisted I try it, I absolutely refused to eat it. Good-looking food is also good to eat. But how do you eat that? Wilhelm, what did you use instead of stock? Seasoning is bad for your health. Not using seasoning in cooking is a disqualification. Next. Do you know why Shin Ramayun lost to spicy Jin ramen? It's because they said, we don't use seasoning, and did some weird stuff, and that's why they fell behind. Why aren't you using seasoning? Cooking is about making it delicious to eat. Hey, Alexander, you come here. Why? Is it tasty? Why don't you check the seasoning while cooking? Okay, next. Everyone knows how salty combat rations in the military are. It's like eating a day's worth of salt in one meal. It was so salty that even I, who was trained for 3 years, couldn't handle it. One guy didn't add salt and the other guy carpet bombed it with salt. How the hell did these guys end up as the Academy's top 4 favorites? Faces. Yeah, I get it. Fuck. I get it. Finally, Joachim. How's it going? I was immediately taken into possession of the famous, expletive, British chef. What the fuck? This chicken is so undercooked it could come back to life. You stupid sandwich. Eek. You're all disqualified? Just quietly do what I tell you to do. By this point, I'm starting to worry. I wonder if they'll be able to make bunjapang and hatiak. At this rate, it seems like they're struggling not because the dishes they chose are difficult, but simply because they're not good at it. I only want to have a nostalgic snack, not a bioterrorist attack. Everyone shut up. We stick to the plan and move forward. If anyone wants to object, make sure to bring a dish that we can actually eat. Otherwise, keep your mouths shut. Got it. At least they had consciences, and after tasting their dishes, they shut up. After that, they quietly agreed to my bunjapang and hatiak booth plan. Honestly, that's how it should be. Unless you've lost your sense of taste, that's how it should be. Karl. Oh, hey, Selena. I turned around from setting up the booth and saw, goodness, what's that? A white dress. Isn't that the last thing you should wear in front of food? It's pretty. Yeah, it's pretty, but I'm getting scared just thinking about it. What if something spills on that and doesn't come off? Selena. Yeah, Karl. With a look of great expectation, Selena gazed at me. Thanks to her, I hesitated for a moment but soon said what I wanted to say. Your apron's over there. Just in case. Wrap it around. If anything gets on it, get rid of the dress. Honestly, it's just bunjapang and hatiak, and the 4 of them will do all the preparation, so I don't think anything will spill, but you never know. If you get something on your white clothes, it's not only uncomfortable for you, but it's also uncomfortable for the people watching. Selena stared at me for a moment, then wordlessly grabbed her apron. Then, with quite a skillful hand, she swiftly tied it over her dress. Turn around for a moment. I'll tie the back strap for you. Thanks. Karl. It's no big deal. I don't know what to say next, and honestly, I'd rather not. But then I think about it and realize that I should. I'm here to help, so maybe it's the least I can do. Nice outfit. My hands and feet. I don't know. That's it. I'm not saying any more. Even if Selena asks, what did you say? Say it again. I won't acknowledge it. We don't do reruns. If you didn't hear it, that's it. Selena. Dough's coming along well, Schleifen. For now. Wilhelm. If you mess up the filling again, I'll bury you alive. If you're really going to bury me, at least let me stick my head out, Karl. It's currently 5 in the afternoon. We should start preparing soon, as we should start no later than 7 in the evening. It's hot during the day, so we look for something cool, but at night, the air gets slightly chilly, so we look for something warm. And bunjapang and hatiak should be eaten at night, as they should be. Now, the problem is whether those 4 can produce a proper work. I recalled as much as I could from my past life and taste to guide them. I had actually made them a few times before. Moreover, there were many things here in this world that were similar to those 2 snacks. In times like this, I'm really grateful that novels are the original world. Who knows, there might even be kimchi if I look. How much time has passed like that? With a savory smell, Schleifen shouted, it's done. The glorious first bunjapang, born at the Academy. Karl, look at this. The bread fish is ready. It's not a bread fish, it's bunjapang. First and foremost, the shape is acceptable. The prepared mold fit very well. And there's no visible part where it's burnt, even though it's their first time. This is luck. Or maybe it's a skill Schleifen didn't know he had. Well, the most important thing is undoubtedly the taste. How is it, Karl? Is it good enough to eat? Maybe they made such garbage until now because they considered it cooking. Schleifen was looking at me with a very worried expression. Now that I think about it, the other 3 were quietly watching me, too. Schleifen. What's wrong? The crust? The filling? I immediately shoved the rest of the bunjapang into my mouth. It's perfect. Really? Yeah, really. It's truly amazing. There's nothing lacking. The crust is crispy, the filling is well balanced, and the shape is beautiful. It's as if Schleifen has mastered the art of making bunjapang. Karl, how about this one this time? Hatiak. Seemingly driven by a sense of competition after Schleifen's praise, Wilhelm presents the hatiak. Let's see. This one turned out much better than expected. It's evenly spread, neither too thin nor too thick. The crust is perfectly crispy, and there's no leakage from the filling. In anticipation of the heat, I prepared a glass of cold water before taking a bite. How is it? Is it better than Schleifen's? Phew, damn. Suddenly, tears welled up in my eyes. To think I'd eat something like this. It's neck and neck. Is that a good thing? It means it's perfect. Wilhelm, this one turned out very well too. At my words, the four exchanged high fives. They weren't smiling, but I think they were nervous again. Even Selina, who was helping here and there, smiled at the scene. After tasting the bunjapang and hatiak made by each other diligently, the four began to say something along the lines of, "Aren't we cooking geniuses?" No, don't delude yourselves. Selina, who couldn't bear to see it, stepped forward in my place. Thanks, Selina. I thought I was fighting alone. Then, Karl, let's sell these right away. Hey, stop right there. Experimental works aren't to be sold to customers. Huh? But Karl, didn't you say they all turned out well? Still, it's not allowed. Here, pack them all up. Since I asked you to do it, it's only right that I handle what's left, isn't it? It's not about what's left, we can just sell them. Shut up, you guys. These are all mine. Don't touch them, my precious. I'll pack them neatly into bags and leisurely enjoy them one by one. As we were preparing for the opening with great zeal, Selina. Yeah, did you call me, Karl? I handed her a booklet I had personally made. Take a look at this. I need you to keep an eye on them as best you can. Me? Karl, what about you? Wasn't this your responsibility? I am, but I've got an emergency. I need a favor. It might be a slightly awkward request. I just asked for a little help, after all. But it can't be helped. There's nothing better than being able to remove uninvited guests on the first day. I trust only you, Selina. You're the only one I can ask for this favor. Please, just make sure those people over there don't do anything strange and follow orders properly. Can you do that for me? Well, but I'll do you a favor later, too. Is that okay? A while later, I was able to leave the cooking booth with a slightly lighter heart. Oh, of course, holding the bag of bunjapang and hatiak in one hand preciously. I should give one to the poor agent who must be suffering in this rather cold weather. In a sudden turn of events, Karl became the overall responsible person for the cooking booth, but nonetheless, he was passionate in his own way. After quickly taking control of the four and deciding on the menu, he meticulously laid out the plans. Whether it was a skill honed through military life or a trait he inherently possessed, the cooking booth was perfectly prepared under his leadership. Yes, it was prepared up to a point. I have some urgent business to attend to. I need to ask you for a favor. With the opening time approaching, and the actual sales just around the corner, he abruptly entrusted Selina with a significant task before disappearing into the crowd. He said he'd do me a favor later, so I let him. I don't know if I can really do what he thinks I can do, or what he wants me to do. She returned to the cooking booth with these thoughts in mind. Honestly, I felt overwhelmed and uncomfortable. I came because Karl asked me to. It was true that I volunteered to help. However, of all people, it had to be the four. They were the ones who I had rejected their confession. It was slightly less awkward when Karl was around. But now that Karl had disappeared and I was left alone, it felt uncomfortable for no reason. It seemed like forgotten lines from those days resurfaced within a few days. What should I do? It feels a bit awkward to approach them first. I wanted to say something, but I worried about making them uncomfortable. Aren't they just talking amongst themselves over there right now, with me around? Surely the four boys must be feeling uncomfortable about the matter. No, come on. Keep it down. Asshole. It's the correct amount. Wilhelm? Look. That's right. Stop it. Karl said it's okay to give a little extra. That's right, Alexander. The problem is giving too little. Look, Wilhelm. I don't think there's anything wrong with them arguing amongst themselves. I didn't really want to get into that kind of trouble. It's time. Joachim, get out there and get started. Do I really have to? n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. If you don't want to, should I tell Karl everything? Ugh, all right, I'll do it. Joachim grumbled while preparing something hastily from behind. What's wrong with him? What's wrong with him? What is it that he hates so much? Shortly after silently watching from behind, I soon realized. Pfft, I had to cover my mouth to keep from bursting out laughing. Hey, don't laugh. Selina. Oh, it suits you well, Joachim. Yeah, you could go to a dance party wearing that. You bastards. Are you even my friends? Joachim exploded in anger. However, no one was afraid of him. It was only natural. How could anyone be scared when he was wearing such a ridiculous bunjapang outfit? Good luck, Joachim. Have fun with your street performance. It's like they don't even care because it's not their own work. Seriously, they're just being indifferent. Huh. Oh, if you're upset, why don't you cook better? As Wilhelm said, Joachim was the worst among, excluding Karl. The menu sold at the cooking booth consisted of bunjapang and hatiak. Both dishes needed to be cooked thoroughly. But Joachim is not good at cooking, so how can he be trusted with the job? I even heard Karl saying, your food is so undercooked, it might come back to life. So Joachim was left outside sobbing like a wind-up doll. A few people, intrigued by the absurdity of it all, and a few more, intrigued by the odd look and the rather good smell, approached the booth with curiosity. Seniors. Hello. What would you like? We have 2 menu items. Which one is delicious? Both? They're developed by none other than the recipient of the Medal of Honor. Wow. I wonder if this was all planned? I checked the booklet supposedly made by Karl, but there was nothing of that sort. I guess they just decided to do it on their own. Is this okay? Meanwhile, as the first customer took a few bunjapang and took a bite, I observed their reaction. Let's see if the response isn't good. Ah, here it is on this page. If the customer's expressions become strange, immediately press the heads of the four and order them to kneel in apology. What's dogza? PR/N. Dogza is an element of traditional Japanese etiquette which involves kneeling directly on the ground and bowing to prostrate oneself while touching one's head to the floor. I look down a little further and see a detailed description of what the dogza is. Ah, so it means to kneel and apologize. Actually, there were more options added later, but Karl excluded them. Anyway, I thought that method would be appropriate and watched the customers' reactions. Their expressions. Seems okay. They're even asking for 2 more? Oh, well, that's better than I expected. Haha, indeed, this genius chef is undoubtedly me. Shulaifen, if you have a conscience, shut up. Okay, it was a better response than I expected. Selena, could you add more ingredients? My gloves got dirty. Oh, okay, where should I put them? Here. Ah, not here, but there. More and more people started coming, and things got a bit busier. Karl calls them wenches. In reality, these 4 were always popular. Plus Selena, who's still the eternal crush of many boys. Just that fact alone guaranteed their popularity. So, it's only natural that their workload is increasing. Ha, I can't do it anymore. How long do I have to stay out here? Ugh, Joachim, you weakling. Move aside, I'll do it instead. Selena, could you do me a favor? Huh? This is my first time doing this? How should I do it? You can do it, for Karl. When Karl's mentioned, I squished the hadiak with a who. While watching me, the 4 smile and suddenly shout in unison. Selena, stay strong. Don't make fun of me, it's already hard enough. No, that's not it. It's to stay strong in another aspect. Karl wondered, in novels, why isn't there a possessive, obsessive male lead? The answer to that is, in romance novels, there's also a position of cleanly surrendering to victory and cheering. And by pure coincidence, all 4 of them were taking on that position. *****. Meanwhile, as Karl headed to a secluded place while nibbling on a bunjapang. Have you found them? I met with the Special Forces agent who had previously visited with Eloise. I greeted the agent, who quickly filled me in on the current situation. Yes, some individuals who have been under surveillance since before have entered the academy under the pretext of bringing supplies for the academy's autumn festival. And the recipients of these supplies are booths operated by foreign students. Foreign students. There were foreign students at the academy? Yes. As you already know, there are not only students from the Empire here at the Academy, but also students from other kingdoms and elves. So, students from Hyzens are also here. I see. Sorry. I didn't know. It's my first time hearing about it. Some suspicious individuals are constantly hovering around foreign students. It's safe to assume they're targeting students from other kingdoms and Hyzens. We're also expecting that. But why foreign students? Why? Their goal is probably to cool the relationship between the Empire and other countries. Haven't they considered the possibility of retaliation? Regardless, it's not good news for any pro-Empire faction within. It's plausible. Even if Hyzens are unaware, the 2 kingdoms have ambiguous relations with the Empire. In that process, if an unfortunate incident happens to a native student, it could be diplomatically advantageous. If we're unlucky, another war might break out, and in the meantime, Luzernes could recover again. Wait. If that's the case, why not just grab them now instead of waiting? They haven't anything yet, so we've been observing a bit longer. If we capture them too early, we might miss other hidden individuals. I clicked my tongue at the agent's response. These people don't seem to know much about Canfras. Just leave this to me. Student Karl. I mean the Canfra guys. When a colleague is in trouble, especially if it's with the Empire, these guys rush in immediately. Instead of watching, you should apprehend them as soon as you see them. Then they'll come to us on their own. Even with suggestions to think it over, I waved my hand dismissively. Ah, just trust me with this. I'm a recipient of the Medal of Honor. I'm a Canfra expert. Just trust me and wait. Here, have some of this. What's this? It's called bunjapang and hadiak. They're very delicious snacks. Hey, give it a try. Do you know bunjapang? Do you know hadiak? Oh, this sweet and warm taste is really nice. I'm glad it suits your taste. Did you make this? I just helped a bit, the rest was made by others. When you say others, Schleifen, Wilhelm, Alexander, and Joachim. The agent looked very puzzled and repeated the names of the 4 men. It seems a bit surprising that the sons of noble families of the Empire are involved in this. Ah, student Karl, this. The agent handed something forward. It was a pistol and a greatsword. You should be armed, just in case. This is an academy. Shooting guns would be a big problem. No matter how festive it is, guns are crossing the line. I don't want to turn this place into a funeral. Then how about the greatsword? That's not necessary either. It would be unpleasant if blood started splattering during the festive atmosphere. If you refuse this too, then what will you do about arming yourself? I have this. Here. I confidently offered the remaining bunjapang and hadiak. Surely you're not trying to convince them with food, are you? Of course not. I'm not that crazy. What, you don't think you can kill Canfra with this? I think I can do this mission must succeed at all costs. It's not difficult. It's a very easy task. But the outcome will be more glorious than anything else. The foreign students from Lasker and Abilisty, and the traitors from our own people, they are the targets. There's no need to kill. Inflicting wounds is enough. By doing so, we'll tarnish the Empire's diplomatic relations. If we do, even the neighboring nations will come to know. They'll see how we neglect foreigners while protecting our own citizens. It will provide a perfect pretext for the hardliners hiding within. I recalled the words of the old man as I fiddled with the dagger hidden in my embrace. Our Luzernes were a great force with legitimacy and righteousness. The wicked Empire folks who sought to fill the continent only with their own order. Those foolish compatriots who nodded along with the Empire. Against both of these forces, we were able to fight and hold our own. Yet, such was our collapse, almost as if it happened in an instant. Rumors spread that the leader guiding us in the fight against the Empire suddenly lost his life. At first, it was considered enemy propaganda. We couldn't believe it. But when the leadership split, and the power suddenly fractured, that's when we realized it was true. This is undoubtedly the work of the Empire. They must be trying to divide us. As soon as he fell, the leadership seemed to split as if they were waiting for it. It was absurd. The sight was worse than the Empire we despised. Why should we argue about who's right and who's wrong when facing such formidable enemies? Witnessing the pitiful sight, our comrades were divided in opinions. Some defected, some hid, and others vowed to eliminate the traitors. Meanwhile, amidst it all, I crossed the borders with like-minded individuals under the cover of darkness. Only we are right. The Empire is wrong. To prove that righteousness, we willingly marched toward the wrong. With these words, we sneaked into the Empire and prepared. The Empire is strong. I hate to admit it, but I have to. Once, they trembled before the magic and archery prowess of our elven kin. But now, they had caught up with magic, and above all, gunpowder had spread widely. Guns could easily turn civilians into soldiers. Through that, the Empire built a much larger army than before. In contrast, we elves had always suffered from a chronic shortage of manpower compared to the Empire. The violence of numbers was terrifying. Our Luzernes was constantly pushed back. But it was through that adversity that we learned one lesson. We can't do it alone. If we lack numbers, we fill it from elsewhere. Yeah, fighting the Empire alone was a foolish act. If they overwhelmed us with numbers, then we should do the same. To be precise, it's about not allowing them the numerical advantage. If all sorts are aiming guns at us, is there a way to face the Empire? No matter how powerful the Empire is, it's impossible to handle a two-front, or rather a three-front, war. That's why this mission was nothing difficult. It was really easy. Even if we don't kill, just giving them a good scare would be a great success. We were also confident of success in this mission. Canfras. Until an unexpected weirdo interfered. Choose one. Bunjapang or Hadiok. How shall I kill you? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Their first target was, as expected, a foreign student from Lasker's side. Lasker. A military powerhouse that could rival the Empire in terms of military might. It was a place renowned for its swords and knights. And that remains true to this day. However, the discovery and widespread use of gunpowder had slightly dimmed its glory. Lasker acknowledged and accepted it. They were different from the Canfras who shouted bows are the best. They still revered chivalry and cherished swords, but they also actively embraced guns and gunpowder. Amidst this, the somewhat awkward relationship with the Empire also returned to a reasonable level. I can see why they were called the next great power. They were different from the Canfras, who were overly proud and ended up lagging behind in the times. Even Heisens eventually accepted gunpowder and firearms at a quite late stage. Setting aside their pride in swords and knights, they improved their relationship with the Empire. It was a natural consequence since the vast majority of gunpowder was being produced in the Empire. Of course, naturally there are hardliners in Lasker too. Now that they themselves were armed with guns and gunpowder, and with prominent knights among them, it was worth a try. Fortunately, Lasker was still firmly in the hands of the dovish faction. It's just a matter of time before that regime collapses if they find a reasonable pretext. That's why the Canfras were targeting foreign students. To check the Empire from all sides, and thus reduce the pressure on themselves. In the distance, there was a female student chatting with a few students. According to the information provided by the Special Forces, that student was said to be a member of the royal family of Lasker. They didn't have much real power or influence. They came solely as a form of improving relations with the Empire. But even as a member of the royal family, they carried considerable weight. If such a figure were to be attacked in the heart of the Imperial Academy, it's spine-chilling to even imagine. There might be a sudden call to the Foreign Ministry first thing tomorrow. Frankly, I don't care about that. Whether it's true or not, it's up to the transfer student to know. What I don't like is why they have to do such things at the academy. They could have done it on the battlefield. Why bring it to a peaceful place like this? What crime have these students committed? Even targeting civilians? Are they out of their minds? Moreover, this is my first time enjoying the festival. You Canfras, really? Hey, what? Ugh. I punched the man's abdomen who was about to approach the foreign student from Lasker. He looked ordinary, but I've seen enough disguises like this on the battlefield. Thud. As I pulled his face to the side, a tearing sound accompanied the revelation of a pointed ear. A small scroll has been attached in this manner, enchanted with a distortion spell. 1 in the front, 2 in the back, 3 on each side. That's a lot of people. My identity was already known throughout the academy. No, throughout the entire empire. There's no way they don't know who I am. I'm a veteran of the Luzerne's War. And in my hands was a fainted Canfra, foaming at the mouth, rendered unconscious. It's no wonder they've abandoned their targets of terror and clung to me. Logically, it would be correct to split the numbers in half or carry out the mission. But Canfra's peculiar trait was helpful at times like this. That is, our people, who can't give up even if they die. More accurately, only those who are opposed to the Empire. Heisens knows how to die well enough. Anyway, you Canfra bastards. At least acknowledge that much. I took them away from people as much as possible. To a place where there are few people. Better yet, none at all. They seem to want to surround us from the front and back. But we don't have the luxury for that. Your comrades might die. I grab the Canfra guy's wrist and twist it with all my might. Arg. You won't die, asshole. Even with this level of pain. You're stronger than we are, so I'll twist your other hand as well. Hey, stay still. You'll get hurt. Crack. Aic. Still not coming out? Even like this? Then should I try both knees? Just as I was pondering that, 6 Canfras revealed themselves, 3 from the front and 3 from the back. You're the one. Yeah, I'm the one. But who's the one? Well, it's better this way. Rather than just hurting a few foreign students, it's more effective to eliminate the recipient of the Medal of Honor. And since you received that fancy badge for killing our kind, it's even more fitting. What are you talking about? I didn't receive my medal for killing, but for saving many lives. And what do you mean by fitting? There's no fitting here. What a strange worldview. I shake my head and set the bag down gently beside me. SHHHHHH. At the same time, each of them drew their swords or daggers, preparing for combat. Thankfully, none of them had guns. If they did, they would have been caught by the guards at the front gate. Everyone knows it's a festival today. It's not good to shed blood on a day like this. Don't worry, human. The blood we'll see today will be yours alone. Wow, I'm looking forward to that. I still took out a warm bunjapang from the bag and placed it beside me. What's that? It's a one-way ticket for someone. From now on, this alone will be enough to kill one of you. Upon hearing that, the expressions of the Canfras all turned sour. I think they realize that this is food. They probably think I'm insulting them. But, why would I do such a thing with this precious bunjapang? This is revenge for our kin who died at the hands of the Empire. The most impatient Canfra rushed towards me. Swiftly, I dodged his sword with the bunjapang in one hand. The others hadn't rushed in yet. He's just too reckless. Thanks, Canfra. It seems like things might be easier because of you. I delivered a strong blow to his solar plexus. Once hit, this area makes it difficult to breathe for most creatures. Ugh. When breathing becomes difficult, as with all creatures, the instinct is to open the mouth. It's the body's attempt to take in more oxygen. I grabbed the Canfra's jaw and shoved the bunjapang I'm holding into his mouth. Cock, cock, cock. Not through the esophagus, but through the trachea. Blocking the air passage in one go, restricting all movement. I kick the legs of the Canfra, who is struggling to survive, causing him to fall over. While strangling him, I glance at the other Canfras in front of me. If they rush towards me, I'll send them straight to the afterlife. But they didn't move. No, they couldn't move. Courage. Growling. I watch as the terrorist below slowly dies, and the desperate Canfra struggling for breath. The more they struggle to live, the faster the blood flows, and the more oxygen they need. But there's none to be found. The thought of dying dominates the body. As a result, the heart beats faster. Yet, they can't breathe. It's like going deeper into the water, refusing to drown. It's becoming quieter, which I really like. As expected, a good Canfra is only a dead Canfra. The body of the struggling Canfra soon goes limp. Not a drop of blood was seen. That's good. Though I do feel a little bad that I used one of my precious bunjapang for this one. The remaining Canfras were already giving me looks of disgust. This is something you should never do in front of the enemy. Why show that you're afraid? With a sigh, I put my hand back into the bag. And this time, I took out a hadiak and placed it where the bunjapang had been. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. The Special Forces agent dispatched to the academy this time, D. He was the one who was forced to leave after interrogating the terrorists caught by Karl not long ago. Can we really entrust this matter to student Karl Adelheit? He's just a civilian. It wouldn't be wise to involve him further. He's a Medal of Honor recipient. Not because I doubted his abilities. On the contrary, I said that since he had received such a medal, it would not be a great sacrifice. After all, doesn't he want to be called a student rather than a sergeant? However, the higher UPS have already appointed Karl as the head of the Heisen's extermination unit and instructed us to cooperate with him. They even issued an order for assistance from him, stating that since he's already at the academy, he should be of help. It was a strange thing. He's a Medal of Honor recipient, but is he really this good? He was awarded for saving the lives of his allies. It was for an act of bravery. Feeling something was amiss, Agent D investigated within his reach. Karl Adelheit. Who was he exactly and how did he spend his time? Why did everyone seem to have so much trust in this man? The bottom line was, they had reason to. This is ridiculous. How many times has his unit been declared wiped out and he still survived? Karl was an original member of his unit and spent 3 years on the battlefield. From reconnaissance to elite troops, he faced all kinds of enemies. And even in extreme situations where frontline soldiers died or were injured, and newcomers came in, he continued to hold his ground. Even as vacancies were created by the deaths or injuries of original members and newcomers rushed in to fill the gaps, Karl Adelheit steadfastly held his position. He continued to fight. Was he an exceptional commander? No. Was he a staff officer with extraordinary talents? No, not even close. Was he a brave assault leader or a firefighter in a pinch? That, too, was not appropriate. He's never been a man of any particular status or special mission. Karl was simply a survivor, a veteran who experienced dozens of major and minor battles. That's why he knew better than anyone about Luzernes and the Kampfrasse he talked about. More than any of the senior staff at the Ministry of War, more than any agent of the Ministry of Special Affairs. And knowing well didn't just stop at a conceptual level. How to inflict more suffering, how to move freely, and how to fight in a way that instills extreme fear and despair in them. Ugh. Crack. Ouch. Never engage them, just make sure they're not running away. If not, make sure there's a backup plan other than these. That was all Agent D was asked by Karl. I could see from a distance how Karl dealt with the Kampfrasse. I could see why he deemed Bunjapang and Hadiak sufficient weapons. Such an effective and certain combat method. Of course, there are agents in the special forces who possess such skills when you look for them. Because they've been trained. They need to maximize lethality with minimal force. But Karl wasn't part of the special forces. He was just an ordinary soldier. He received basic training and was immediately sent to the battlefield to fight. There, he learned. He gained everything. Every combat method and every skilled move. At that level, he must be much stronger in close combat than me. He aimed relentlessly for vital spots. He would rip apart weaknesses, even if he had to tear them off. Once he targeted a weak spot, he wouldn't let go. He would hang on until the end, relentlessly inflicting fatal wounds. Saying he didn't want to see blood on festival day, he truly didn't see any. By targeting the respiratory system, he momentarily seized control of the opponent's body and ravaged it. He was already filled with excitement and tension from the battle. With blood rushing fiercely through him, his heart raced and his breathing quickened. And yet, with just one breath control, complete suppression was possible. Next, it was merciless, almost cruel, joint destruction. The Kampfrasse caught in Karl's grip all had their arms and legs shattered. No one is safe. They will all be crawling for the rest of their lives. Extremely simplified movements. Pursuing simplicity while possessing powerful attacks. Can an ordinary soldier really demonstrate such a thing? Suddenly, I remember a woman I saw in the interrogation room not long ago, Karl Adelheit. In fact, I myself knew nothing about her. Just an ordinary noblewoman. As a peculiar fact, I considered her someone who greatly cherishes her younger brother. But a meeting with a senior ministry official soon revealed her true identity. You almost died just now. Don't ever talk to that woman like that again. I can't disclose details. But, yeah, let's just say she's one of the sharpest daggers in the royal family's possession. That should be enough for you. Listening up to that point, I could immediately deduce her identity. Special Operations Execution Division. The highest military organization under the royal authority. Specialists in every field. And since he said the sharpest, it means she's the best among them. Although I couldn't find out more due to restricted information, that was enough. Of course, Rika wouldn't have taught her brother Karl. But the talent she possesses could easily manifest in him as well. In that sense, it was a clear outcome that the Luzernes folks were literally being slaughtered. Courage. Arg. There were less than 10 of them, unless dozens of them attacked at the same time. In such a situation, there was no chance of victory for them to begin with. Although someone like Karl would likely not be overwhelmed by the numbers, given the circumstances. Even though they were elves, known for their strong affection for their kin, this went beyond that. Instincts prevailed. The desire to live, to escape, the longing for survival overflowed. Plan B? Plan B. The 3 elves who were still unharmed scattered in different directions. Watching them, the Special Forces agents formed teams of 2 and subdued them one by one. Then, unexpectedly, something happened. Phew. Kook. Cough. Cack. Something lightly pops, and 2 of the agents jump up, coughed violently. One look at them and it's clear they're in a lot of pain. Even though they were trained, that thick smoke was too much for them to handle. Ugh. Even Agent D involuntarily recoiled in fear at the smoke. It paralyzes the sense of sight and smell in an instant. I've never seen or heard of anything like it. Damn Kampfrasse. What the hell did they create? Shit. We lost one. What the fuck are the reserves doing? Get him. They succeeded in capturing the fleeing elves, but one got away. Although the reserves were quickly deployed, elven agility surpassed that of humans from the start. Meanwhile, one fleeing elf headed straight for a booth that happened to have Selena and the others. Sigh. Selena sat down on a chair, her face tired. There were more people than I expected. I had worried there might be too many ingredients prepared, but it turned out they were insufficient. Those 4 who were diligently working there, chopping and pressing, were saying things like, "Hey, isn't this going to be insufficient? Wasn't there anything left over? What do we do if it's not enough? I don't know. Karl. Help." Did Karl expect this to happen? While I was wondering, amazed by the unexpectedly high popularity, suddenly, screams and shouts were heard from behind, and a strange man rushed in like lightning from behind the tent. Thud. Clang. Ack. Startled, I instinctively stepped back, only to hear a clear command from behind, "Get him." At that moment, I realized that the man's ears were peculiar. One was normal, but the other was elongated. Upon hearing the order to capture him, he paled and hastily attempted to flee. Acting on impulse, I grabbed the mysterious man's leg without even realizing it. "Let go of me." The pursuer frantically drew a dagger from his belt and swung it towards me. Arg, n/o/vel/b/c/om. My clothes tore, and blood trickled from the wound. In the chaos, I lost my grip on him. As the bystanders intervened and the man attempted to flee towards the opposite direction, the front of the booth slid open with a snap, revealing the man who had been chasing him. His eyes darted past the dagger the elf was holding, to the bleeding Selena. In that moment, his rationality faded, and his instincts, which had kept him alive until now, took over. Ugh. The elf's face is instantly crushed. He falls backwards, and Karl is on top of him. Puck, puck. Without pause, Karl continued to rain down blows with his fists. Blood splattered in all directions, teeth and flesh scattered. Even when his screams faded and his body went limp, he didn't stop. The person I had known and interacted with had fallen victim to the elf's blade, bleeding and in pain. I had to kill. I had to save her. I couldn't let him live. Otherwise, someone else would die again. Karl. I can't be the only one to survive. I can't be the only one. I don't want to be. Damn it, who do I have to hold and cry to in my dreams again? I'm sorry I couldn't save you. How long do I have to cry out to myself, empty and alone? Karl. Karl's fist froze in midair at the sound of someone's sobbing scream. An elf is crushed beneath me. Special forces agents attempting to restrain me. Shouts coming from all directions. 4 men blocking the front of the booth. And Selena, sitting next to me, holding my bloodied hand. Karl, that's enough now. Are you okay? At that moment, the person who looks scarier than anyone else is Karl himself. There's a faint glimmer of fear in his eyes as he asks, "Are you okay? Are you alive?" I'm fine, so stop now. Stop. Finally, Karl slowly lowered his fist. It was a relief. This time, it wasn't too late. Finally, the day had come. It was the ultimate day of escaping the life of a recruit. Now I don't have to mop anymore. I don't have to sprinkle water on the floor, and I don't have to open the windows in the morning to ventilate. Hey, get the recruit. But the junior I had been expecting was nothing like I imagined. What the fuck? Did they send him to fuck with us? What the fuck is this asshole doing? Can't he cut this shit? I don't know. I'm near the end of my service, so I don't care. The senior soldiers who used to grumble suddenly looked in my direction and chuckled. It's not a good smile. It's the same one they used to wear when they were trying to pick on me. Soon enough, the curiosity about what was going on was resolved. Did I hear you wrong? A noble. You're junior. Not just any noble, but the heir to a count. He's from a family that's in the center of politics. Shit. What a bastard. Why would a nobleman crawl into a place like this? I was hoping for someone who'd pamper me and then treat me to a little something. What? A nobleman? Not even a country estate, but a count in the central government? Well, don't worry too much. Orders have come from above. What do you mean? Are you saying we should treat him like royalty? No. The sergeant gestured dismissively and chuckled suddenly. George. What? Treat him like the others. He's a noble, but we don't need to give him any special treatment or pamper him. It's what the higher UPS and his noble family have said. He chose this. Give him a good beating and get him out of the army, if that's what he chooses. I thought that the noble who enlisted as a soldier would be a crazy bastard, but as it turned out, they were all crazy without exception. No matter how they put it, what the hell are we supposed to do? A noble? Huh? A noble? Does it seem easy to deal with such a noble? Fuck. Recruit. Are you not mopping properly? I'm sorry. Sorry? Will that end your military service? No, sir. Is it shit? If it's shit, get rid of it. You're a noble, aren't you? Go cry to your father, saying you can't do it. Ask him to send you home. I'm sorry. We don't care whether you're a noble or a commoner. This is the military, got it? You chose to come here. You weren't conscripted like us. So do it properly. Got it? We're all watching. Oh, it's easy. I was a bit scared at first, but then I started bullying him like crazy. What was his name again? Oh, yeah, Karl. If his name had been any more complicated, I would have been really annoyed. Damn it. Hey, Karl. Private Karl. Aren't you sorting the recyclables? Damn it, are you playing around? I'm sorry. In less than a month, I turned a guy who was almost about to become a victim of torture into someone almost like a private. The only fortunate thing was that this guy Karl had a pretty good attitude. He was a real pain in the ass at first, but he stuck it out and adapted to military life. Naturally, I expected him to complain to his parents, but he put up with it. Gradually, our assessment of him among the senior soldiers and me also became positive. It's still frustrating that he's a noble who enlisted as a soldier, but I didn't hate that he volunteered to join the army because he wanted to suffer with us. And then one day, we are fucked. Why do you say that? War broke out. The moment I heard that, my heart skipped a beat. War. Holy shit, war. And it was in the Southern Empire's vast forests, not far from our unit. If things went like this, our unit would undoubtedly be moved to take up positions on the front lines. Shit. I lamented my miserable life while biting my nails. People say they quietly finish their military service and get discharged. Why do I have to face war? I don't want to die. I want to live. It's scary. I don't want to go out. I'm just an ordinary person. Should I run away? Should I desert and hide in the mountains somewhere? Sergeant William, are you here? The youngest. My junior. It's Karl's voice. However, unlike usual, he was shaking violently. Here. What is it? Have you heard the news? They say there's a war. A fucking was broke out. N/O/vel/B//in.C//om. Yeah. Shit. I heard. Are we going to? Are we really going? Yes. This kid, he's trembling so much more than usual. He looks like he's on the verge of tears. He might start begging for his life any moment now. We have to go. What are soldiers for? If we're told to go, we go, and if we're told to fight, we fight. But, are you scared? At that, Karl hesitated for a moment before nodding vigorously. Sighing, I put a hand on his head. It hurts. Kid, don't be scared. Me and the seniors will take care of everything. You just do as you're told. Run if we say run, hide if we say hide, and shoot if we say shoot. Oh, wait, come to think of it, your shooting skills are really crap. It's really strange. He's good at everything else, but why is it only shooting that he's bad at? Anyway, there's nothing to be afraid of. We'll take care of you. And remember, you're just like the rest of us. Honestly, I'm scared too. I don't want to die. I'm just an ordinary person. But I can't do that in front of my junior. I don't want to look like I'm crying my eyes out at a moment like this, when I'm the senior. So I gritted my teeth and fought. With the platoon. With the seniors. With the juniors. Despite the damn Canfra bastards hurling whatever nonsense they could at us, we held our ground, enduring, and enduring some more. Arg. My arm. Darn it. Karl, lock down that area. Yes. Rock. Calm down. Breathe. A squad mate, his arms severed, struggled in agony. It was agonizing, painful, and terrifying. A pitiful sight. But we couldn't just stand by and watch. You bastard. Calm down. Breathe. Calm down. Ugh. Hey, Karl. On 3. 1, 2, 3. Let's go. Private Rock? Hang in there just a bit longer? Just a bit. War was terrible. Swords clashed, bullets flew. Canfra arrows pierced through our allies' necks, and magic poured down like rain. There was not a single night of peaceful sleep. We slept side by side, leaning on each other. And of course, we lost too many. Private Thomas. Shit. Thomas, who had Karl's back, fell. We rushed to check, but he was already dead. It's my fault. It's not because of you, Karl, you idiot. Snap out of it. If Thomas sacrificed himself to keep you alive, then live for his sake too. Get yourself together and live. There was no time for sadness. No room for pity. Otherwise, we'd all end up dead. We had already narrowly escaped death 3 times. And Karl, he almost died just yesterday. Karl. A magical bombardment struck nearby, and Karl was swept away. Martin, who went to rescue him, fell victim to Canfra snipers. Even in the midst of it all, Martin managed to drag Karl back, but he himself perished. When Karl came to his senses, he seemed worse than usual. Yet, I thought he was starting to adapt, but perhaps Martin's death worsened his condition. Hey, Karl. Snap out of it, you idiot. I smacked his head several times, but he showed no signs of improvement. It took Karl 2 days to regain his senses, and even then, he was still mumbling strangely. Damn it. Why do I have to serve in the military twice? It's clear that I'm being punished. If I had known this would happen, I would have lived a nicer life. I thought the kid had finally lost it, but I didn't say anything. Honestly, who here is holding it together perfectly? Time continued to pass. Our unit was declared annihilated several times. Those who stayed together died and were evacuated with injuries. A new recruit fills that position. If the new soldier dies in less than a day, a replacement soldier comes in. Even that was not filled, leaving 20% of the unit vacant. Hey, Karl. Private Karl. Don't use ranks here. What are you going to do if you make it out? I don't know. That's right. When this war ends, I'll... Thwack. Damn it. What was that? For a moment, it felt like I was seeing stars. When I turned, I realized Karl had just struck my head with his rifle butt. Are you crazy? You're the one who's crazy, Sergeant William. Don't say such things. Flag. I mean, darn it. Don't talk about what you'll do or who you'll meet after the war. That's a jinx. This kid, after doing so well for nearly 2 years, is he really coming back with senior abuse? I wanted to say everything I had held back, but I restrained myself. If I said more, I felt like I'd really get shot by Karl. Oh, no. I should have done it. Shit. If I knew this would happen, I'd have just joked about it. Karl. Hey, Karl. You asshole. Can't you stop with the rank and name? Am I really done for now? Shut the fuck up. You have no limit to what you say to a senior. Do you want to die? Yes. I want to die. I want to die by Sergeant William's hands. So please, stop talking. I looked down quietly. Blood was gushing out profusely. I may not know much about the human body, but even after 2 years of war, I hadn't seen anyone survive a hit there. Even if it wasn't instant death, they always ended up dead. There was no time to be evacuated to the rear. So, I was going to die now. Kid. I'm not a kid anymore. I'll be a sergeant by tomorrow or the day after. That's right. You were soon to become a sergeant. Do me a favor. A will? I don't particularly want to do that. Why burden them by doing such a thing? As for leaving things for my family, I've already given everything. There's nothing more to send. It's cold. Getting colder by the minute. My body stiffens. Vision blurs. It's scary. That feeling suddenly overwhelms me. I even feel like crying my heart out. But I don't. Because there are juniors watching. It'd be embarrassing. I can't do that. I don't want to burden this guy with such a sight. Get me a glass of cold water. Yes. Full of ice. Nothing else needed. Just that. Got it. Yes, understood. Okay. Ha. Hey, Karl. Don't die. We've all done our part. Our seniors have done theirs. The youngest wouldn't have to do it. Sitting on the bed, I stare out the window at the commotion. Despite the events of yesterday, the festival was proceeding smoothly. Of course, the academy wasn't simply ignoring the situation. The administrative department even considered halting the autumn festival immediately due to the recent incidents. They deemed it risky to continue as planned after such occurrences. However, it could be precisely what the sneaky Canfra agents wanted. By preventing their plans, the Empire needed to demonstrate its resilience. With such opinions, the decision was made to proceed with the festival as usual. What do I think? It'll be fine. There's no other choice. In reality, there was a good reason why fewer Special Forces personnel were deployed yesterday. While the Canfra agents were focusing on the academy, the Special Forces launched surprise attacks on suspected Canfra hideouts. They simultaneously raided over a dozen locations. As a result, most of the Canfra leadership, who had dared to establish themselves in the Empire, could be captured. They probably didn't anticipate such swift and simultaneous strikes. In other words, the Special Forces had handled their job exceptionally well. Some of them managed to escape, but they'll likely be caught soon. Was this the operation where you come back home only to find your house gone? Either way, those who were targeting my first festival were quickly dealt with. A few got away, but they'll be caught sooner or later. So this is Operation I Looked Elsewhere and My House Is Gone? In any case, there are no more of those who were after my first festival for now. I'm sorry, sir. Sergeant Karl Adelheit. It's obviously our mistake. In the morning, the Deputy Minister of Special Affairs himself came by to apologize. Their mistake? They had inadvertently missed a Canfra member, causing the disturbance. Taking responsibility for the mishap caused by field operatives, they promised to bear the consequences. They hoped for leniency, and I extended my hand in agreement. Who would have expected it? Even I felt completely powerless in the face of such events. The smoke grenades the Canfra had prepared, or should I say CS grenades. PR/N, CS grenades/gas, type of tear gas used for riot control and crowd dispersal. The moment you inhale them, anyone would be forced to retreat. It's a devilish item. I don't know how these bastards managed to develop such a thing. If they used it on the battlefield, it would be quite a headache for the Imperial Army. Fortunately, it turned out that they had relatively few of these items. They quickly dissipated, allowing us to pursue them immediately. It seemed like they didn't have enough in stock. Don't bother apologizing, this is something I volunteered for anyway. Still, the Ministry did enough to wipe out their base, so don't do it. If you're sorry, please see to it that nothing else happens during the festival. The Vice Minister agreed, promised to do just that, and left. And sure enough, less than an hour later, Special Forces agents began to be secretly deployed. N/O/vel/B//in.C//OM. At the slightest hint of suspicion, they were ready to step in. More importantly, why am I lying on the bed? I'm not even injured. It felt a bit unfair to be treated as a patient when I'm perfectly fine. No, I was injured, actually. When I pulled out the Canfra dagger, my hand got a bit cut. But this was a minor injury that could easily be healed with healing magic. Despite the expense of healing magic, I am a recipient of the Medal of Honor. I am qualified to receive such treatment anywhere. It can be done immediately if needed. Yet, here I am, playing the role of a patient. Karl, may I come in? Just in time. That's the reason. When I agreed to her entry, the door opened cautiously, and Selena peeked in. In her hands, she had ointment for the wound, alcohol for disinfection, cotton, and bandages. Right. Because of Selena. Well, it's more accurate to say she wanted to tend to my wound. At first, I was going to refuse. I'm sure it'll heal with a little magic. Then we'd have to go out together and check out the food booth that was almost a mess. But Selena insisted on tending to my wound herself. It seemed like she had been quite shocked when I confronted the Canfra. Maybe she wants me to calm down a bit. Selena would have been quite surprised. She was shook as fuck. It wasn't a scene fit for a typical noble lady. No, even as a person, it's better not to see such things in one's lifetime. Honestly, even I, upon reflection, got overly excited and nearly caused trouble. When I saw the guy holding a dagger and the wound on Selena's arm, scenes that I had seen many times on the battlefield flooded my mind. After that, I don't exactly know what happened. When I came to my senses, Selena was trying to stop me. Was this what they meant by something snapped? Give me your hand. It's fine. I've been wounded like this hundreds of times on the battlefield. Give me your hand. Karl. I didn't think she was going to back down so easily, so I held out my hand obediently. Unlike Selena's white and fair hands, I'm a little embarrassed at how rough and ragged mine are. How many times have I washed my hands? I'd have to wipe them 10 times if they were bloody. Good. I don't think I need to disinfect it anymore. I just need to put some medicine on it and bandage it. Quietly, she spread the medicine on the wound and wrapped a clean bandage around my hand. I wondered how I was going to help her with the booth, but I decided to suck it up. I could already see what Selena's response would be if I said it here. The 4 of you in the cooking booth are doing a great job. I wonder if she even realized what I was saying, but Selena's face lit up. Yes, it happened yesterday, but the 4 of them managed to cover it up, and since then they've been taking turns doing silly acts, and the snacks they're selling have been pretty popular. Good to hear. Yeah, good, so the other students won't be gossiping about you, Karl. I'll have to thank them later. I should be the one thanking you. If it weren't for you, Karl, we'd be selling weird stuff. That's true. Probably would have made it to the front page of the school newspaper, after the festival. The Academy 4. Attempting to sacrifice demonic vomit at the festival? Like this. Done. I repeatedly clenched and unclenched my fist. The bandage was applied quite well. For a noble lady, you're remarkably skilled, as if you learned professionally somewhere. I learned from my brother. And I got used to it because I had to do it for my brother. Come to think of it, her brother was also in the army. That makes sense. After expressing my gratitude to Selena, I was about to start moving, but then she spoke up after a brief silence. Karl. Selena, who had been sitting quietly beside me, finally spoke. There's something my brother used to say, to a brother who returned from war, who seemed to have changed a lot. What do you mean? It's okay, Karl. It's not your fault. You did your best. For a moment, my body trembled, my chest heaving, my heart racing. Those words, it's okay, and then, that it wasn't my fault. And, that I did my best, something I couldn't even do for myself. Sometimes, I heard him sobbing in the garden late at night. When I went to check, he was crying. A person who used to be so strong, occasionally broke down like that after returning from the war. At first, I didn't know why, but then, I found out by chance. From my brother, who muttered some people's names and apologized while he was half asleep in the carriage. I don't exactly know what happened to her brother, but, I understand. Everyone who participated in that brutal war must be carrying scars. Perhaps it was a curse they had to bear even until their last breath. I used to comfort him by patting his back and saying those words. It's okay. Whatever happened at that time, it was none of your fault. And he was grateful every time. The same goes for you, Karl. It's okay. You did your best. It's not like you didn't do anything. It's not your fault. There's nothing to blame you for. Selena slowly gets up from her seat. She suggests resting a bit more and meeting in the afternoon. As she's about to turn away, I find myself grabbing her without realizing it. Really? And then, before reason could stop me, my mouth moves on its own. Really? Is it okay? Is it not my fault? Whether it was the Medal of Honor or not, that rescue from that day, Selena's brother and his unit survived. But my squad mates, who were barely rescued, all perished in the next battle. This time, I couldn't save them. I survived, but those bastards died without even experiencing the hardship of being rescued. They said it wasn't my fault. Forget about the dead and find a way to survive, they said. If you get weak, you'll die. Don't I have to survive too? They shook me violently like that. It would have been better if I had some certainty. Really, I hoped they didn't die because of me. Not knowing made it even more terrifying. I couldn't help but constantly question myself. If I had gone sooner, maybe they would have lived. Yes, Karl. Because I wasn't sure. No, because I was scared. So I couldn't give myself the answer. That it wasn't my fault. That I really did my best. That they wouldn't blame me for it. Those words, as Selena stroked my head with a gentle smile, comforting me. Because you did your best. You tried. And thank you. On the first day of the festival, some strange guy messed up one of the booths. Right after that, a recipient of the Medal of Honor turned that suspicious guy into a well-beaten pulp. Considering how things turned out, I thought it was enough trouble among the students. And when I visited again late in the afternoon, there was indeed quite a commotion. Seniors? 4 cream ones. Cream? We're all out. How about red beans instead? No way, it has to be cream. Then wait a moment. Oh, shit. Hey, Alexander. Why is the ice cream already sold out? We used it as sparingly as possible, you idiot. It's noisy and crowded, go quickly and buy more. Quickly. Ugh. I am a hotdog making machine. I am a hotdog making machine. A machine. Hey, are you done yet? Can't you see the line behind you? I'm not a machine. Ugh. Clearly, there was a commotion. But, would you call it a good commotion? I was confident that it would still be popular on the first day. The snacks like bunjapang or hotdog, unique and perfect for the chilly weather. They all have a sweet taste, which gives them quite an advantage in terms of preference. And the people selling them are the 4 protagonists. They've been the top of the popularity rankings since enrollment. Of course, there's a sad past involving Selena and them, but that's another story. Even Selena herself was helping them out just yesterday. With all those factors combined, it was natural for them to receive a lot of attention on the first day. The problem is, how to maintain that popularity until the last day of the festival. To be honest, I didn't care about that. I just wanted to satisfy my selfish desires. Whether it's gourmet cuisine or powerful bombs, I thought it would be better to just focus on attracting attention on the first day, and it was enough to fill my inner emptiness, which had been rotting away because of those idiots. Thus began the Bunjapang and Hotioc selling venture, led by 4 male leads and 1 female lead. I thought even if it went well for just one day, it would be a great success. But now, seniors, even if it's burnt, please give it to me. It's too burnt though. There's a special taste to something burnt. Please press the Hotioc a bit harder. I like it crispy. Okay, just wait a moment. The sun hadn't even set yet, but there was already a crowd at the booth. And I heard they hastily opened it because students demanded it. Why is it doing even better than yesterday? I suggested it, but I didn't expect it to turn out like this. So I immediately began investigating the reason. And the conclusion was, could these guys have the same past life memories as me? The filling of the Bunjapang, which was originally only filled with red bean paste, now ranged from cream to chocolate to pizza seasoning. Rumor has it they're even considering adding cheese, but I'm not sure. Meanwhile, Wilhelm went as far as making a few more Bunjapang molds and bringing them over. And what about the Hotioc? Of course, they also changed the filling. They added chocolate, and sometimes crushed nuts. But the climax was undoubtedly putting ice cream on top of the Hotioc. I didn't ask for it, I didn't even hint at it, and that was it. What was supposed to be a curiosity turned into one of the most popular treats of the festival. Lastly, since so many people flock, everyone is curious and this has the effect of attracting more people. Marcus sneaks up next to me. There was a Bunjapang in his mouth, and a Hotioc in his other hand. I heard you suggested this, Karl. It started out that way, though I didn't think it would go as far as it did. Considering how well it's going, it's really surprising, isn't it? That's what's so amazing about it. I couldn't have imagined it. Unless I remember wrong. Could it be that was their real talent? There's no way the 4 of them were destined for a life of baking Bunjapang and Hotioc, instead of being masters of a family. No matter what, it's too far out of line. In that case, there's only one possibility. They must have received some kind of protagonist buff. Everything they do goes well. They receive all kinds of attention and can't help but be successful. That kind of thing. Come to think of it, even during training, they were doing unbelievably well. According to the instructors and trainers, there were definitely a lot of shortcomings, but they learned quickly. If it weren't for the fact that they were the sons of huge aristocratic families, they would have told them to go straight to the army. Looking at it that way, I can't help but think they have some sort of buff. I envy them. Those idiots. It feels like I've received a buff that gets me involved in all sorts of incidents and accidents. Karl, what are you doing? Selena approached after briefly greeting some other juniors. Soon, she too was greatly surprised by the situation at the snack booth. It wasn't like this yesterday. This is unbelievable. Nov.L.B//JNN. Me neither. Could it be that they have a talent for business? Let's just get a bit closer and quietly observe the situation from nearby. That's what I thought as I stealthily approached the snack booth. Oh, hey, it's Karl. You're here? Alright, everyone. The Medal of Honor recipient is entering? Form up. Holy shit, you crazy bastards. Don't do it. Don't make me remember my military days. Don't do the attention thing in front of these kids who don't even know what that is. Pa. You sons of bitches. Don't even think about making a bugle sound with your mouth. If I delay here any longer, I feel like I'll either die of embarrassment or chop them into pieces. So I quickly went in and gave each of those dem idiots a satisfying smack on the back of their heads. I'd like to punch them in the face, but I'm letting them off the hook because they'd worked so hard yesterday to build a human barricade. What the hell are you doing? We're just doing what we did at the training camp. Bullshit? Instead of doing that, why don't you bake more Bunjapang? Wilhelm, press the Hotioc properly. I turned hastily, but the surrounding students had already witnessed this spectacle. The gaze they all directed at me seemed to ask, what's going on? Should we all greet like that just because the Medal of Honor recipient is here? Fortunately, I had an ally who was on a different level from those idiots. Everyone, there was a brief commotion. Now, please feel free to focus on the snacks again. Sob. Thank you, Selena. At least you're different from them. I have a feeling I know why they all confessed. It's because they instinctively realized that they could be in big trouble if they let go of such a woman. Thanks to Selena's efforts and the reasons why everyone came here, the commotion didn't last long. Everyone just went back to asking for this or that snack. Karl. After some time had passed, Schleifen was the first to speak up. You okay? Huh. Are you okay? Yeah. Good, then. There must be a lot of questions and things he wants to ask. But Schleifen didn't ask me any of that. He just kept his mouth shut. Tap. Someone tapped on my shoulder, and when I turned around, Wilhelm was offering me a Hotioc. It was neither too thick nor too thin, just cooked to perfection, with ice cream on top. It's yours. Eat up. Thanks. Cheer up. As expected, he didn't ask for any reasons. Neither did Alexander, who poured me a cup of water following suit, nor Joachim, who was dressed in a ridiculous outfit. It was consideration for me. It was the best they could do, knowing nothing at all. Perhaps the greeting just a moment ago was intended to straighten my distorted face. How should I explain this? There's no need to get upset. It seemed like he was saying that. These bastards. Suddenly acting like this, they seem quite mature. It doesn't suit them. Hey, Karl, the ingredients are running out too quickly. What should we do about this? The ingredients? No, I specifically told you to prepare them just right. Maybe it's because there are a lot of customers coming in. That doesn't make any sense, though. Even if there are many customers, the amount we make is limited. Even with 4 people, we can't exhaust all those ingredients in one go. My doubts were soon resolved. These guys just gave it as much as they could. To the brim. It's better to give generously than to fail because of stinginess. Looking at it this way, there was another reason why it was so popular. I'd come back for more if they did that. At first, I was worried about whether I should warn them to do that in moderation. But then I realized, why don't they say that? You can go broke by not selling, but you can't go broke by giving away. And above all, those guys seem to be really enjoying themselves. At first, they shook their heads, but now they're more diligent than anyone else. It was the moment when those 4 really felt like protagonists. It was a problem that I felt that way while making bunjapang and hadiak. *****. It's the 3rd day of the festival. It's less busy than the 1st and 2nd days, but the cooking booth is still bustling today. Fortunately, today, both Karl and Selena were present from the opening. Don't worry about the ingredients. Got it. Okay, today, we'll definitely sell 1,000. You crazy bastard. We might end up dead doing that. The 6 men and women, bickering, but also in unison, as they greeted another round of customers. The woman with red hair quietly stood behind the waiting line. After quite some time had passed, her turn finally came. Here you go. Thank you. Next. Karl, who has taken Shalifen's place temporarily, asks her what and how much she wants to buy. Normally, it would have been some flavor of bunjapang or how many hadiak. The answer would have been something like this. Master. But the words that came out of the red-haired woman's mouth were unexpected. I'm here. Ugh, it's so exhausting. And I'm still embarrassed. Joachim screamed inwardly. I still couldn't get used to this weird, ridiculous outfit. The body was that of a yellow fish, so why was the head my own? I want to cover it up, whatever it is, and make it unrecognizable. But Karl didn't allow Joachim to do that. No masks, no glasses, not even a change of hairstyle. He wanted me to be me, no matter what. Ugh, please help me, you guys. Unable to bear it any longer, Joachim finally asked for help from the other 3. Since they were taking turns doing this, I thought they would also help out. However, it was a mistake. And a miscalculation. Oh, it's okay. We only have to do this for 30 minutes, you know. Yeah, that's right. We're not here to roast or cook like others. How nice it is to receive everyone's attention. Don't you envy us? So let's cheer up, Joachim. You sons of bitches. Are you even my friends? Just endure today and tomorrow. Joachim realized thoroughly that he was alone. It was an unavoidable path. Of all things, they were all good at cooking, but wasn't I the only one who was miserable? If I had known this would happen, I would have become more familiar with fire and smoke. Sighing, Joachim headed towards the booth again today. I began to bounce around, drawing attention to myself. It's kind of funny. No, wait. Am I going crazy? Less busy than the first day, but still, today, like always, I heard people saying, isn't that Senior Joachim over there? Yeah, it's me, so stop whispering like that. Don't point at me with your fingers. In the midst of this, I suddenly noticed a peculiar guest. Army uniform. If I'm not mistaken, that's right. That red-haired woman is definitely wearing a uniform. I remember it clearly because I've seen it from afar at military events and in training. Moreover, she had a very flashy silver medal hanging on her chest. Is she here to find Karl because of what happened yesterday? If so, she wouldn't be a welcome guest. It would be better if they didn't bother him. Even though Karl is usually a kind guy, he can be really scary when he gets angry. With a worried heart, I observed the red-haired guest. Master? Wait a minute. Who's the master here? Are there professors here? But there aren't any, right? I'm here. The woman said so, surprisingly, to Karl, who was just handing over the bunjapang. Watching that scene, I unintentionally glanced at Selena. She had a very beautiful appearance that didn't match her army uniform. And on top of that, a voice that gives off a very familiar feeling as soon as you hear it, and even an honorific title. If Selena's reaction is good in this situation, then that's truly unbelievable. This seems really bad. I have a bad feeling about this. Rav. At first, I didn't recognize her immediately. At that time, we were both pretending to be unfamiliar with each other. Moreover, back then, she had really short hair, unlike now. Oh, by the way, at that time, some of the unit members actually thought she was a man and made some vulgar jokes. But when we asked her gender because her face didn't look very good, we found out she was a woman. Yes, it's me, Rav Lavranti, a person from another unit whom I met briefly. After that, we were separated because we were assigned to different areas, and we never met again. It wasn't someone I held deep in my heart because our meeting was so brief. It was just another comrade I hoped would live if news of a clash came from that front line. But never did I imagine that I would see her again like this in this place. I was worried you might have forgotten, but it seems you remember. I remember vividly from back then. Our guys made a mistake. But anyway, what brings you here? I've been discharged. As a sergeant, like you? And this, too, I received. It's much lower in rank than a sergeant, but still. Rav said with a shy smile, pointing to her chest. If I didn't see it wrong, that shining thing, it's the Silver Medal of Military Merit. She said it was much lower than the medal I received, so she fiddled with her hands. But in reality, that silver medal is also very difficult to obtain. Moreover, Rav is not even a non-commissioned officer from the beginning, she's just a soldier like me. The fact that a soldier who was sent to the battlefield once received such a medal, it's not something that's easy to accomplish. It's clear that she must have done something remarkable. For me, who was far from the front line she was on, it was something I didn't know much about. The Silver Medal of Military Merit. Yes, I didn't congratulate her. Instead, I conveyed my thanks for her hard work. Anyone who returns from the battlefield, anyone who receives a medal doesn't want to hear congratulations like that. This medal is also thanks to you, Master. What did I do? Well, actually, cough, cough. Just as Rav was about to speak up, a loud cough suddenly came from behind. I turned to see Selena glaring at me, arms crossed. Karl. Oh, Selena. What's up? Let's save the small talk for later. Don't you see the people waiting behind? They're all pretending not to say anything, but you can tell they're uncomfortable, avoiding eye contact and all. Right. I was in the middle of doing business. Geez, what am I doing with all these guests? Rav. Sorry, but let's continue our conversation later. So, what'll it be? If it's your idea, I'm all for it. Just give me the whole menu. I filled the bag with bunjapang according to Rav's preferences. Taking it, Rav said she would come back at closing time and disappeared. But why on earth is she calling me a master? What's with the talk about the medal being because of me? I have so many questions to ask. Alexander. Oh, Selena. What's up? Switch seats with Karl. I just switched with him and was taking a break. Switch. Right now? Okay. I was back in my chair 10 minutes after switching with Alexander. I'm sorry, Alexander. I'll do some more for you later. Here. Selena, who'd invited me to sit down, plopped her ass down across from me. She crosses her arms over her chest, leans forward slightly, and opens her mouth. Now, let's talk properly. Who was that person just now? Though I wondered why Selena was suddenly acting this way, I decided to answer obediently. Judging from her expression, deflecting with "Why do you ask?" wouldn't work. Lavrenti. Someone I briefly met from another unit during the peak of the Luzerne's War. Is that all? Unfortunately, that's it. We only met once because our units were different. Then why did that woman call you master? Would you believe me if I told you that's what I'm most curious about, Selena? A master refers to someone who gives good teachings to another person like me. But I've never taught or passed anything on to Lavrenti. I even apologized for covering up the mistakes our unit made. I just lowered my head. Suddenly I feel unjustly accused. Why do those idiots cause the accident, but I'm the one held responsible? Stupid bastards. They know there are women in the Imperial Army, yet they still act like that. I don't know. You don't know. It sounds like a joke, but seriously, I really don't know. Upon hearing this, Selena made a bewildered expression. You say you can't remember, but that person was addressing you very politely as a master. Does it make sense that you don't remember? Right now, I know how ridiculous I must look. But I really don't remember. Unbelievable. At first, it was a slightly scary atmosphere, but now Selena has returned to her usual self. She seems to be subtly sympathizing with Lavrenti. She even says I'm being too harsh. Looking at it this way, could it be that not knowing the reason is a blessing from the heavens granted to me? Nov. L. B /JNN. By the way, she mentioned that the medal was because of me. The medal. Yeah, the Silver Medal of Military Merit. In terms of rank, it's a medal that comes after the Imperial Medal of Honor and the Order of the Cross. But all three of them, no, all the medals below them are items that prove exceptional bravery and pride as a member of the proud Imperial Army. Rav said she's much lower than me and feels embarrassed, but there's no need for her to feel that way at all. If she was just a fellow soldier like you, she may not be as high-ranking as Karl, but she still contributed quite a bit. Do you happen to know anything? I don't know, since my front line was completely different from hers. Any rumors? Why would I care about rumors among soldiers rolling around on the battlefield? I'm more curious about outside news. Oh, they say someone from the adjacent unit gets awarded for doing something well, news like that? I couldn't care less. Just what's for today's meal. Whether there have been any reported ambushes separately. I hope the rumor is not about an enemy ambush, but about a friendly one. That's the only thing I'm curious about. Can we really go? You can. Hurry up. Karl, you have a guest waiting for you. Selena, you've worked hard today too. Are you sure we can go? Can you all manage without us? We can? We can do it. Stop worrying and go quickly. I feel even less reassured when they say that. You assholes. I think I'd rather be like, okay, and then I'd be like, yes, and then I'd leave. I sighed, but thinking about Rav waiting for me, I couldn't delay any longer. I noticed earlier that she seemed to have come straight after being discharged. It would be a terrible sin to make her wait longer as a fellow discharged soldier. Let's go, Selena. We might be late otherwise. I'm coming. But why is Selena coming with me? It all started because of her request. Karl, the favor you mentioned earlier. I want to use it now. I want to go too. The words I left for Selena while temporarily leaving her in charge of the booth to deal with the canfras. It was a promise that if she granted my request, I would fulfill one of hers later. and she wanted to use that one-time favor to go meet Rav. Then, there you go, okay. Did you say, then that's it? Actually, I was going to do that, but my conscience stopped me. Honestly, isn't that a bit much? She doesn't know much about me. Still, she was someone who tried her best to comfort me. In fact, I was able to let go of my heavy burden and feel relieved, even if just for a moment. Calculating and ending it like cutting with a sword just didn't sit right with me. No, Selena. Is it not possible? It's not that. Even without you saying so, I was planning on going with you. Honestly, I felt somewhat sorry for Selena deep down. Think about it. Those idiots are staying here at least until next semester due to being on academic probation. On the other hand, Selena, diligent and well-organized as she is, has already fulfilled all the graduation requirements. That means this festival will be her last opportunity to enjoy the Academy Autumn Festival. Moreover, previous festivals ended in just one day due to the Luzerne's War. So, Selena has never had the chance to experience a proper festival during her 4 years at the Academy. And I took away her first and possibly last chance to really enjoy a festival. If I take it away, I have to make it up to her. It's only natural. Shit. Suddenly, I'm reminded of how I lost 2 years of youth and gained a military uniform in my previous life. Anyway, for these reasons, I have a pang of conscience about asking her to go with me to see Rav. I'd rather take the initiative and ask her to come with me, then she won't have to. Besides, it would be nice to see the festival lights. It's probably because it's the first festival held after the war ended. It's quite spectacular. Every night, there are fireworks, and the whole academy is adorned with sparkling lights. Sometimes, thoughts of the battlefield come to mind, but I try to ignore them. It's pretty. Oh, yeah, it's really pretty. Selena, who's been walking at a bit of a distance, sneaks up beside me. I heard that the Department of Magical Research put in a lot of effort to decorate. Oh, so, that's why it's so splendid. Is it a kind of talent donation? They decided to give extra points to the hardest working group. As expected, even amidst all this, the pragmatism of the academy is maintained. Geez, to think they'd use decoration for points. Professors are evil for that? This must be a first for you. What? The Autumn Festival, I mean. Me? No? Why would the festival be my first? Until now, it ended on the same day due to the war, and they tried to keep it as simple as possible. At my words, Selena seemed to understand and sighed as if recalling those days. Then she said, right. We had to do that for 3 years. Sorry n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Why suddenly? Perhaps this is the first and last real festival for you, Selena. You've already prepared for graduation, and she's got time on your hands, and I've been making you work the whole time. If I had to compare this, there are 3 days left until discharge, so is it like they made me work for 3 days straight? Wow, that makes me feel like an asshole. No, Karl. No way, I just did it because I like it. But, don't. That just makes me feel worse. I really I just want to help you, Karl, and it's really embarrassing when you do that. Yeah, just apologizing for making her work isn't enough. Rather, I should express my gratitude. Someday, it's only right to say that I'll definitely repay her kindness. And I didn't intend to, but doing this together. What? Oh, nothing. Selena, who was struggling, came a little closer to the side. Then she suddenly crossed her arms. Selena. Ahem, it's just that there are so many people, I thought I might lose you. I don't think there are that many people. Shut up. Anyway, it's a lot, right? That's it again. If you miss it, you'll probably be looking for it for a while, if not forever. Plus, I'm still not very familiar with the layout of the academy, so if I get lost once, I might wander around for quite a while. Karl, I have a question out of curiosity. After a brief silence, Selena slowed her pace and spoke up. The graduation deferment. Graduation deferment. Yeah, so. Oh, right. It's Schleifen, Wilhelm, Alexander, and Joachim. The 4 of them? What happened to them all of a sudden? Graduation deferment. Have you heard? I've heard it directly from them. In fact, it's still absurd when I think about it. No, how come these academy students misunderstood their own lecture scores and are being deferred based on that? I could understand if they got an F for failing an exam or not attending. Everyone has times when they don't want to study. I heard it. As soon as I heard it, I was like, you pathetic little shits. Being deferred from graduation. Do you hate it? Doesn't it seem utterly foolish? Of course. Why wouldn't I hate it? It's completely ridiculous. Even the reason for it is absurd. They've been diligent with attendance, and their exam and assignment scores aren't bad either. There's absolutely no reason for them to be put on probation just because their scores were mixed up. They're like complete idiots. If they were my juniors, I would have unleashed a storm of reprimands right away. I don't think you'll make it through the rest of your military career with that mentality. My subordinates will eat you alive. Hey, also, you idiot. But why are you surprised? Huh? Oh, it's nothing. Could it be that Selena was also shocked? That might be the reason. After all, she made it to the last year of the graduation class without as strict management as she had. How pathetic she must feel as a peer. Ugh, those 4 enemies. Selena is graduating, what on earth are you guys up to? *****. Oh, those 4 idiots. Again, idiots. Not just regular idiots, but fucking poop idiots. Oh my god. Oh my god. I shouldn't do this. If I do this, I'll become an idiot too, right? Even in the next semester, I envied those 4 who could still be with Karl. That feeling grew stronger after hearing the part about the first and last festival from Karl's mouth just a while ago. The first and last festival. More precisely, the first and last Academy Autumn Festival that Karl and I could enjoy together. I will graduate next spring, but Karl will still be an Academy student. He will continue to enjoy the festival. And next to him, other pretty female students will be laughing. Oh, no. Selena? What's wrong? I hate it. I hate it so much. I hate it. Maybe it would be better to have just 1 more year. Not 2 years, not 3 years, just 1 year. If only I could delay graduation for that time, how could I? But, Karl hates deferment, doesn't he? He calls it being a poop idiot? I asked him just in case, and he said that deferment is indeed foolish. I don't want to be a fool. I don't like being a fool, but I especially don't want to be a fool acknowledged by Karl. Oh, there she is. Hey, Rav. In the distance, I see a woman with red hair waving her hand. Neat army uniform. Medals on the chest. And a very pretty face. Feeling a little bit nervous, I glanced at Karl's face, but there was no sign of even a slight blush. Thank goodness. I was worried about what to do if that happened. Master. Who is this lady next to you? Let me introduce. This is Selena Ifrit, a senior in the Academy's 4th year graduation class. My classmate. Selena, as I mentioned earlier, this is Rav Lavrenti, a fellow soldier I happened to meet in the military. Nice to meet you. I'm Selena Ifrit. As I extended my hand for a handshake, the woman smiled brightly and shook hands. I'm Rav. You're a noble? Please feel free to speak informally. Oh, now that I think about it, Master, you're a noble too, right? I momentarily forgot. Back then, we were both covered in mud, so it's understandable that you didn't know. Whether back then or now, Master is cool enough. Stop saying weird things. Rav. This woman seems to have feelings for Karl, doesn't she? Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to smile like that. She's a formidable opponent. It's ironic that I'm facing a military comrade who shares a sense of camaraderie that I'll never understand. If I were to use that as a weapon and confront Karl, would I have a chance of winning? By the way, Master, this lady here named Selena. Oh, could she be your fiancé? 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 Me? So, am I going to be Karl's wife? Oh my, how so desirable? No, shameful words? Oh my, Rav. Hehe. By your reactions, it must be true. No? Calling me fiancé? You shouldn't say such things. We've only just become slightly closer, haven't we, Karl? What if he gets overwhelmed and pushes me away even more? I have to stop her. It's not like that between us. I need to step up and make it clear. Although someday it might really become like that, it's not now. That's how it should be. Lavrenti. Feel free to just call me Rav. Okay, Rav. I'm really glad to meet you. Yes? Nice to meet you? Oh, but you can speak comfortably. Oh dear. Can I really do that? You're an esteemed person. Yes, she's an esteemed person. Calling me fiancé. HMHM. That's not it. No. Decorum. She received a silver merit medal, so I must maintain manners. Right? So, I behave with manners. Not because she called me fiancé, n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Rav. Yes, Master. It's not like that between us. Apologized to Selena quickly. Karl? It's not exactly his fault, but isn't it a bit much to ask for an apology? Isn't that so? No. It's just that I made Selena uncomfortable because of that long ago. Of course, it was uncomfortable. But now it doesn't bother me at all. I'm not uncomfortable at all. I even wish it were like that. So, Rav, you're just. If that's the case, then I'm glad. No, I'm sorry. Selena. I made a mistake. No, Rav. It's okay. You didn't do anything wrong. Okay. If anyone did anything wrong, it was Karl. And me. I suppressed the sigh that was about to come out. It seemed like we had a long way to go. Wait, was there something before the apology just now? Must be my imagination? *****. It was almost a disaster. Our barely recovered relationship almost fell apart again. Selena's mental state was on the brink of collapse after the public confession incident. And I, getting heavily scolded, also had my mental state shattered into molecules. I don't want to recall that time as much as possible. Thanks to that, I went through hell in the military and faced all sorts of things. Selena must have had a tough time too, full of guilt and hardships. Let's sit down for now. There are a few things I want to ask while we're at it. Yes, Master. First of all, I will ask why she's calling me Master. Definitely. Congratulations on your discharge. When did you get out? A few days ago. I don't think the ink on the certificate is even dry yet. It hasn't been that long since I got out either. Then suddenly, I noticed the silver merit medal on Rav's chest. Both Selena and I, we were quite curious about that. You even got a medal. You must have been told to just stay in the army, right? Oh, this? Master is right. On the day of my discharge, they kept asking if I had any intention of staying. And you endured that? Yes? Oh, should I have gotten angry? I would have done more than just get angry. I might have split the skull of the person who kept asking like that on the day of their discharge. Isn't that crossing the line a bit too much? Just sending that child home alive is something that would have made Jesus and Buddha give up their seats and say, "You are too nice." Did you also save people like Karl? At that moment, Selena, who had been quietly listening, asked subtly about the medal. Could Rav also? So, is that why she's calling me master? If that's the case, it makes sense. If you were inspired by me and did it. No, Selena, that's not it. I haven't saved hundreds of lives like master. I've only killed to stay alive like any other soldier. On the battlefield, a soldier kills the enemy. It's natural. Nothing to be ashamed of. But to get a medal for it means you're not just killing like everyone else. Well, actually, I was a sniper. Huh. You call me master. You call yourself my disciple. But suddenly, a sniper comes up. A sniper. Yes. The Canfras. Here Canfra refers to, I know, hardline elves. The Hawks. Luzerne. Oh, you know, thanks to someone. Well, of course, I should know. People close to me are more likely to say Canfra than elves. My small wish is to make sure there are no people calling Luzerne's elves anymore. So, Rev? What about the Canfras? I was called the White Feather by those guys. Wait, what did you say? White Feather. With an official sniper record of 93 kills, unofficially reaching around 300 kills. And to think that the crazy sharpshooter who sniped without even using a scope was Rav? White Feathers. Oh, you don't know. He. Well, it's not like I've accomplished anything as impressive as master. I'm embarrassed now. I feel like I shouldn't have said anything. No, absolutely not. If anything, you might be more famous than me. Unbelievable. When listing the most reliable people on the battlefield, the noun that must be included is the sniper, the sharpshooter. Among them, the White Feather, the sharpshooter, was rumored to be the best of the best. Even though it's a story far from our front lines, it was impressive enough to be talked about. Wow, that's impressive. Some hit the enemy with just one shot, while others hit their allies with just one shot. Sergeant Karl, can't you switch to the White Feathers unit? Looking back on it now, it's ridiculous. I got made fun of for my marksmanship. The best sniper, the best sharpshooter, the White Feather, calls me her master? No, wait. I can't wait anymore. I can't wait. I have to ask. Why am I a master? Why do you call yourself my disciple? Are you really the White Feather who's known to be the top sharpshooter? I'm embarrassed to say that I am. Master. But why are you my disciple? Why am I your master? *****. People join the Imperial Army for various reasons. Some do it to prove themselves. Some do it to gain courage. And some, just because they're pushed into it. From that perspective, I could say I was the third. The reason for enlisting is quite shocking, Miss Lavrenti. To shut people's mouths, you say. I still remember the female officer in charge of women's enlistment shaking her head. But what could I do? I have 6 younger siblings under my care. My parents were surely good people. They raised us with all their might. They always showered us with affection and worked day and night to ensure we didn't starve. I loved such parents. And I loved my siblings too. So, I left home and enlisted in the army. For my family. To lessen the burden and share it once discharged. I don't want to know what kind of people you were outside or what you did. I'm not curious, and I don't need to know. Do you know why? I don't know, sir. It's because you're no longer people. From now on, you're soldiers. Because within the Imperial Army, regardless of what you were outside, you're all just the same soldiers. Training was tough. Those who couldn't adapt properly were all disciplined. I, too, felt the urge to give up several times. I cried because I missed my parents and siblings. But I couldn't. I had a family to take care of. As the eldest daughter, I had an obligation to lighten the burden of both parents. But never in my wildest dreams did I imagine I would end up on the battlefield. Private Lavrenti, you're being transferred from logistical support to a rifleman position. Was it because my shooting scores during training were somewhat good? That's how I became a rifleman. At first, I thought it was fortunate. At least I wouldn't have to fight elves with a spear. No, wait. Just a moment. It's unbelievable now. I received so much ridicule for my marksmanship skills. But when they talk about the best sniper, the top sharpshooter, they call me a master? No, wait. Just a moment. I can't delay any longer. I can't wait any longer. I have to ask. Why am I a master? Why do you call me your disciple? Are you really the White Feather? The top sharpshooter known as the White Feather. Unfortunately, that's true, master. But why are you my disciple? Why am I your master? Asterisk. People join the Imperial Army for various reasons. Some do it to prove themselves. Some do it to gain courage. And some, just because they're pushed into it. From that perspective, I could say I was the third. Your reason for enlisting is quite shocking, Miss Lavrenti. To shut people's mouths, you say. I still remember the female officer in charge of women's enlistment shaking her head. But what could I do? I have 6 younger siblings under my care. My parents were surely good people. They raised us with all their might. They always showered us with affection and worked day and night to ensure we didn't starve. I loved my parents. And I loved my siblings too. So, I left home and enlisted in the army. For my family. To lessen the burden and share it once discharged. I don't want to know what kind of people you were outside or what you did. I'm not curious, and I don't need to know. Do you know why? We don't know, ma'am. It's because you're no longer people. From now on, you're soldiers. Because within the Imperial Army, regardless of what you were outside, you're all just the same soldiers. Training was tough. Those who couldn't adapt properly were all disciplined. I, too, felt the urge to give up several times. I cried because I missed my parents and siblings. But I couldn't. I had a family to take care of. As the eldest daughter, I had an obligation to lighten the burden of both parents. But never in my wildest dreams did I imagine I would end up on the battlefield. Private Lavrenti, you're being transferred from logistical support to a rifleman position. Was it because my shooting scores during training were somewhat good? That's how I became a rifleman. At first, I thought it was fortunate. At least I wouldn't have to fight elves with a spear. However, soon I had no choice but to abandon that thought. Value your gun more than your life. If you miss, be prepared. Do you know how expensive ammunition is? Wasn't our empire the best in guns and gunpowder? And yet this? I thought it was just a matter of shooting, but it wasn't. It was mandatory to hit for the sake of our empire's citizens. But, wait. That's easier said than done. How difficult it is to hit the target. Of course, I wanted to shoot well. Just thinking about the taxes my parents paid for these bullets. And finally, the battlefield we encountered was hell. It was a nightmare that I never want to recall. Ah, my arm, my arm. Get him to the rear immediately, quickly. As days passed, the situation worsened. We became more like beasts than humans. It was only by the presence of those who had been with me until now that I could barely hold on. One day, we received orders to move to a place far from our front line. At first I thought we were going to the rear, but then I realized it was a reserve for a counterattack. And there, by chance, I met him. You're really great if you're good at shooting. Karl. Sorry for the noise, Sergeant. While everyone else was resting, there was a man practicing with his gun alone. At first, it was out of curiosity. I approached, wondering why he was doing that. And during our brief time together, I heard stories about shooting from him. Look, don't pull the trigger right away, but calm your breath first. Control your breath well. Don't close your eyes. The muzzle should always face forward. Posture is also important. Find a place to support yourself like this, if there isn't any. In my previous life. No, I know a guy who crawled 1500 m just to shoot. You're doing well. From what I see, you could really become a sharpshooter. It was a brief encounter. But more than anything, it was intense. Until then, I had always been filled with a sense of obligation. But he, not as a duty, but with words of praise, lifted me up. It was the first time someone sincerely, brightly praised me. That's why I'm so glad, Master. You said you had no relationship with her. If there was a relationship, we'd be talking at gunpoint. Oh, no. Am I going crazy? *****MMM. Count Friedrich, House of Adelheit, the current head of the Adelheit family, has been suffering from headaches lately. Fortunately, it's not a health problem. No, I'd rather it was. At least then there wouldn't be all this trouble everywhere. Even though you trust the children, isn't this too indifferent? When my wife looked at me with a smile on her face but her eyes were cold, I felt an intense desire to just sweep everything aside and run away somewhere. It's understandable why my friends had secretly bought a vacation home. I don't think they felt comfortable being themselves, but they pretended to be. Men produce the best results when they are silently trusted. In fact, my son Karl was a living witness to that method. But the heart of a father and the heart of a mother cannot be the same. Surely, my wife, who had once shared my ambitions, now seemed resigned. She was even suggesting calling our son and giving him a proper scolding. I can't really blame her. Neither our daughter nor our son was forced into anything. Never, not even once. Everything they did was their own decision, and we just trusted them. For example, when our daughter Rika, the heiress and eldest daughter of the family, joined the Special Operations Executive. And when our eldest son, Karl, suddenly enlisted as a soldier, turning the Count's orders upside down. Up to that point, yes. My wife seemed to be trying to understand somehow, but I never thought it would be like this, that he would continue to do so after he was discharged. I was so proud of him when he got the Medal of Honor for his service. I wanted him to go back to where he belonged. I wanted him to come home and show his face. I assumed he would, especially since my mother was secretly burning inside. Suddenly, this son of a bitch is a hero for taking down terrorists. And not only that, but he's also assisting the special forces, according to rumors. He's not even a soldier anymore. Just a regular nobleman, a common student. Karl, this boy, he should just come home and behave. I hadn't expected my wife to be so perceptive. Watching her squeeze her eyes shut from the newspaper made me nervous. Apparently, something happened at the academy this time. The exact details will be known in due time, but one thing is certain for now. Karl is involved in that too, deeply, like the train bombing. Otherwise, my daughter, who was preparing for the next succession of the head of the family, wouldn't have suddenly acted like this. Father. No, sir. I'm preparing for the succession. Please postpone it a little longer. Rika? Why all of a sudden? Something came up that I have to finish. I can't do anything else until that's done. Parents know their children better than anyone. And I was already convinced why my daughter Rika was suddenly acting like this. It's related to her brother. There's nothing else. As befitting the Adelheit family, my daughter Rika was always rational and pragmatic. But when it came to matters concerning her family, especially about her brother, she couldn't help but be emotional. They had been close since childhood. They were different from ordinary siblings. Rika took good care of Karl, and Karl stuck to his sister even more. Perhaps Rika felt like Karl was hers to take care of. As time passed and Karl grew older, the days of fooling around together almost disappeared. So, I thought Rika would be less like that now, but she wasn't. On the contrary, she changed more. She actively intervened with her brother. When she heard the news that Karl was going to the front, she flew in like a bolt of lightning and said this. Father, shouldn't I go to the front too? Speak sensibly. But, Karl? He's suffering because of those Demcanfra bastards. Goodness. How did my daughter, who always spoke so nicely, end up like this? Is it because of Canfras? Or because of Karl? I had to seriously consider it. And this time too, it's probably for similar reasons. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. Ugh. Eventually, it had to come to this. I sighed inwardly and turned my head. There stood my wife, wearing her usual beautiful smile. Welcome, my dear. Have you heard the news? Rika, our daughter, has gone to see the princess. What? No, that rascal. You know better than anyone why she did that. Of course, there was no doubt. Rika had never been one to seek out the princess unless there was something important. Although she was friends with the princess, she didn't want to get too close for fear of causing trouble. But even so, if she went to see the princess, it meant there was something only she could help with. With this, we'll have to put the succession process on hold for a while. Rika said the same thing. She came to me too. She asked me to help her if you say anything. Kid, you're up to no good, huh? Why did I never stop you? I, feeling nervous, glanced discreetly at my wife. The serene figure of my wife. Always graceful and beautiful, a model for all women. Of course, that aspect alone was charming enough to captivate one's heart. But besides that, there was a separate reason why I had proposed to her. I'm not feeling quite well at the moment. Why not? Is something wrong? Father just contacted me. Father. My father-in-law was one of the elders of the military. To receive a message from him. He said they're seriously discussing the possibility of receiving multiple honors from the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Justice. Multiple honors. Yes. Technically, they're talking about duplicating the Medal of Honor. Receiving multiple honors is rare and difficult. To receive one while alive is a miracle in itself. And now, suddenly, they're discussing receiving multiple honors from the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Justice at the headquarters. And if you couldn't figure out who the reason for that was, honestly, it would be strange. How long does our Karl have to stay on the front lines? My dear, it's enough already. He's come home, but it seems like he's still being pulled in. He should behave himself and go back to being the ordinary student he wanted to be. Her eyes glimmered slightly, and within them, a fiery gleam flashed. I couldn't help but tremble at my wife's appearance. There was a time when Karl murmured like this in secret, even from his family. Goodness gracious. Of all people, his mother was the one with the fiery eyes, Countess of House Adelheit, Silencio Adelheit. A quiet lady and a good wife. She is a woman who lives quietly as a good mother. However, buried within her was the strongest head of the Imperial Special Operations Executive. Rika, I'm sorry to interrupt. The first princess, Michaela, opened her mouth before finishing her drink properly. You're talking about returning, right? Are you seriously planning to go straight into the field? Yes, Your Highness. That's what I must do. You're really out of your mind, aren't you? There was a time when Rika was active in the Special Operations Executive. But then and now are different. Didn't Rika say she was preparing to be the next head of the family? If the heir of a family were to act so recklessly, it would be a big problem. It wasn't just any nobleman from a small rural estate, it was Count Friedrich, the Adelheit family, which devotedly served the imperial family, and the connections they had. One wrong move could shake them all, and no one in the imperial court would be happy. What's more, the empire hasn't suffered enough to warrant her return. The Luzerne's leadership, hidden within the empire, had been almost eradicated. The rest was just a matter of time. Heisens is working diligently in the Elven territories, and I'm sure they'll have a positive answer. Enough. Go quietly and prepare to take your place as the head of the family. Your Highness. This is not a request from a friend but an order from the princess. But, even in front of me, Rika raised her voice. Karl? That boy? He helped with the special operations in secret? What could that possibly mean? What could it mean? Obviously, he kept it a secret from you because he didn't want to burden you. This sister is worried that something troublesome might happen. He's stepping forward to handle it himself? He's suffering so much for me? How can I just sit back and do nothing, knowing that? No, girl, it's not like that. That's not how I see it. Karl is doing it for himself, not for your sake. It's obvious that he's going to do things like this, wandering around here and there, talking about returning to the field. Sigh. I don't understand how a woman who is usually so rational and cold can be so emotional about her brother. No, that's not just an emotional issue. Regardless of emotions, it's just a reflex. How can she not control herself? As you know, I've completely withdrawn from politics now, so I can't easily intervene. I know. That's why I came to tell you. I'm going to return. I've already met with His Highness the Crown Prince this morning. She's such a crazy woman. She didn't come for help or to ask for a favor. She just came to inform me. She wants me to know that she's going back. Seriously, Rika, you? What the hell do you think you're doing? You're asking the obvious. Actually, I have a pretty good idea what she's going to do. I'm just asking, just to be sure. I plan to eliminate the route so that Karl can enjoy his student life again. It's the last day of the festival, let's take the day off. I'm not an evil boss, and I'm not doing this to make money. So, let's take a break on the last day. Normally, there's no overtime or extra work on Fridays. Huh, take a break? We're not doing business today. Can't we just do it? This was going well enough. But why do they dislike going to have fun? It's like when the boss says, today we'll only work until noon, and the colleague sitting next to you retorts, no, I'll leave at the usual time. It's no different. Looking at Selena in disbelief, she seems bewildered too. She even murmurs about showing diligence in unnecessary places. I said let's take a break? If Karl wants to rest, let him rest. Don't talk so much. In the midst of it all, Joachim, who seems a bit worn out, is earnestly trying to persuade the others. I see. No more bunjapang outfit, huh? Let's see, Joachim. I'll remember that. I worked hard to make that outfit for you, but you avoid them because you're embarrassed? Next is Hadiak outfit. Of course, without the head. Oh, no. Maybe I should just get a rabbit ear and stick it on. With that, I leave the cooking booth and, come on, why is that phrase still stuck in my head? Anyway, I'm thinking of taking a nap, but Selena quietly tags along beside me. Karl. Oh, Selena. Do you have something to say? Today is the last day of the festival. What are you going to do now? I'm going to my room to take a nap. At my response, Selena stops in her tracks and looks at me with a puzzled expression. It probably sounded quite strange to say I'm going to take a nap on the last day of the festival. But what can I do? I'm tired. A student returning from military service developed poor physical strength while serving as a sergeant? Still, isn't it more appropriate to enjoy the festival on the last day? There was nothing wrong with Selena's words. I can nap anytime, but it's not every day there's a festival. If I were an outsider, it might be different. But right now, I'm an academy student. Moreover, a returning student. For a returning student, adapting well to school life and blending in is a top priority. Otherwise, I might become like Schrodinger's student, existing and not existing at the same time. In that regard, enjoying the festival without running away might be the natural thing to do. Come to think of it, I haven't even shown my face at the booths run by other juniors. It's my last day, so the least I can do is go and say hello. Now that you mention it, you're right, Selena. Really? Then, will you hang out with me? With you? Yeah, well. Oh, this might be my last festival. Ugh, just hearing it is pitiful. Academy graduation.nov, L.B//JNN. 4 years of being an ordinary student, then returning to the noble world. It's going to be quite regretful. It's like graduating from college and stepping into the real world, isn't it? Thankfully, there's no pressure here to get a job as a noble. This is weirder than that. When I first returned to school, I didn't think I'd ever see Selena again. If we did, I thought we'd say hello and go our separate ways. We had a lot of embarrassment and a dark history with each other. But here we are, walking down the festival street together. What about that person named Ravrenti yesterday? She said she was going to visit her family. Apparently, she came to me right after she got out of the army. Wow. If she came to you as soon as she got out of the army, she seems to be following Karl very much. Well, that's a bit of a stretch. I don't understand that part. Okay, as Rav said, I held on to her and gave her various advices. I praised her for doing well and encouraged her to do better in the future. But here's the thing. I, sitting next to her, couldn't even hit the target. Rav must have seen my pathetic performance. I was just standing there, smoking and doing nothing. And yet, she calls me master, and that it's all because of me. That's what I don't understand, Karl. What do you mean? Does it make sense that you can't shoot? The person who was on the battlefield for 3 years and achieved such great achievements with the sharpshooter calling you her teacher. You'll have to see it to believe it. Let's see. There just happens to be something suitable over there. Karl. The place I led her to is the shooting booth. It's a place where you shoot model firearms that are made to resemble real guns to some extent. It's like a classic game where hitting the target makes it yours. The operating mechanism is almost identical. Except, of course, that real bullets don't fly, and the power upon firing is greatly reduced. I'll show you my shooting skills. Saying something like this makes me feel like a cheesy protagonist saying, show you my strength. But in reality, I've hit targets enough to count on one hand during the war. I received a total of 10 bullets from the student in charge of the booth. The distance to the target is not far. Most of the targets are even larger than the target paper. I take aim. Just like before, I steady my breath, aim carefully, and pull the trigger. Bang. Oh, just missed it. It grazed past. Yeah, I was expecting that. Let's try one more time. Bang. It was right next to it. Too bad, Karl. No, damn it. Why? I aimed and shot precisely. Why isn't it hitting? I was fervently contemplating dismantling this stupid gun right here. Karl. Can I try once? With sparkling eyes, Selena looks interested. Since it seems unlikely that I'll hit anyway, I readily hand over the gun. Is this how you hold it? No, not like that. Like this. Here, let me show you. Indeed, there's naturally a difference in skill between a former soldier and a civilian when it comes to handling guns. The distance to the target is close from my perspective, but far from Selena's. Bang! Thud. I hit it, Karl. He. Yeah, what the fuck? How can she hit so easily? Congratulations, here's the target you hit. Thank you. Can I use up the remaining bullets? Of course, you can use all the bullets you purchased. With that, Selena eagerly takes aim again. But why does she keep holding the gun like that? Her shoulders are loose. Selena, wait a moment. Yeah, even if I can't shoot, I'm confident in maintaining the correct posture. Besides, I'm a former soldier. I can't stand this discomfort. Ugh, like this. Stand like this. Press it against your shoulder. Okay, get your face close to the gun. Look at the target you want to hit. I stand behind Selena and adjust the finer details. Her posture is fine, but I'm bothered by her slightly heavy breathing. Do I shoot now? I was about to tell her to calm down a bit more before shooting, but Selena was already pulling the trigger. It seems like the bullet will fly off course again this time. Bang, thud. Oh, I hit it again. Congratulations. Wow, this time it's an even bigger target. No, this can't be happening. I'm sure her shaky breath made the gun barrel waver. Why is she hitting but not me? Why can Selena hit but I can't? Now it's Karl's turn. Go ahead. Maybe you should just finish shooting. No, you get 2 shots, and I get 2 shots. We have to be fair. Go ahead. Conflicting feelings of not really wanting to accept it and my pride as a former soldier clash. I have a feeling, even if she uses up the remaining 6 shots, hitting the target will be difficult. But if I back down here and say, let's stop, then I'll be surpassed by a female student in shooting, even though I'm not even a regular soldier. Fuck it, I can't accept that. Please, just 1 shot. Please. I even try kissing the gun, something I never did on the battlefield. I've seen some comrades hit targets better by doing this. When I take aim at the target, the closest and largest one, the one I was supposed to hit for real, it's a bit embarrassing. No, it's really embarrassing, but I have to hit it for now. If I can't hit the next shot after the first 2 were just flukes, it'll be too embarrassing. I never knew receiving a Medal of Honor would be this burdensome. Damn it. That's right. Of all people, it had to be me who received a Medal of Honor. If a guy like me can't shoot as well as a girl, I'd rather die. I steady my breath, control my breathing, align the sights, and prepare to fire. Wait a moment. Don't put it there like that. Suddenly, from the booth behind us, there was a bang and something exploded. Everyone else would have heard that, but not me. The next thing I knew, something flew past my ear. Something was flying through the air. Selena was standing there. As I realized that, instinctively, I pulled Selena towards me and fired the gun I was holding. Asterisk. Like this. Press it against your shoulder. Get your face close to the gun. Look at the target you want to hit. I thought my heart was going to stop. I was worried if Karl could hear it. When he stood behind me and adjusted my posture one by one. When his hands touched my shoulders and hands. The warmth I felt from behind tickled my neck. I bit my lip tightly, hoping no air would escape between them. Maybe shooting isn't so bad. I wanted to stay closer to Karl, but I had already fired 2 shots. Now it's Karl's turn again. As I tried to calm my embarrassment and handed him the gun, suddenly, I was abruptly pulled aside and found myself embraced by Karl. At the same time, he held the gun in one hand and pulled the trigger. Bang! A test tube shattered right in front of where I was standing. If I had stayed there, it could have been a big problem. I am sorry. I'm sorry. Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? I'm fine. I'm not hurt. As Selena, held in Karl's arms, looked at him blankly, she seemed to regret rejecting his confession in the past. Meanwhile, what the hell is this? Shit. Karl stared at the gun in his hand with a bewildered expression. A gun that didn't hit even with precise aiming suddenly hit when fired hastily with one hand. The festival has ended. Although there was a slightly strange incident on the first day, it passed smoothly. The academy once again began to squeeze out students' passion for learning as the ivory tower of the empire. The midterm exams are just around the corner. Aren't you all looking forward to it, students? The students who saw the devil in the laughing professor scratched their heads in frustration. Discussing exams right after the festival seems a bit excessive. There are still 2 weeks left, so why use the expression just around the corner? As the students of the academy returned to their studies, leaving behind the joy of the festival, self-proclaimed ordinary returning student Karl found himself in an awkward situation due to the expected incident. Senior, what exactly happened on the first day? It's just that the booth was a mess. Senior Karl, you jumped on someone with your fist. Oh, come on. I'm not that violent, Junior. Senior, there's a rumor that you were about to assault someone. Is it true? What the hell? What nonsense? Ahem. Junior, do you want to die? The last one seems like something was seriously wrong, but it's actually not wrong at all. My actions indeed resembled an attack. During the festival, everything seemed to have gone smoothly without a word. It was assumed that Schleifen, Wilhelm, Alexander, and Joachim stepped forward in time to cover it up. However, it was a misconception. It was just because of the festival period. There were many more important matters than uncertain ones. But as the festival ended and life returned to normal, the events that had occurred began to spread little by little. As a result, the most anxious party at present was not the Special Forces, but the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. If the Kingdom and Heisens make an issue out of this, it's going to become troublesome. The fact that the Luzerne would cause trouble was expected long ago. They were even aware that they would target foreign students instead of imperial officials. Yet the empire did not take any preemptive action. Rather, they waited. As a result, they succeeded in seizing the Luzerne leadership during the operation. However, as the operation was exposed by an unfortunate incident, there was an increased possibility that they would get closer to the truth. If this happened, the empire could face criticism for using foreign officials for its own gain. Actually, receiving criticism wasn't much of a concern. It was more about whether the pro-empire factions of the two kingdoms would falter. Ultimately, the relevant ministers hastily convened, and this was the result. The Luzerne instigated trouble to drive a wedge between the empire and the two kingdoms, as well as Heisens. The special forces, by coincidence, was preparing an operation to eliminate their leadership but hadn't paid attention to that aspect. It was almost a disaster, but coincidentally, someone who saved foreign officials appeared. It was none other than the Medal of Honor recipient, Karl Adelheit. If it had been Karl, he would have been stunned, wondering why it was escalating. As a returning student who just wanted to quietly lead his life at the academy, why did this keep happening to him? Frankly, even the Minister of War couldn't hide their mixed feelings towards him. But the problem was that there were no better options from my perspective. Honestly, unless it was Karl, unless it was the recipient of the Medal of Honor who coincidentally prevented the attack, wouldn't it be forced to say it was a coincidence? He's a returning student at the academy, a veteran who survived on the battlefield, a Medal of Honor recipient, a rare figure in the long history of the empire. It wouldn't be a problem at all if such a person coincidentally intervened in the festival and prevented a terrorist attack, and even a tragedy at the academy. He prevented a train bombing and a tragedy at the academy. Since then, he has had a decisive impact on the future direction of imperial diplomacy not once, but twice. If Karl is not hailed as a hero, then who else should be recognized? The discussion on multiple awards of honor, which was already underway, suddenly gained momentum. If only this incident could be covered up as a multiple award of honor, it would be a very welcome development. How about emphasizing that our empire has done its best for the kingdoms and Heisens through student Karl? It sounds like a suitable narrative. Even a mere student is determined to stand up for foreign students. Just by doing this, the position of our empire will become even more unshakable. But, isn't it going too far? He's already a Medal of Honor recipient. It's just adding more glory to an already honorable person. It won't cause any problems or harm to Karl, will it? A single Medal of Honor is etched in the history of the empire forever. But multiple honors? There has never been such a thing. And it was considered impossible in the future as well. But Karl Adelheit achieved it. The one and only. Perhaps the first and last. With such opinions being voiced, even I couldn't help but wonder, is that so? And with the appearance of someone who put an end to my opinions, it would be best to summon him to the imperial court. That way, both kingdoms and Heisens will understand how crucial Karl's role was in this matter. Furthermore, they'll learn how our empire views and treats foreign students. The imperial crown prince, Lafrehite Ragnar, began to step forward. While the special forces were hunting down the vermin hiding in the country, Eloise faithfully carried out her duties. She provided advice while moving with them, and sometimes even went to the scene to relieve stress. The most important task was to transfer some of the Luzerne leadership to Heisens. Now, can I finally take a break? No more work, right? For over a month, I worked tirelessly day and night without rest. It's not a joke. I really need to rest now. My face is pale and tired, isn't it? My smooth and shiny skin has lost its luster. If I keep working like this, I might really die. If there's any conscience left in the higher UPS, they won't overwork me anymore. Because Canfras are Luzernes and not Heisens. I'm an elf of noble and considerate nature, so of course they won't do that. I'll hand you the next mission. Seriously, just stop. It was only natural that expletives would fly out of my mouth as soon as I heard those words. Are you kidding me? I've been working my ass off for a month. My total sleep time for the past month is barely 2 days. Look, dark circles under my eyes. Grabbing the squirrel, I brought it close to my face. I see it, Eloise. So, clean up your face. Sitting down and giving orders all the time, you don't know how tough it is on the field. Some of the Luzerne leadership we escorted have gone missing. Investigate to find out exactly what happened. Why do you want me to investigate when it's clear that the empire is behind it? It's a prediction. It's better to be sure. Ugh. Eloise sighed and scratched her head nervously. I'm more annoyed because there are no mistakes. As the saying goes, there is nothing better than certainty. Moreover, it's a crucial issue that could distort relations with the empire. But this is going too far. You said they would let me rest. My insides boil with anger. It's too different from what was initially agreed upon. I took on the role of commander because I was guaranteed breaks and time off. It's natural for me to get angry when they keep changing the terms of the contract. Crack? Kong? Please, spare me? Spare me. Shut up. You won't die. Don't worry. Among the things developed in the empire and seeped into elf society is something called carbonated water. At first, those who asked why they should pay for such water soon became captivated by its taste. There was nothing else that could replace the refreshing feeling that came the moment they drank it. Ordinary elves started to be fascinated by this new drink and began to drink it like water. Meanwhile, some of them found new possibilities in that carbonated water. Come on. Drink it all up. Gasp. Kung. My method, which I called a little stimulation to extract the desired information. And to explain as it is, it's just pouring carbonated water continuously into the nostrils. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. It's not a method of torturing flesh and breaking bones. It's just pouring water. Thanks to that, there were hardly any issues that could arise, and it was enough to instill a fear of death. How does it feel? Having your nose cleared up. Kahak, kook, kuyok. Let's take it easy. I want to go rest for a bit. If I add up all the sleep I've had in over a month of work, it might barely amount to 2 days. I barely slept for more than an hour a day. My question to the prisoners was simple. What happened that day? Did your leader really die? If it's certain that he's dead, why did such a crucial figure meet such a futile end? Kahak, kook, wait, I'll tell you, please. This is a question about people who are already dead. This is a question about Luzerne's, which has already collapsed. Deciding that there was no point in pushing further, he quickly continued speaking. He died? Yes, it was then. Just as our Luzerne was about to launch a massive counterattack. The moment when we were closing in on the isolated Imperial troops to annihilate them in one fell swoop. A bullet suddenly flew and pierced his heart. Is that really all? Yes. He died on the spot. There was no chance to try to heal him or anything. Quietly listening to his words, I gently grabbed his hair. Then, I leaned his head back and resumed pouring carbonated water into his nose. Kahak, kook, kek. Do you have anything else you want to say? IIVE said everything? Please? Kahak, kook. This time, I poured carbonated water mixed with juice and salt generously. Perhaps due to exhaustion, my eyes were droopy. It was rather eerie. Kayahak? I don't know anything else. Kook? He died like that. I really don't know anything else. He knew this woman was thinking of killing him. If he wants to live, he must say something. Yes, because of the chaos that day, we withdrew our troops. That day, taking advantage of that, some Imperial troops withdrew from the encirclement. I really don't know anything more than that. Kuyok, kook. After the festival ended, for several days, I inevitably had to endure all sorts of rumors. What could have driven such a seemingly ordinary schoolboy to such murderous behavior? Who was the unidentified man I was being beaten to death, and where did he go? If the Academy had any answers, why wouldn't anyone speak up? There was actually no need to speak up. It was enough to just wait. But curiosity began to creep up on Selena and the 4 protagonists who were with me. I didn't want anyone to feel embarrassed or tired because of me. It would be a nuisance. It was time to start thinking about how to handle this situation. Savior of the battlefield, Karl Adelheit. Preventing terrorism and now even the Academy? It started with newspaper articles that seemed to suddenly burst out as if by agreement. Shocking? It has been revealed that there were those who targeted students from the Kingdom of Lasker and the Kingdom of Abilisty. The one who acted before the Empire? In-depth investigation. Why can't Luzernes give up the fight against the Empire? If one had a certain level of perceptiveness, they would have already roughly guessed from there. Not what they were trying to say, but what they were saying it for. Why such articles suddenly burst out simultaneously? But what came next was even bigger, to the extent that it would bury even the strange atmosphere. Karl Adelheit. I commend you for your courage and sacrifice and beg you to do me the honor of having tea with the Medal of Honor recipient. It was none other than the Crown Prince of the Empire who sent these words. With that, all the doubts and curiosity of the entire Academy were neatly resolved. The Medal of Honor recipient who saved hundreds of Imperial soldiers in the blood-soaked battlefield, prevented terrorism after discharge, and now even blocked the dagger aimed at the students. While everyone was immersed in the festival, only one person wasn't. He's a hero? A hero. The Empire has such a great hero? You barbarian canfras? You fucking bastards. Asterisk. It's been said that the only thing worse than drugs is national pride. And that's what I was experiencing right now. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//om. Senior. Junior. Look, it's Karl. News that the Crown Prince wants to meet me spread throughout the entire Academy. At this rate, wouldn't that message spread throughout the entire Empire within the next week? I never expected things to turn out like this when I tried to inquire about the Academy's affairs. Before the Kingdom side could protest, the Empire preemptively stated, the Empire did its best. It's hard to bet on whether a returning student like me accidentally stepped forward. Moreover, even the Crown Prince, while expressing gratitude to the Medal of Honor recipient, is subtly pressuring those under his protection to remain silent. As a result, Lasker and Abilisty officially expressed their gratitude to the Empire and me for protecting their students, openly displaying their displeasure towards Luzernes, who was identified as the suspect. I hear the Empire, the 2 kingdoms, and Heisens are even working together to form an anti-terrorism alliance. Even though the Empire knew, they hid the fact and proceeded with the operation. It wasn't that they didn't inform the kingdoms, it was that the event occurred before they could, and it was coincidentally stopped. In the eyes of the people of the Empire, the picture of even though they're foreigners, they bravely stood up with courage and sacrifice, is drawn, naturally leading to the thought the Empire is indeed the best. That's the point. It's amazing. Those playing politics are different. They're even exploiting this situation like this. Student Karl Adelheit? Look over here, please. Oh, I like that journalist. He refers to me not as a sergeant but as a student. The sincerity of it makes me favor him, so I push aside other people and agree to the interview. Student Karl. How exactly did you come to know about the attack on foreign students by the Luzernes? It was truly a coincidence. I was helping with the booth, but when I went out for a moment of rest, I saw some non-academy people gathering and doing suspicious things. Were you sure they were terrorists? Since I've already experienced stopping them once, it wasn't difficult. I don't feel guilty because I'm not blatantly lying. They were the terrorists, and I stopped their terror. Ultimately, it's a happy ending. Isn't that sufficient reason not to inform the kingdom side and proceed with the operation? There are also discussions about the possibility of multiple Medal of Honors. I simply did what needed to be done. And the medal already hanging on my chest is too heavy, so I don't need another one. I hope they don't add another one here. This alone is burdensome enough. Even after scouring the Empire's history, there isn't a crazy person who has been awarded 2 Medals of Honor. Not someone who has killed more enemies than me, not someone who has achieved more victories than me, from soldiers like me to the Imperial Army's Supreme Commander. No one? I don't want to be the first. If I have to, let it be the second. It may sound glorious and honorable to others, but I don't feel that way at all. It's burdensome. And embarrassing. Above all, I never wanted the medal. Karl Adelheit ha. No, student? News just arrived. There's a major announcement from the Ministry of Justice. A major announcement. It's about the issue of receiving multiple honors that haven't been explicitly specified. It's impossible to receive multiple honors in the same major. However, it is possible to receive the same medal in different majors. And that includes the Medal of Honor, they said. Fuck. Apparently, I was the first recipient of multiple the Medal of Honors. This is a really big deal. Why do they keep doing this? Why all the fuss about me receiving awards for my accomplishments? Are you calling it an overacted performance? Are you saying I've been consumed by the concept of being just an ordinary returning student? I wish it were that way. I wish my current actions were for that reason. Karl. Yes, mother. You hardly ever contact me. Is this how you convey news to your mother? I am sorry. I was wrong, mother. I'm sorry, mother. So please, don't open your eyes. If mother sees the truth, there will be trouble. My sister Rika is called the Blade Queen, a terrifying nickname. And the fact that I was able to survive on the battlefield fighting like a madman. Perhaps there's something inherited from mother that made it possible. Oh, and if you ask if father is weak, that's not it either. Didn't they say that similar people end up marrying each other? Father is definitely not less than mother. Anyway, I really couldn't help it, mother. Things just happened to overlap and unfold. Whenever I tried to contact you, I got busy, and when I tried to contact you again, something happened and I got distracted. I desperately tried to prove my innocence to mother. Even if it looks like an excuse, I can't help it. I don't want to see mother's eyes open. The moment she sees it, she's going to throw her head on the ground and beg for help. Sigh. Fortunately, it seemed like mother didn't have any intention of scolding me. She just seemed upset with her son, who didn't contact her properly. You've worked hard, my son. I heard that you've really worked hard for our family and the Empire. It wasn't a big deal, mother. It just happened that way. Don't say that. I know better than anyone about your efforts. Even though I'm communicating through a magic communication device, mother's warm encouragement still reaches me. Is it the sense of security that comes with the name mother? Or is it the understanding felt as a senior, an experienced person? Whatever it is, it makes me feel better. While others may not know, mother's approval meant a lot to me. Is father doing well? Yes. Karl, you're making your father the most restless with your recent actions. Ahaha. Please apologize on my behalf. Apologize? On the contrary, your father's face is beaming with smiles. He says if you're a man, that's how you should be. You should make your name known and receive everyone's praise. Well, father is the one who didn't oppose my enlistment as a soldier. Honestly, it would have been much better if you had stopped them back then, you know. It's almost time for class. I should start greeting and end the magic communication. Karl Adelheit. Suddenly, my mother utters my full name, and I automatically switch to alert mode. Still, you need to tone it down a bit. I just want you to live quietly as a student. There's no need for you to take on troublesome tasks. Yes, I understand, mother. Please do so. Besides, your sister has insisted on returning to the field. Huh? Mother, what do you mean by that? Does that mean she's temporarily returned to the Special Operations Execution Department? My sister probably heard about me, and she strongly desires to return to the field. There's only one thing this implies. She intends to fight against the Luzerne bastards, against the Canfras. My heart pounds fiercely, and my stomach churns like it's boiling. That time it was my comrades, then Selena not long ago, the bastards who hurt them. This time, it might be my sister. And it might be because of me. If, by some chance, my sister gets hurt. Karl. Yes, mother. Take a deep breath. Slowly, deeply. Following mother's instructions, I regulate my breathing. I calm my chaotic mind and chest. Let me ask you something, my son. Is your sister the type to be defeated by mere Canfras? I lowered my head. The sister I know is never that kind of person. She's a strong person who's incomparable to someone like me. Really, someone who never wavers. Yeah, so, don't worry about anything, my son. I hope your sister won't bring back Canfra heads as souvenirs. In response to Mother's words, I found myself nodding involuntarily. By the way, there was a time when Mother actually gave camphor heads as gifts when she was dating father. People miss the passing festival, or fear the upcoming midterms. Or maybe they curse professors who throw assignments right after the festival ends. Even the juniors who were preparing group projects together had grim faces. Professor, I'll kill. Wow, I want to set the lab on fire. The exam is just around the corner. Why are you giving assignments elsewhere when you say you're replacing it with group assignments here? Please, professors, unify things a bit. I'm not a sophomore, junior, or even a senior, I'm still a freshman. Seeing him growl like a zombie like that, I'm not just feeling sorry for him, I'm questioning him. I mean, how many assignments did they bum them with? Of course, I also received the same assignment as those guys. It was a bit difficult. Is this an assignment, or an experiment to see if people explode or not? But it was okay. Unlike the juniors who said they would die, I could handle it. To be precise, I didn't have the leeway to get annoyed because of other things. Student Karl Adelheit. Are you preparing for the royal palace? I thought it was a joke. I thought the crown prince was just being polite. But when a palace minister sent someone to bring me to the point like that, I realized that all of this was not a joke or a prank but reality. A mere nobleman's son enters the royal palace? Incredible, incredible. I desperately asked father for help, but his reaction was too calm. Karl, you seem to forget often, but try to remember what you achieved. At father's words, I involuntarily turned my gaze to the medal I had thrown on the desk corner. Yeah. If you think about it, the reason I was invited to the palace this time was all because of this. Now, whether to add one more to it or not, the Ministry of Justice even expressed their opinion. Although others keep emphasizing that presence, the one who forgets it constantly is me. Maybe it's not that I forget, but that I want to forget. Whenever I feel like I'm okay, something oppressive resurfaces, making my chest feel tight. It's natural as an achiever, so you don't need to feel too burdened. It's burdensome for a mere nobleman like me to go to the royal palace. Father, if it's really burdensome, you can refuse to go. Huh? Is that possible? You're a recipient of a Medal of Honor. If you find it burdensome, even His Highness the Crown Prince can respect your wishes. Do you really want that? No, that's not it. Can you really refuse when the next emperor suggests having a drink? If there really is such a person, then it's either crazy or about to die soon. Asterisk. Eventually, the day came when I was actually going to the palace. I was wondering what clothes to wear, and what I ended up wearing was shit. I never thought it would be an army uniform. Wearing the medal with other clothes was a bit strange, so I couldn't help it. Dressing like this reminds me of the day I was discharged from the military. That was the best feeling. Let's see. How was it when I entered the palace in my past life? Let's recall. Whether it's from a book, movie, or drama. What picture was drawn there? I imagine a strict search under heavy security, knights glaring at me angrily. Now, after going in, I should learn how to behave properly, kneel down, and bow my head. Well, something like that, maybe? Anyway, to sum it up shortly, there's a lot to do. It's natural. Because it's the royal palace. Isn't it the heart and mind of the empire? No matter what nobleman, in front of the emperor, regardless of rank, it's only proper to respect the emperor's authority and bow one's head, isn't it? Yeah. So while thinking about that, when I was about to say there will be a search, but, Ranchtuck, are you Karl Adelheit? We've come to escort you to the palace. There wasn't a strict search waiting for me. There weren't knights watching me suspiciously. From the moment I entered the palace gates, there was no shortage of people showing me the proper etiquette and protocol. It felt as if I was being escorted to where I rightfully belonged, within the palace walls. Even as I walked, every time my eyes met those of the knights, they hurriedly saluted. I had heard that these were the strongest and noblest knights in the empire, the guardians of the royal family, devoted souls who lived and died by the orders of the emperor. Seeing them behave with such deference left me breathless. What made me even more nervous was what happened next, or rather, who stood before me. Ranchtuck. Finally, we meet Sergeant Karl Adelheit. Should I call you Karl, then? Yes, feel free to address me as such, Your Highness. Well then, Karl it is. But I'd appreciate it if you also addressed me informally, like a brother? Haha. No, absolutely not. I would never. Would a mere nobleman address a prince as his brother? That would only lead to disaster. Even if ordered, I would never do it. The emperor intended to meet you himself, but wasn't able to for a reason. I hope you understand. Please, spare me the understanding and self-recognition. Please. How much further do you intend to elevate me? Some may envy this situation, but considering the weight of the title emperor, I could never feel that way. The empire's name couldn't be so heavy if one could move through it lightly. Initially, I felt overwhelmed by the presence of the prince, but now I'm relieved that he's here. This is quite remarkable. Once again, I keenly felt the power of the prestigious medal shining on my chest. While I had previously read about it or heard others talk about it, now I was experiencing firsthand the weight of this medal. I suddenly realized what I had done and how crazy it was. Wait, you're giving me another one of these? I don't think so, because that would be exhausting in so many ways. They say that having 2 medals of honor is that great, but at the same time, wouldn't it be a shortcut to being treated like the ultimate weapon that can be used at any time? I mean, look at it now, the Ministry of Special Affairs is rubbing their hands together and asking for help. There are still some Canfra bastards left, and we don't know how diplomatic relations will change in the future. There's a possibility they might ask for my help again. Honestly, I could help if asked. That wouldn't be difficult. The problem lies in how to tell my mother and seek her forgiveness. I don't want to see the scene where my mother opens her eyes wide in disbelief. My younger sister spoke highly of you, Karl. Your Highness. I'm talking about the first princess. Haven't you met her, Karl? The Crown Prince actually pours tea into my teacup, which I politely accept with both hands. I will drink it gratefully, Your Royal Highness. Don't be like that. Considering what you've done for the Empire so far, it's only right that I show you a respectful attitude. If it weren't for my imperial pride, I might have asked for an autograph. You're kidding, aren't you? Where do you write the autograph of a student returning from military service? By the look on your face, you think I'm joking, but I'm serious? Where on earth are you going to write my autograph? Oh, no way. No, right? Crown Prince, are you married? Wait. Come to think of it, you're not. Oh, no, really? That's your face again. I'm straight. I'm sorry? No, I'm sorry, Your Majesty. My rudeness was dash. This friend can't even play jokes properly. The Crown Prince laughs and even offers snacks to me this time. I hope there's no poison or radioactivity in there, right? Am I going to be judged for insulting the royal family? Setting down his teacup, the Crown Prince looks over for a moment, then opens his mouth. That's something I'll reveal in public later, but I'm not going to end it like that. What do you mean? Your Highness? Crown Prince. I almost choked on my tea. The Crown Prince sitting in front of me bows his head. In fact, he bends down to his waist. Very polite. Very formal. Showing respect to a mere nobleman. Thank you. Thanks to your sacrifices, the Empire exists today. I understand that it's not just a matter of receiving a simple medal. However, I want to remember and honor your contributions. I want to remember what you and others like you have done for the Empire, and the process you went through. To never forget. So that someday, heroes like you can emerge again. To remember. To never forget. To record that proof, that testimony. Unconsciously, I touched the medal on my chest. Well, that's all. Sorry. Wasn't that too sentimental? No, Your Highness. Not at all. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. I just did what had to be done. But still, it's okay to be a little proud. It's not just praising my efforts, but also those of my comrades who fought alongside me. Yes, indeed. Those guys. That's right. You bastards. Well, at least y'all didn't die in vain, damn it. Aren't you guys glad? If I stay still, tears might start flowing. Let's just drink some tea for now. Do you need a handkerchief, Karl? The Crown Prince is quick-wit. Sheesh, the more I see him, the more I like him. Karl Adelheit. The eldest son of Count Friedrich. Count Friedrich, his wife, and Rika, even her. The Adelheit family had always shown fervent loyalty to the Empire. And now, even the eldest son of that household had displayed his loyalty wholeheartedly. Rescuing allies on the battlefield deserves praise, indeed. Just that act alone should be enough for the Empire to express gratitude to this young hero. But in my view, Karl did something even more significant. If the terror had proceeded as planned, the casualties would have skyrocketed, and it could have turned into a full-scale battle. The Empire never loses. It cannot be defeated by the likes of the Luzernes. However, it weighs on my mind that the Empire's soldiers, too, suffer injuries and deaths. No one would like it if they came back victorious and were told to go back to the battlefield. Moreover, the 3-year war incurred costs far beyond expectations. This is not a conquest war. It's about reinstating the order of the Empire, the foremost power on the continent. Therefore, despite expending significant war costs, the immediate gains are minimal. While the Empire's steadfast position can be reinforced, it does not help fill the emptied warehouses. Nov.L.B//JNN. He prevented that. There were some losses, but they were enough. Most importantly, didn't a discharged member of the Imperial Army destroy dozens of Luzernes? Karl single-handedly demonstrated the overwhelming superiority of the Empire. Next, the foreign students. It would have been exhausting if Lasker and Abilisti had rebelled. Despite knowing it, the secret operations mistakenly revealed to the public by the special forces at the last minute caused a critical situation. But the reason it could be covered up was, once again, Karl sitting in front of me. It shouldn't be difficult. Think about it. First, elevate the reins intentionally and give some slack. As if the Empire hadn't already noticed, they were targeting foreign students from both kingdoms. And the secret alliance that's foiled by a man who just happens to be a student. It's not unavoidable that the Empire's face gets tarnished, but thinking about what comes next, it's somewhat bearable. Both kingdoms will likely show discomfort towards the Empire, but it will lead to unity against the common enemy, Luzernes. Of course, the Empire will have the upper hand in that alliance. Luzernes. Those fanatical elves probably wanted to undermine the Empire's reputation. In the end, that's what happened, but ultimately, their foundations were shattered. I think I understand why Michela, who was supposed to present the medals, praised him so much for this. If he knew all this and acted accordingly, it would be admirable to the point of being frightening. Even if he did it unknowingly, he acted with the right mindset, bringing good to the Empire in the end. Is this why Rika cherishes her younger brother so much? I suddenly remembered the incident. She asked for a meeting and insisted on helping her get back to work. She's very close to Michaela. She's done things for the Empire herself. So I was happy to help, as a way of repaying her, and because we were in a relationship. Apparently, Rika just didn't want to interfere with her brother's return to school. Karl. Anyway, I guess I should get down to business. I'm sure you already knew this, but you're going to be awarded another Medal of Honor. I see. You don't sound pleased. I understand. Almost all Medal of Honor recipients are like that. Few of them thought of themselves as heroes, or as extraordinary. Maybe that's to be expected. Heroes don't become heroes by calling themselves heroes. You only become a hero when others praise you as a hero. So, does this mean that the first princess? Alas, no. You're the first person in the history of the Empire to be awarded 2 Medals of Honor, so it's a bit odd when it's the same person, don't you think? Suddenly, I wanted to see his surprise. I'd originally thought of doing it in a designated place, but that would be neither touching nor funny, right? I'll do it myself. I'd like to present it to you at the Academy. What? His Majesty the Emperor was interested. But it's a bit much for the Emperor to go to the Academy, so I'm thinking of going there myself to present the Medal of Honor to you. Oh, yeah, that look. That reaction. I love it. Rika's a lot like Michaela, so she's not much fun to joke around with. But Karl, he's, brother-in-law? Whatever. You know, unlike his sister, he seems to have a really good reaction. *****. Something's going on here beyond what I could have imagined. Excuse me, this is beyond what I can handle, Your Highness? What did you say? Who's coming? The Crown Prince? Oh my goodness, what a mess. Moreover, the earlier conversation is even more terrifying. The Emperor showed interest? Your Highness, I feel like it's too much of a burden. It must be burdensome. But what can we do? You've already been awarded the first medal by the first princess, Karl, and now you're being awarded another medal. Since the awardee is the same, shouldn't the presenter be different? And who's more impressive than the one who's already been awarded twice? He's right. Yeah, he's right, but it's still too much to handle. What I wanted was to be a normal Academy returnee, right? Buying lunch for juniors when they ask, making noises like wow, when talking about military life, getting exhausted with assignments and exams, and laughing when it's vacation time. I never imagined the first princess coming to present the medal, and then protecting against terrorism, and now the Crown Prince coming to the Academy and saying, congratulations on the second medal. Karl, I think you're underestimating your own position too much. Your Highness. Medal of Honor. It is given to those whom the Empire must remember, whom it must honor. The moment we forget them, we cease to be an empire. That is why we do this. This is what must be done, even if it is burdensome. It's not just for me, but for those who were like me in the past. And for the future heroes who will one day walk the same path as me. The Crown Prince laughed and patted me on the shoulder, hoping for a little understanding. Shall we have another cup of tea? Or do you need more snacks? These cookies are really delicious. For a moment, I was about to politely decline and then immediately regret it. But now that I recall everything the prince has said to me so far, that thought quietly disappeared. Everything happening to me right now is not just for me but applause and praise for everyone who fought for the Empire. In that case, wouldn't it be best to accept it wholeheartedly? Yes, Your Highness. I will do my best. That's right. That's the spirit, Karl. Here, have another cup. The tea I poured this time is excellent. It goes really well with these sweet cookies. Eat plenty before you go. Oh, and if you need more, I can pack some for you. Oh no, Your Highness. Packing is not necessary. I'll decline. Then about the medal ceremony. The sooner, the better. It's best to do it when there's high interest in heroes. Then, may I request it before midterms? It might cause a disturbance if it's later, and the juniors might throw stones at me. Ha ha ha, that's right. I've been to the Academy, so I know it's hell there. How they give you such terrifying assignments and merciless exams. Wait, the prince was also an Academy student before? Surprising. But now that he mentioned it, I suddenly feel a sense of camaraderie. By the way, I can't help but mention your sister. I didn't know that Your Highness was acquainted with my sister. Didn't Rika tell you? Well, there will be another chance to explain later. Explain later? Why not explain it here? Anyway, a while ago, I was in quite a dilemma when suddenly asked for a favor. Dilemma? Could it be about my sister? Temporary return to the Special Operations Division. More precisely, it will be a field return. It goes without saying that it's impossible for a retiree to come back just because they want to. But Rika got permission. She's such a capable friend. Everyone regrets retiring too early. Well, since she's the next head of the family, she has to prepare, right? Otherwise, I might end up receiving the title of Count. I don't know anything else, but I really want to refuse that. There's so much to do. I've had enough of dangerous tasks, but... Anyway, knock knock. Just as the Crown Prince was about to continue speaking, there was a sudden knock, and someone entered the room. My apologies, Your Highness. Oh, it's fine. Is something urgent? The prince looked at the news handed to him. Meanwhile, I took a sip of tea and popped a cookie into my mouth. Oh. A sigh came out of the Crown Prince's mouth. That is never a good reaction. I might as well make a run for it before he starts blaming me for something. Karl. Yes, Your Highness. Would you be interested in working on something with me? What's this all of a sudden? You need to explain it further. Don't worry. I'll explain everything. Actually, it's from Hyzens. You know, the ones who deserve to be called elves. Not the Canfras. I see. Yeah. These guys decided to send an envoy to our empire this time, and they made a somewhat unexpected request. They have a request? What could it be? They'd like you to be there. Me. Yeah, Karl. You. Lonely. The thought suddenly struck me, and I was startled. Why now? I've never felt this way before, so why all of a sudden? But as I looked at the empty seat across from me, my body sagged again. Karl isn't here. That's right. That's why I felt lonely. This is usually the time I usually meet Karl. After settling our past differences and reconciling, Karl and I became friends again. Well, more accurately, I haven't quite reached that level yet. Anyway, thanks to that, I was able to talk and meet with Karl quite comfortably. How was his day today? How were the lectures? Is he treating his juniors well? And what about the 4 of them whose graduation has been postponed indefinitely? It was a topic I could discuss with others, just an ordinary conversation. But even so, that ordinary conversation felt special to me. Despite being a seemingly insignificant subject, it was more interesting than any other topic, and I couldn't help but laugh. Once again, there were so many things I wanted to say to Karl today. Are the 4 of them whose graduation has been postponed indefinitely losing our minds, making weird food? Or the news that graduation may be a little bit difficult for me too? Actually, I'm trying my best to avoid graduating. I'm still contemplating that part. I want to spend more time at the academy with Karl, but at the same time, I don't want to hear him call me an idiot. I really don't want that, no matter what. But today, I couldn't avoid it. Karl isn't at the academy right now. Karl is far away. He's in the heart of the empire, the most central figure. The imperial palace. It was an imperial command that even the representatives of noble families, loyal to the empire, hesitate to receive. It must either be a significant mistake or, conversely, a level of achievement so exceptional that it surpasses ordinary noble deeds. And that's what Karl received. A mere nobleman of the same age as me? It's great news. Truly remarkable. When Karl returns, I must congratulate him. I wonder what he did to receive the imperial command. But that's for later. For now, congratulations come first. If Karl tells me himself, there couldn't be better news than that. Selena. Lost in thoughts about when Karl will return, I heard someone calling me from behind. When I turned my head to see who it was, I couldn't help but sigh. Rav. Hi. It's nice to see you again. The red-haired woman, Sergeant Lavrenti, bowed politely. She and Karl had a priestly relationship, but Karl still didn't understand, did he? Weren't you supposed to visit your family? I've seen them all. Really? Are they all doing well? Yes, thank you. Surprising. It's a bit sudden. She said she was going to see her family, but she's back after only a few days. Since she's not an academy student, there's no reason for her to come here. Then, it must be. Did you come to see Karl? Yes. You're back at the academy. And it seems like there's no reason for you to be here except to see Karl. Ahaha. Does it look that way? Yes, you do. No matter how you look at it. You definitely do. Actually, I came to see you today, Selena. Me. Yes. I have something I want to ask you. You have something to ask me? Not Karl? It's a bit awkward to talk about it here. Let's go somewhere and have a cup of tea, Rav. How about that? I'll treat. If you insist, I'd be grateful. Actually, I gave all the money I received this time to my family. So, I'd appreciate it if you treat me to something. I took Rav and headed to a nearby cafe. After sitting in a secluded corner and ordering some drinks and dessert, I took a deep breath and focused my gaze on her again. Now, go ahead and tell me. What do you want to ask me? Oh, yes. Well, Selena, what kind of relationship do you have with Master? Huh? What do you mean? Well, you see, last time, I thought you and Master were lovers. But Master said no. So, I'm asking, what are you to Master? What am I? For a moment, I almost said, someone who confessed his feelings to me. If I were a bit more shameless, I probably would have. I'm sure of it. But I can't. Even though I regret it, I rejected that confession. No matter what the circumstances were at the time or what happened afterward, I still pushed Karl away. Just a friend. A friend, I said, but I couldn't help but feel a strong urge to bang my head against something. Stupid. If only I had thought a little more back then. Even if I rejected him, it would have been okay if I did it as carefully as possible, leaving room for doubt. You fool. Just a friend, you say. Yes, just a friend. For now. Yay, gore now. It may change again someday. Someone might ask if I have a conscience. If I cared, I shouldn't have done it. I know, but what can I do? My feelings have only blossomed now. Better late than never. I don't wish for Karl to come back. As he moves away, I can move closer to him. Just like I did before, if Karl pushes me away, hating myself a little for being young and stupid, we'll smile and go our separate ways. So, how fortunate. Fortunate? Suddenly? What's fortunate about this situation? Asterisk. How fortunate. Phew. How fortunate indeed. Yes, really fortunate? Lavrenti heaved a sigh of relief. I was really worried that you and Master were in a romantic relationship or something similar. Yes? I'm so glad. It's not a relationship at all. Yes? It's really fortunate? You're not in any kind of relationship. My expression in front of her noticeably hardened. But Lavrenti either didn't notice or ignored it and continued speaking. Right, Selina? There's no relationship at all. Perhaps she's deliberately pretending not to know, even though she knows. It's really fortunate. This way, I can stay closer to my master. Next to Karl. Yes. There's no problem, right? It didn't seem like you were romantically involved with anyone. Even you, who seemed like that, said it's nothing. I, who had been silent for a while, finally spoke up. Rav. Right now, we're not in any kind of relationship, but, maybe it could develop into something. Oh, I see. You're right, Selina. That could definitely happen. I could also develop a closer relationship with Master. Oh, this woman just understands things her own way, just let it pass. There's nothing really important to argue about here anyway. What's important is Karl's reaction. He alone will decide how to proceed. Anyway, how fortunate, Selina. Stop saying fortunate. I feel like I'm losing my mind. It was when I was about to lower my arm to put down the shaking teacup. Well, thank God. There's no relationship whatsoever. Rattling. My forced smile turned into a grimace, and the teacup I was holding experienced a tidal wave. Moreover, I must have gripped the teacup tightly because the handle broke off with a snap. Then again, you seem very close to Master. Could you tell me the secret? N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. The secret. Yes? Actually, I've been separated from Master for so long. I'm curious about how even Selina, who's not in any kind of relationship, could become close to Master. Rav. I finally spoke up, maintaining my composure. Why are you asking me that? Isn't it obvious? Isn't that a natural thing to ask? Lavrenti responded with a bright smile. Because you're not in any kind of relationship with Master, right? *****. Hey, isn't that Selina over there? Wilhelm, who had been deep in discussion, spoke up. And soon, the other three turned their heads. Yeah, it's Selina. It's Selina, right. But who's she meeting? The four soon realized that the woman with red hair they had seen before was Lavrenti. Isn't she the lady who came looking for Karl last time? Yeah, that's right. But why is she meeting Selina instead of Karl? As they looked at each other, they soon realized. As expected. That's it. That makes sense. It was a scene from one of those romance novels you read when you're bored. Two women fighting over one man, I'm sure. Oh my god, let's tell Karl about this later. Hey, Alexander, don't you have any popcorn? It's quite interesting. I'd like to get a closer look. Hey, if you get caught, you'll be scolded by Selina. It's always so much more fun to watch other people's relationships than your own. And if it leads to giggling ladies, where else can you find such fun? It's because we're not in any kind of relationship, right? We're not in any kind of relationship, right? We're not in any kind of relationship, Rella. If Karl were here, he might have chuckled and asked, what's with this echo effect? Right now, Selina was experiencing exactly that. It was very clear and definite. A sticky, persistent feeling she wanted to shake off but couldn't. I wanted to say something. I wanted to refute it quickly. It's not really that we're not in any kind of relationship. Even though I rejected his confession 3 years ago, it wasn't a genuine action from my heart. Rather, we're getting along better now than we were then. You just met Karl, and from what he told me, you've only known each other for less than a week, and he doesn't even remember much about you? On the other hand, I've gotten a confession of my own. I even have a favor to ask. I felt an overwhelming desire to say all that. I wanted to shout it out right now, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. Ultimately, Lavrenti's words were right. From a rational standpoint, me and Karl were nothing to each other. At best, we were colleagues. A little more, we were friends. That's it. Anything more than that is impossible in the current situation. The reason, of course, is because I turned him down. Regardless of whether I regret it now or claim to have changed my mind, it's not important. What's more, if asked whether that part applies to Karl as well, I'm unsure. The one who would have been hurt the most is Karl. Beyond that, nothing is possible without his permission. Yes, just like that day, when Karl confessed to me. No, Karl? Why did you have to confess in public? Suddenly, a sense of resentment crept up. Honestly, it was too difficult to endure. Even without this, as a freshman, I had been struggling with confessions for over a month. And doing it in front of everyone? But I shook my head. It's not right to blame Karl like this. If I really loved him, she would have accepted his confession. It's me who should be blamed now, for suddenly regretting it. Selina, do I know my inner thoughts or not? To be honest, I think I know it very well. At Lavrenti's urging, I was silent for a moment, then slowly parted my lips. The secret is, wait, how did she get close to Karl again, now that I think about it? We were clearly uncomfortable with each other, but somehow we're very close now. What was the trigger for that? I mean, was there a trigger at all? If I really think about it, I guess that's it. I hesitated for a moment, but then spoke up. The academy. What? Nothing much, just that I'm in the academy, and so is Karl. We're at the academy. We're students at the academy. We bumped into each other, said hello, and then we started talking, and then we got closer. Like Rav said, even though we're not in a relationship. The academy. The academy. Lavrenti murmured the words as if under a spell for a while. Is the secret, the Academy, n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. From Selena's perspective, it might seem like she gave a reason without any thought, almost embarrassingly so. But to Lavrenti, it felt completely different. Rather, it seemed quite reasonable. Right. I haven't seen Master since that time. And Master always wanted to go back to the Academy. Even though there were comrades, and it was undoubtedly a crucial turning point in life. Surely, it was a place where no one would want to stay. If they could leave, it would be the place they wanted to leave the most. So when Karl, who had left the military, went to the Academy and met Selena there, meeting someone in a place they desired would feel different from the start. They would have easily become close. Since the atmosphere was good, their relationship naturally became closer. Indeed, the Academy is the answer. Lavrenti turned her head and stared at the Academy for a moment. Academy life. It might be unknown to others, but to me, it was like a dream. I have a family to support right now, and I need to repay my parents for their kindness. On top of that, I need to find the money to pay for the Academy. Considering the amount of money I have to provide for my younger siblings, it's very tight. Plus, I'm ashamed to say it, but I'm not an educated person. I can read and write, but that's about it. I never thought I wanted to learn more than that. If it weren't for Karl, I might have just stayed in the military. I would have certainly done that. It's difficult. The Academy. I want to get closer to my master, but... Lavrenti fell into contemplation, touching her lips. And Selena, looking at her, was lost in thought as well. Lastly, how do I look? Just a while ago, you were very sharp, but now you're quiet again. I'm curious how this will unfold. Karl, you're one lucky bastard. Even the four who were eavesdropping secretly. Now, if only Karl would appear, it would be perfect. What are you all squatting there and doing? Didn't they say even a tiger would come when you call it? Karl appeared behind the four. Although they heard he went to the Imperial Palace. It was quite an early appearance. Karl. What? Already here? I heard you went to the Imperial Palace. What did you do there? Whoa, calm down, you bastards. One question at a time. One at a time. You guys have four mouths, but I only have one. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. To cut to the chase, I ended up working with the Crown Prince. I don't know why Hyzens requested my presence at the meeting. Will it be okay? They won't debate whether to kill me right there in the meeting, will they? What matters on the battlefield is only one thing. Distinguishing between friend and foe. Even if they're the same person, if they're a traitor, they're killed. If they're an elf and fought together, they're treated as comrades. In that regard, although Hyzens, like Luzernes, are elves, they seem somewhat tolerant probably because they had the perception of being allies. But unavoidably, both are elves. From my perspective, it's a struggle between elves. Hyzens probably wouldn't want to be seen as ignorant hardliners like Luzernes, but, what can you do? Just at the sight of elves, it's reflexive to look for the great sword. The Crown Prince seemed to be aware of that aspect, as he added, if it's too much, let me know immediately. I'll do my best to reject their proposal. After a brief hesitation, I nodded. I couldn't be buried in the past forever. Besides, Hyzens is clearly an ally and a comrade who fought alongside me. I'll go to the meeting. When I gave an immediate response, the Crown Prince smiled gratefully. He said if I ever needed his help, I should ask. I even managed to get a promise from him to do everything he could within his power. Well, I should probably save my favor for when the Crown Prince becomes the Emperor, right? Anyway, so, I received another Medal of Honor this way. The end. I briefly mentioned the meeting with Hyzens and only told the four about the medal ceremony. Then, the way these bastards looked at me suddenly seemed to get weird. This crazy guy. Is he even human? Hey, Karl. Are you human? Receiving 2 medals of honor is unbelievable. Do you happen to have an autograph? This popularity. Popular? No, not that. To be honest, I'm also confused. I left the military, so what kind of Medal of Honor is this? As far as I know, the Imperial Medal of Honor is awarded only to soldiers or combatants. It honors their bravery and sacrifice, hoping for more heroes to come forward. And I've been discharged. Even though some still call me a sergeant, strictly speaking, it's a position before discharge. Now, I'm just a regular academy student. I even asked the Crown Prince about this part, as it was doubtful. How could I receive a Medal of Honor? Wouldn't there be resistance in the Ministry of War? Then came the response, which was quite ironic. No, remarkable? I suggested it. Karl. Your Highness. Yes. Don't worry. I didn't push my status. When you did heroic deeds, you were still a soldier. There's a law that allows ex-soldiers to be resummoned within 3 months of discharge in case of a similar situation. So, technically, I'm still a soldier because I have some military status? I'm retired, but I'm still a soldier, so I guess I can get a Medal of Honor. Oh, my god. It was ridiculous. It's half-assed. That's like saying that the other guys who left the military with me are still soldiers. I guarantee if I relayed that message to other discharged folks, there'd be an uproar. Still a soldier? They'd shout in protest. Of course, that was just a pretext for awarding me the Medal of Honor. Considering how they brought up such forced interpretations of the law just to present me with the Medal of Honor, it's clear that the Crown Prince not only pushed for it but also approved it even during wartime. Think of it positively. It's good to receive it again. That's right. I've never seen anyone receive 2 medals of honor before. Will this record never be broken? I bet it won't be broken. In the meantime, those guys just looked amazed. And Joachim, you don't have a tail, you asshole. But anyway, what were you guys doing? Us? Just watching. Watching. When I subtly turned my gaze to where Schleifen was pointing. Selina and Rav? Why is she back at the academy? We don't know. Of course we don't. But, you know, Karl. We do know one thing. From behind, laughter erupted from the four. What? Why? Why are you laughing, you rascals? It's annoying. Thank you for the kind response, Selina. I'll be leaving first. Lavrenti stood up from his seat and greeted Selina. Although she managed to stand up somewhat awkwardly, Selina was in a state where she didn't even know if she was returning the greeting properly, and after Lavrenti disappeared from her sight, she hesitated and sat back down. Because it's not a relationship whatsoever. Throbbing. It hurts. It feels suffocating, as if something is stuck inside. I want to scream out loud with all my might. But I couldn't. I couldn't show any signs of pain. Because I have no right to. Regardless of the process and reasons, the conclusion remains the same. I was the one who rejected Karl. He accepted it, and the fact that I can't go back to that time is also true. And because of that, when it comes down to it, my relationship with Karl is undoubtedly nothing. Now, even if I want to go back and change things, would it happen as I wish? It's greed. No, beyond greed, it's rude behavior. It's behavior that doesn't consider the other person. It's more selfish than ending things and trying to negotiate a new start. Sigh. Regretful. The feeling rushes in like a flood, making me feel suffocated. It's a feeling of being unable to undo anything. Most of all, what's unbearable is that even though I know it's futile, I can't erase my feelings for Karl. I keep wanting to do better. Despite knowing it's selfish, I still do. Despite knowing it's futile, I still do. Despite knowing we have no relationship, I keep trying to create one, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Selina. Karl. What are you doing? Karl, sitting opposite me. Selina, who had been staring blankly at him, sighed with a puzzled expression. What's up? Weren't you supposed to go to the Imperial Palace? I went, took care of everything, and came back. To take care of what? I met with His Highness the Crown Prince and had a casual conversation. That's not something you casually talk about. His Highness the Crown Prince? His Highness the Crown Prince? The future emperor of ours? You know that, Karl. I felt my common sense crumbling. Looking at it this way, Karl felt more and more like someone from another world, even though he's a person of this world. Do you want to know what happened? I'm curious. Not about what the Crown Prince said, but about what happened to Karl. I want to hear that story. I want to have more conversations, laugh more, and support each other more. If he has any concerns, I want to listen carefully and give advice. Laugh, chat, and then suddenly smile for no reason at all. I found myself wanting to do things with Karl that no one else had done before. No, it's okay. But I shook my head. I wasn't confident. Could I really approach him as if nothing had happened? Is it possible to act selfishly and self-centeredly after pushing him away first? I thought I could do it someday. But no, I couldn't. It seems impossible. Today, I realized it. Despite being colleagues, or even friends, Karl and I are not more than that. Yeah, regardless of Lavrenti's words, me and Karl were nothing. And couldn't be. Don't say that. Tell me, Selina. Huh, you should ask. So I can ask Lavrenti what happened earlier. Huh? What? What? You know I met with Lavrenti. Selina was taken aback. I thought he just arrived, but since when had he been watching? *****. Curious. Dying of curiosity. Why was Selina meeting Lavrenti? I was wondering, but those four were teasing me. He. Work hard, Karl. Amen. You have to work hard. When there are two beauties like that. Hey, you never know. There might be more. Is this polygamy? Starting with Schleifen, then Wilhelm, Alexander, and finally Joachim. Four of them spoke with ominous smiles, making me feel uneasy. And adding to that, the fact that Selina and Lavrenti were meeting made it even worse. I want to ask about the situation. But I can't get a straightforward answer by just asking. So I'll make the first move. Hey, Selina. What happened with His Highness the Crown Prince? He's going to award me another Medal of Honor. Selina nodded at my answer. For about, let's say, 3 seconds. And then she sighed, saying oh, I see. Then immediately after, she started spouting gibberish. Wait a minute? A medal? Another Medal of Honor? Yeah. He said he'll give me another one. He said he'll come to the academy himself. What? Unbelievable. Sure, receiving another award doesn't make sense. Honestly, even I wonder if it's okay. Surely, if you look through the history of the Empire, there are people who have accomplished far greater deeds than me. Those people received only one Medal of Honor. Yet here I am, just a guy like me, receiving another award. It's so embarrassing that I feel sorry for those people, while others say I'm impressive enough. Well, I don't really know. So, does that make Karl the only person to receive 2 Medal of Honors? Probably. But let's leave out the only. Someone else might get one someday, right? That time, Her Highness the First Princess came. His Highness the Crown Prince will come. Cough. His Majesty the Emperor showed interest, but I managed to stop it. Cough. Cough. Even though she hadn't eaten or drunk anything, Selina coughed as if she had choked on something. Wondering if there's any water, I reflexively checked my waist, looking for a water pouch. Seriously. Cough? Clunk? So, does that mean His Highness the Crown Prince is coming to the Academy? Probably. His Highness the Crown Prince seemed a bit solemn at first, but when we had a conversation, he turned out to be quite playful. He has both serious and carefree sides. It would have been nice if our platoon leader had some prince-like qualities. Anyway, that's all for my story. Now it's Selena's turn. My turn. Why did Rav suddenly come here? The person who said she was going to see her family, why was she with Selena? Even to my question, Selena remained silent for a while, just fidgeting with her fingers. I considered urging her, but I didn't really want to, and I felt like I shouldn't rush it. So, instead, with a smile on my lips, I waited for Selena's response in a relaxed manner. Karl. Me? What do you think about that person, Rav? What's your relationship with Lavrenti? What? Such a sudden, completely unexpected question popped out. I wanted an answer about what happened, so why did such a question come up? What's with the sudden question, Selena? Just as the question goes. Karl. What do you think about Lavrenti? It's such a sudden question that I'm not sure how to respond, but, well, since she asked, I should answer. And perhaps my answer is somewhat connected to the answer Selena will give. Comrade, perhaps. Comrade. Yes, comrade. Is that all? What else is there? Oh, right. I forgot. Rav calls me her master, but, to be honest, I only gave her a few words of advice, and that's it. I think the title of master is too much. Rav managed everything on her own. Selena continued to look at me, as if asking if there was anything else left to say. That's all, Selena. Really? Is that the end? Comrade, and regardless, you've taught each other something. Yes. That's it, isn't it? No matter how much I wish there was more, the only time I ever saw her face to face was for a few days at the front, and then I didn't see her again until now. I see. Continuously nodding her head, Selena threw another question. Then, can I ask one more thing? What is it? What? What's our relationship? To that question, I almost reflexively responded. Friends. Yes, friends. Friends and colleagues. Of course, there was a little embarrassing incident in the past, but now we're able to laugh it off and move on, like good friends. Friends. Yes, friends. I'm a friend. Rav is a comrade. Both are similar. So, who is closer to Karl, me or Rav? Selena. Me. Yes, of course. As I said, I've only seen Rav for a few days, and we met again this time. In contrast, I've seen Selena before I took a leave of absence, and even after I returned to school, for a few months. Naturally, from my perspective, Selena would feel closer than Rav. Thank goodness. I think I heard Selena muttering something to herself. It's possible. We might not have any relationship. Selena? What are you talking about? Saying we don't have any relationship. Huh? Why you heard that? A little bit. So, when are you going to answer? Why was Rav with you? That? WL. Finally, Selena began to reveal the answer I wanted to hear. So, she came to ask about the reason why you and I became closer. Yeah. And the answer? Well, I just said it was thanks to Academy life. Nodding slightly as I mulled over Selena's response. It makes sense. Without the Academy, there would have been no way for Selena and I to become close again.